Chapter 898, The Owner of the Incipient Extent. Chapter 898, The Owner of the Incipient Extent, _. Incipient extent is the world that the soul of the incipient god realm warrior generated after he died. Incipient opens to reality. It's a real existence. It's different from the ethereal extent, which will vanish when the soul altar breaks. The incipient extent is really marvelous. It means that the warrior can leave his or her inheritance when he or she is still alive. The incipient extent can even find the appropriate heir or heiress to impart the inheritance. The giant oldie appeared out of nowhere. Right when he had arrived, he surprised Shi Yin. Shi Yin was frightened, looking at the dead soul's evil lair with a frown. The incipient extent will proactively find a suitable candidate to give the inheritance. Does it have a life? No, it's only the willpower of the deceased warrior, which connects closely with earth and heaven. It can create something magical that we can't know beforehand. The giant oldie sighed, shaking his head. The incipient god realm warriors in our place are also told in legends. I can't believe that our ancestral land had a deceased incipient god realm expert. Swoosh, swoosh. Two green flames made a strange curve in the air, shooting out of the evil lair. The flames seemed to have intellect. They diverged in the air, attacking Shi Yin and the giant respectively. They aimed at the two's soul altar. The giant oldie didn't change his visage. He touched his glabella, and a blinding gold wave rippled like a fire mist that shrouded the coming flame. Shi Yin furrowed his brows slightly. His soul altar started to spin. Starlight, like mercury, swept through the sky, congregating in front of him and creating a small, glorious starlight arrow. It hit the oncoming flame precisely. Swish! The cold, evil willpower released from the spooky green flame was scattered, unable to gather again. The dead soul's evil lair seemed to have intellect. Right after the giant oldie appeared, it narrowed abruptly. Shi Yin's visage was calm, as usual. His thought flickered. Wisps of soul consciousness with space power flew rapidly toward the 7 locations he could sense. He started to summon the heaven flames. The spooky green flame from the evil lair had the same aura as the heaven flames. However, it seemed to have another secret, original power. Shi Yin immediately confirmed that there was a heaven flame in the center of that dead soul's evil lair. The incipient extent is strange. This incipient extent is occupied. You can enter there to check because you cultivate space power. The giant oldie contemplated for a while, then said, "However, you must be careful. That soul is cold and evil. It's not a nice one." "Understand," Shi Yin nodded. He pondered for a while, then touched his forehead. A sharp space light shot out from the soul altar through his glabella. It carried the pure essence chi that ran directly into the evil lair. The dead soul's evil lair opening was narrowing. After getting hit, it opened up once again. Shi Yin suddenly pierced through the slit. He stormed into the center of the evil lair like a lightning strike. He flashed and then disappeared. The giant oldie frowned and hesitated. After a moment, he sat down outside the cave and closed his eyes. His 4-tiered soul altar emerged from his head, covered by a 5-colored halo, as if it was made of 5 element powers. It spun and then flew into the dead soul's evil lair. It was an eerie green soul sea. Dull and baffled souls floated here and there. The sky above was gray and immense with many cracks. Vaguely, they could see the dazzling space current. There was no land, mountain, river, or flora. A cold, evil ambience filled the place, sending shivers down people's spines. Shi Yin's true body floated above the spooky soul sea. He was observing the area with tightly knit eyebrows. An electric strike flashed. The giant soul altar emerged from a slit above his head. This soul altar consisted of the sea of consciousness, the tier of power Upanishad, the ethereal extent, and his ethereal soul. He got here without a body. If this incipient extent is occupied, I can't get out with my real body. Using the soul altar is the only way I can ensure it. Haha, I'm not cultivating space power, though. I can't just get in and out easily like you do. Oldie chuckled. I'm not accent. Later, if my soul altar can't escape the incipient extent, please help me find a way. Sure, Yin was surprised. He nodded seriously. Of course. He didn't know why not Xin wanted to go inside. However, since they needed to maintain a good relationship with the giant tribe, and because this clan was always nice, Sure Yin wasn't afraid that he would be ambushed here. The incipient extents occupied. Oh, it doesn't have only one master. The giant oldie screamed in astonishment. His ethereal soul shook after he had got into the place. His ethereal soul and his body looked identical. At first glance, it looked like a projection of the real body. It was just dozens of times smaller. However, it was still much bigger than the soul of a normal warrior. At Naxion's level, his ethereal soul could communicate and it could clearly express his emotions without any obstacle. If he hadn't known that the giant didn't get in with his real body, Sure Yin would have thought that it was his real body. Not only one master, Sure Yin couldn't make head or tail, looking at him bewilderedly. Why do you say this? You will know immediately. Naxion gave a low shout. The power Upanishad tier of his vivid five-colored soul altar moved. A profound wisp of 5 elements aura suddenly thrust into the green soul sea. The soul sea emitting spooky green fog suddenly surged anxiously. Gray, blurry shadows emerged, flying up from the green soul sea as if they were its tentacles. They attempted to entangle Sure Yin and Naxion. They could vaguely see a giant ice chunk under the sea, which was continuing to release icy power. The icy power was like winding smoke. It protruded from the water surface, but it wasn't aimed at Sure Yin or Naxion. They were intended to hit the dull, gray souls. Boom, boom, boom. The misty shadows looked like they were being confined by ice, which suddenly exploded, sending ice everywhere. The icy air chilled them to the bones, entering their mind, which made Sure Yin and Naxion slightly change their visage. This cold air wasn't like the power released by the ice-cold flame. It ran directly into the sea of consciousness and seemed to be able to freeze the soul altar and then shatter it. What had surprised him was that although the cold air was chilled to the bone, it had a crystal-clear taste, giving people a simple and pure feeling. It was obviously not the same with the evil ice in that soul sea. An extremely furious willpower was sent upwards from a deep place undersea. A shadow appeared under the sea. It seemed to attempt to soar up into the sky from the seabed and attack Sure Yin and Naxion. Swish, swish, swish. The green water of the soul sea evaporated underneath Sure Yin. A slit appeared in the middle of the sea. The sharp point of a giant icicle of several thousand meters slowly emerged. The peak of this icicle was translucent like a jewel. It was so clear like the purest, flawless crystal. It emitted clear beams of light, which was pretty similar to moonlight. A figure flashed inside the icicle. She looked elegant and graceful, moving swiftly as if she was dancing inside the ice crystal. Each of icy air currents shot out from the icicle, hovering above the green soul sea. The shadow inside the ice mountain slowly revealed. Eventually, it was visible. Sure Yin gawked as the god body while shaking. He dropped his jaw as he couldn't believe what he saw. You? It's you. The girl inside the icicle was pure, but as cold as the moonlight. She wore white clothing. Her skin was white and smooth like jade, and a pair of beautiful new moon eyes accompanied her beautiful but indifferent face. Ouyang Luo Shuang. She was the girl who had secluded in the outer meteorite in Sky Meteor City for thousands of years. At her debut, she had reached the spirit realm shortly and continued to break through further. When war broke out in Endless Sea, she had disappeared for many years. No one could ever imagine that she would appear here, inside an icicle. Sure Yin was astounded, gazing at her, shouting lightly with a pale face. King God Realm. Yeah, King God Realm. Almost condensed to the original spirit. Her realm isn't lower than yours. Exine nodded, talking sincerely. Miss, congratulations on taking the inheritance here. You've also combined yourself and the power Upanishad. However, you and someone in the Green Soul Sea are preventing each other's abilities. What is he? A gloomy green flame emerged from the sea, burning and expanding on the surface of the eerie, spooky Green Soul Sea. Many unconscious souls floating on the sea were burned and disappeared. Shortly after, a giant ghost rocketed from the seabed with an intimidating aura. Ouyang Luo Shuang was naturally indifferent. She didn't answer Naxian, but studied Shi Yin quietly. After a while, she nodded, speaking faintly. I didn't expect that after all these years you can reach such a realm. At this moment, even if you don't rely on anybody, you are certainly the peak existence of the Grace mainland. Shi Yin smiled. He suddenly remembered the last time he met Ouyang Luo Shuang. This woman had disdainfully told him that his power wasn't his real competence, and that he had used powers of others to raise the storm. She also told him she hoped that when they met again, he could use his own power to claim a place for himself. Today, after dozens of years, they finally met in this foreign land. He had gone through a long period of time, taking a round trip to another star area and entering the peak of King God realm. She got the marvelous inheritance of the incipient extent. Combining with her moonlight power allowed me to enter the King God realm. She was just one step away from original God realm. She was so lucky indeed. Seeing Ouyang Luo Shuang also reach the peak of King God realm, Shi Yin forced a smile inwardly. He had been struggling for years and never relaxed once. With the support of the mysterious martial spirit, he had broken many times to have the attainment today. However, the other needed only one lucky encounter to receive the sea boundary inheritance of an incipient God realm warrior to reach the same realm. This was the first time Shi Yin had a feeling of defeat. The immemorial demonic flame stays under the sea. He has combined the purgatory true flame. Also, he understands this incipient extent very well, and he can use part of the power of this incipient extent. Ouyang Luo Shuang knitted her brows. Looking at Shi Yin, help me destroy him. Okay, Shi Yin nodded, his face cold and harsh. He knew Yi Chang Feng had perished, becoming one of the dull souls in his soul sea. The immemorial demonic flame and the purgatory true flame were his targets. Whether it was for his own benefit or to take revenge on Yi Chang Feng, he wouldn't just stand and stare. Chapter 899, Immemorial Demonic Flame. Chapter 899, Immemorial Demonic Flame, _ The immemorial era had all kinds of intimidating living beings. They all had intelligence and long lives. With giant physiques and earth-shattering power, they were the highest existences in the food chain. That era was the dawn of the Grace mainland, when earth and heaven energy was still extremely abundant, much more than the so-called Level 7 life star. Creatures in immemorial era were almost invincible. Legends say that they were even stronger than the 10 clans of the next era. The immemorial era had lasted for more than 10,000 years, and the immemorial creatures had consumed a lot of earth and heaven energy in Grace mainland. Eventually, many immemorial creatures had to go to outer space, far away, to find more energy. An ancient creature died with a fetus in its womb. After it died, the unborn creature within had lost its nutrient supply to become a newborn creature of that kind. However, its preserved soul had taken in the demonic chi of that ancient creature and became a new life form in the shape of a flame. Although it hadn't received enough nutrients to become a member of its kind, it had the original essence power that it received before its development stopped. Then, it became a heaven flame, but it wasn't an immemorial creature. Since it used to desire the nutrient of life to ascend, it had a special ability, which was to be able to absorb life energy of demonic beasts. It could take in lives of strong demonic beasts to strengthen itself. It was the immemorial demonic flame, the number 4 heaven flame. Legends related to this heaven flame crossed Shi Yan's brain. He gathered his spirit shortly, giving a smile. You've been staying with it in this incipient extent. Do you know which level it is? How to get the acceptance of the incipient extent. Between you two, who has received the inheritance? I received the inheritance, but this incipient extent seems to have a magical connection with that flame. It's hard to destroy it. I also don't know why I can control the incipient extent and kick me out. Ouyang Luo Shuang's face was pretty but icy cold, her voice indifferent. It was obvious that she needed Shi Yan to help her deal with the immemorial demonic flame, but her voice and her manners implied that she didn't have any intentions of asking or begging him. She was still unconcerned, as if it was his obligation to help her. Of course, Shi Yan wouldn't mind it. He came here not because of Ouyang Luo Shuang, but because of the heaven flames. He needed the heaven flames. Among the known heaven flames, he still needed 3, including immemorial demonic flame, purgatory true flame, and the primal chaos sacred flame. When he could combine the last 3 heaven flames, he could finally lay his eyes on original God realm. When that happened, he would do what the ring spirit had told him to do and transform his soul. He believed that the ring spirit would never harm him. The heaven flame fusion would give him formidable advantages. He believed in this. That was why he didn't hurry to break through. He needed to gather the heaven flames first. It's coming. Na Xian's soul altar suddenly spun. The vivid 5-colored halo with active, beautiful light expanded from his soul altar like a rainbow. It layered up and shrouded the area. The power Upanishad tier of Na Xian's soul altar had 5 sections where powers Upanishad of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth coexisted. He didn't cultivate only one power Upanishad, like most of the warriors of the Raging Flame Star area did. Just like the God Clan man they had met in the God Perishing Land, he had cultivated 5 powers Upanishad at the same time. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements strengthened each other. Na Xian's thoughts flickered, and his sea of consciousness, the soul altar tier of power Upanishad, and the ethereal soul were retrieved into his ethereal extent. His ethereal extent existed in this foreign land like a 5-colored auspicious cloud, which was full of light. Layers of light extended from the 5-colored auspicious clouds, covering the spooky green soul sea. The green flame lengthened in the soul sea. The green seawater seethed uneasily. A massive illusion emerged above the water like a dragon soaring out of the deep lake. A ferocious bull-like beast as big as a mountain with horns floated on the green water. It opened its mouth, facing the sky and roaring indignantly. The gross, sticky substance in its mouth stank. They could even see the green smoke emitted from it. There were layers of scales on its dark green body, which looked like small, aligned shields. This savage beast had a tail, which was like a giant python, dozens of meters long. Its tail constantly whipped on the green soul sea. They could vaguely see many faces of the ghosts attached to that giant tail. As soon as that creature appeared, a frightening, brutal aura shot into the sky, gathering at each of the slits in the sky. Cold, stiff corpses of the Dark Spirit clan were struck, falling from the sky into its open mouth. Then, the beast swallowed them massively like a whale taking in water. Condense the real body. Na Xian suddenly shouted while he was staying inside the 5 elements' ethereal extent. Don't let it finish the condensation to form a real entity. Shi Yan was dumbstruck. He had figured out right at the beginning that although this beast looked savage and real, it was just a hollow form without flesh and blood. However, when it faced the sky and roared while engulfing the Dark Spirit clan's cold corpses, the hollow body enlarged as the beast started to generate a real, fiercely brutal, bloodthirsty aura. Shi Yan's soul felt very uneasy. From an embryo, it condensed a real body. It wasn't easy to create a real body. The giant horns like the buffalo's horns on its head sparkled in spooky green light while the scales on its body rattled. It faced the sky, roaring painfully. A real sound wave shot up to the sky, making the green soul sea of this foreign land surge vehemently. While the beast condensed the flesh body, the immense green soul sea seemed to lower down as if it was running shallow. The sticky green liquid seemed to be withdrawing rapidly. Congregating in the body, it was condensing. It seemed that as the beast finishes building its body, it was using the energy of this green soul sea. It's a stillbirth of an immemorial creature. At this moment, it wants to break the nature's rule to rebirth. Not Exan discolored in fright, shouting, "We entered here, and you've torn space." We seem to give it hope for success. Be careful. As Shurian hadn't answered yet, Ouyang Luo Shuang started to attack first. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed from the 1,000-meter-tall icicle. That snow-white shadow emitted dreamy, fantasy light ribbons. Each ribbon had a marvelous connection with the icicle. Light ribbons filled the icicle. At first glance, it was like a magical, complex spider web had just been woven at the peak of the icicle. Each of the ribbons was connected to the top of the icicle. Gradually, wisps of ice power that looked like transparent horned dragons flew towards the center of the icicle. Crack, crack, crack. Each horned dragon looked real and chilly to the bone. They gathered and shot the beasts. The ice shattered from the beast's body. Ice rocks containing tremendous icy power fell. When it fell into the green sea, it immediately froze an area of more than 10 mu. Ouyang Luo Shuang stood inside the icicle. Her eyes were clear but icy cold. She was concentrating while cold light was constantly emitting from her eyes. An extremely cold aura with the flawless moonlight brought the ancient, magical power to draw the cold energy and send it quietly into the core of that beast. She seemed to have a good grasp of some power Upanishad. Her attack was natural but marvelous. While she rose her hands, she could use the best of her powers to develop her attack. The life form of this beast was an eerie green flame with a gold halo, which was the form of the purgatory true flame. The heaven flame was the nature of that beast's life form, with the basic evil instinct of hunting beasts. The immemorial demonic flame had a strange ability to absorb vitality of strong beasts. This flame seemed to have a special obsession. Since it was a stillbirth, it couldn't finish the transformation of the immemorial creature. This regret always stayed in the nature of this flame. It took in beast vitality to complete its final transformation, which gave it the initial real form of the immemorial beast. Immemorial creatures were intimidating creatures that lived in the immemorial area. They weren't categorized into any race. Usually, they had giant bodies as large as a mountain. Their intelligence developed naturally from the rules of nature. From the day they were born, they had supernatural powers. If the immemorial demonic flame finished its transformation and got a real body, no one knew what would happen. In the current era, no warrior understood the mysteries and magical features of immemorial creatures. Na Xian didn't want to see this creature finish its transformation, and neither did Ouyang Luo Shuang and Shurian. SSSSS. He extended his left hand. The index finger and the middle finger gathered, cutting the void. A transparent space slit appeared as his fingers slid into the void. Lights were racing like meteors. A flame shot out, bringing scorching flames that covered the entire sky. Level 8, said the vermilion bird true flame. It swallowed the purgatory true flame. It also has a connection with this extent. It's hard to deal with it since this place is its territory. Shurian's pupils shrank. Level 8. Level 8. So strong. The vermilion bird true flame affirmed. Seems like it has undergone some marvelous transformation. Its life form is being changed quickly. It's unbelievable. This transformation isn't the acme ascension of heaven flames. It's condensing the spirit body. Condensing the spirit body? Shurian couldn't make head or tail. I'm a wisp of the vermilion bird's soul. The vermilion bird is one of the 4 holy beasts, and the 4 holy beasts were the development of flesh immemorial creatures. When an immemorial creature was born, the first thing it has to do is to condense the spirit body. The vermilion bird true flame quickly sent the message. Swoosh! Another heaven flame appeared. It was the 9 serenity's soul-devouring flame. Don't let it finish. Not Xin shouted in the voice. Kid, use your flames to attack it. Ouyang Luo Shuang's eyes were icy cold. Icy aura permeated the place. She rose together with the icicle. After reaching an elevation of 10,000 meters, they grumblingly pressed down. The ice-horned dragons at the top of the icicle attacked, as if they were real. They spurred out crystal white spears, darting towards the immemorial demonic flame. Not Xin had turned into five-colored auspicious clouds. His ethereal extent changed a little bit. It now looked like a five-colored sea, raising and snatching on the immemorial demonic flame. Slosh, slosh, slosh. The seawater of the green sea rose in the air, moving like water dragons to attack the others. The body that the immemorial demonic flame was condensing spun. A strange electric-like flame flashed and then disappeared. Instantly, it entangled the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame, dragging it towards the beast. The nine serenity's soul-devouring flame struggled hard. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't free itself from the bind. The flame was so worried that it sent so many desperate calls to Shi Yin for help. As they were all heaven flames, and the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame was ranked higher than that flame, its levels still didn't rival that of the immemorial demonic flame. It was now tied tightly. Shi Yin wore a cold face. He didn't think much. His eyes became garnet instantly. Chapter 900, Mysterious, Unrecognizable Land. Chapter 900, Mysterious, Unrecognizable Land, _ While condensing its spirit body, the immemorial demonic flame was still aware of every activity around it. It was extreme, indeed. When the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame had just arrived, it hadn't had enough time to pressure it. The immemorial demonic flame bound it immediately, dragging the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame towards its life core. Seeing the dangerous situation, the vermilion bird true flame didn't contact Shi Yin, but instead turned into the flaming vermilion bird true flame. It stormed like a burning light towards the immemorial demonic flame, which was condensing the body. At the same time, Ouyang Luo Shuang with her icy face also sent her icy horned dragons from the sky. The icy power they brought was strong enough to transform the soul. Although Na Xin had a high realm, he didn't enter this extent with his real body. He was here with only the soul altar. His power couldn't be urged to the peak. However, he still used the power of the ethereal extent to resist this incipient extent forcefully. He had earth-shakingly stirred up this green soul sea. Na Xin had borne the greatest pressure among the three warriors. It was unknown why the immemorial demonic flame could use the power of the incipient extent. It seemed that this incipient extent had a subtle but miraculous connection with the flame. Although it was just part of the energy of the incipient extent, the eerie green soul still had an immense power. It continually released the strange aura that could attack the souls, making them shiver. While the immemorial demonic flame was condensing its spirit body, it closely cooperated with the green soul sea, which could shake the entire incipient extent, supporting the immemorial demonic flame to create the spirit body. Na Xin used his soul altar to control the ethereal extent's power to create the special collision between the two extents. Temporarily, he could subdue some magical abilities of the green soul sea. Seeing the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame get bound, Shi Yin had his eyes turn garnet immediately. He didn't hesitate, entering the third sky of Rampage realm instantaneously. Negative energy gushed out from his entire body. The bloody murderous chi was as thick as plasma, shooting and condensing a giant bloody hand in front of him. It then grumblingly pressed down. The desolate aura multiplied as the giant bloody hand seemed to be able to wipe out all living beings. The immemorial demonic flame, which was still condensing its body, got pressed down by the bloody palm. The massive beast was stagnant. Its progress stopped. This attack was much more effective than Ouyang Luo Shuang's abilities. The dead power Upanishad could eliminate vitality. The immemorial demonic flame needed a massive amount of life energy, blood, and flesh to fabricate its body. While it was being built, Shuryan's dead power Upanishad had directly slaughtered its vitality. While the dead seal could wipe away life, the soul burial ground of his dead power Upanishad could absorb vitality. Thus, seeing the dead seal work, Shuryan immediately expanded his god domain, covering the green soul sea and the body that the immemorial demonic flame was trying to condense. The extremely cold and dismal aura emitted from his body. A flow of dead energy gradually surged like layers of waves. White light spots flew up from the soul sea, congregating in the dead god domain and moving towards Shuryan's god body. While the beast was slowly building its spirit body was now half real, half illusion, although it still had light dots of vitality. They slowly floated up like the fireflies. They were guided by an unknown force that the immemorial demonic flame didn't know, all flying towards Shuryan. All of a sudden, the immemorial demonic flame sent a gleam of fright and anxiety. The body of that ominous beast started to fade away. Shuryan wore a cold visage. He didn't say anything while approaching that beast. His soul burial ground was maximized. An empty, desolate aura filled almost this entire foreign land. The frightful, lively eyes of that beast showed an extreme pain as it was struggling hard. All of a sudden, the beast glared at Shuryan with a deep grudge. The spirit body it could have been able to build faded slowly, turning into nothingness. The illusionary form of the beast disappeared. A green flame with a gold halo suddenly flew up. An unrecognizable energy of nature rippled vehemently from the core of the foreign land. Shuryan and Na Xian were kicked out by that unknown force. They were hurled out of the dead soul's evil lair directly. Just like the two of them, the shiny green flame appeared visibly in the dead soul mountain range. It didn't hide in the spooky green soul sea anymore. Something exploded in the void. The power that could seal all auras of creatures emerged above the dead soul mountain range. The vermilion bird true flame disappeared all of a sudden. Shortly after, the ice-cold flame, the Een spirit ghost flame, the world-extinguishing thunder flame, and the corpse-vanishing flame were guided by an unknown force, flying to this place from different corners of Grace Mainland. However, they all disappeared almost instantly. Shuryan could feel that those heaven flames weren't far from him. However, he couldn't see them and was only able to sense them using his soul. This is our battle. He quit condensing the spirit body to follow the heaven flames' rules. He has cleaned himself of contaminants, turning back to the life, form, and intellect of a heaven flame. At this moment, it has temporarily stopped the process of becoming a real creature. He wants to use the instinct of devouring the other heaven flames to absorb us. After that, he could be a new life form to complete himself. A thought from Vermilion Bird True Flame was sent to Shuryan. Yin was frightened, his face stiff and tense. Can you be certain about this? I'll try my best. He has swallowed Purgatory True Flame. He's the only combined one among us. His life form has ascended. It is hard to deal with him now. Perhaps we have to consume your soul, energy, and vitality, said the Vermilion Bird True Flame. Once you guys know that you can't defeat him, inform me immediately, Shuryan expressed himself. I will support you as best as I can. Okay. A faint green light appeared by Shuryan and Na Xian. A graceful figure descended. It seemed that she temporarily got control of the incipient extent when the immemorial demonic flame left. She was now able to enter and leave the dead soul's evil lair as she pleased. She lifted her face to look into the void, and she spoke naturally. I can't see them. She glanced at Na Xian. Her face became strangely solemn as she said respectfully, Precursor, you are very powerful. When Na Xian was in the incipient extent, he was just a soul altar, so he couldn't use much of his energy. Since it was Ouyang Luo Xuan's territory, she hadn't observed Na Xian's realm yet. However, after they were kicked out of incipient extent, Na Xian had brought his soul altar back to his body. A pressure that covered the entire sky shook her god soul, even though Na Xian wasn't threatening them at all. Little girl, you have the incipient extent's inheritance. You fuse the icy power and the moonlight power. Your future will be bright, Na Xian laughed. Once that flame is defeated, you will officially control that incipient extent. When you've reached the original God realm, the incipient extent will become your personal space, which will be very useful. You're very lucky. Na Xian gave her a lot of compliments, his face envious. Ouyang Luo Shuang had treated him with great respect, speaking carefully. I will try my best. Sure, Yin didn't intervene. He was frowning. In fact, his face has never been so grim. His soul altar became very sensitive. Wisps of his soul consciousness moved like shuttles between the double-layered spaces, connecting him to the heaven flames. Gradually, his communication with the heaven flames was forcefully lost. The battle between heaven flames had come to the fiercest moment. They didn't have free time to censure Yin even a thought. Those heaven flames were bound by chains of nature. They were locked in a space in the chaotic space basin. Without his space power and the connection with the heaven flames, he could never feel them. That area in the chaotic space basin was very magical. It was a place that his soul consciousness has never sensed before. In that area, marvelous powers, Upanishad, appeared as if they were sources of energy in the world. However, his true body couldn't get there. The soul consciousness wasn't the God soul, so no action or touch was true in that place. He had also used the connection with the heaven flame to catch a little bit of it. However, he couldn't observe the whole picture. It was somewhere far away, but sometimes it was very near. This ever-changing feature made his soul dizzy. You've been interlinked with the heaven flames. Have you fused with them, or do you just simply supported each other? Na Xian suddenly asked. Shi Yin was surprised for a while. He slowly pulled his spirit, self-conscious again. I haven't fused with them. I built a tier in the soul altar to give them shelter. Indeed, if you had fused with them, your god soul wouldn't have stayed in your god body. It could have joined that battle too. Na Xian smiled and continued. The battle between the heaven flames is controlled by rules of nature. Normal people can't join their battle. Only someone who has fused his soul with the heaven flames could join this kind of battle between living beings. In legends, those living beings have an instinct of swallowing each other. Once they meet, they can't live in harmony. The stronger flame will always instinctively act to consume the weaker flame. Their arena seems to be a piece of space separated from the sky. It hides something we can never know or see. According to legends, many strong existences consider that area an ideal cultivating place that they desperately yearn for. But they never had a chance to get in. People who have a chance to get there often perish. It's because when the god's soul fuses with the heaven flames, it will hold the heaven flame down. Then, the heaven flames can't use their best ability. When they have to compete against other unowned heaven flames, you can guess the result. The other flames would swallow it. Thus, they don't benefit from it. Only very few people succeeded in getting there once. He must fuse with another heaven flame to visit a second time. They said that the mysterious area where the heaven flames fight against each other is the best cultivating area in the world. Na Xian explained slowly in a low voice. He gazed at Shi Yin, not concealing any important information. Shi Yin listened to him attentively, his face yearning. What a pity that I haven't fused with the heaven flames. We're just coexisting. I think I won't have such a good opportunity. An archaic continent with origin can have heaven flames. Rumor says that if someone could collect all the wisps of origin, he or she can enter that place freely. Shi Yin frowned, recalling what the spirit ring had advised him. It asked Shi Yin to gather all the heaven flames and refine them before entering the original God realm. Is it true that the ring spirit wanted to facilitate him to visit that best but unrecognizable cultivating place? Vaguely, he understood something. Chapter 901, Origin. Chapter 901, Origin, _. Many heaven flames were bound under rules of nature. They were brought into a mysterious, unknown area together with the immemorial demonic flame. Nobody could enter or sense the mysteries of this place. Shi Yin had a soul connection with the heaven flames, so he could use the heaven flames' soul energy fluctuation to sense that something strange was happening in that place, something that the naked eye couldn't see. He could use his soul consciousness to grab something for a while. Earth and heaven energy in that place was strange and had clear movement. It seemed that if a warrior cultivated there, he would simply receive the true meanings of a power Upanishad. In that place, powers Upanishad could explain themselves in magical ways. If the soul of a warrior could get in there, that warrior could use this method to explain their powers and study further. He would eventually reach a profound level of understanding his power Upanishad. The best place for the warriors to cultivate. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He couldn't press down the hope in his heart, and he couldn't thank the ring spirit enough for its wide vision. It's hard to join the battle between the heaven flames. You can't do it. Naexayan glanced at him, speaking sincerely. However, I heard that you could use your soul energy to strengthen the heaven flames. If it's true, I advise you not to hold it back. I think you will receive a great benefit from this. Why do you seem to be so familiar with heaven flames? Shi Yin didn't understand this. You had never returned to the ancestral land. According to legends, only the ancient continent with an origin could have such strange living beings like the heaven flames. How do you know about them that well? Naexayan contemplated for a while, his face complicated and inexplicable. Then, he said faintly, I was once close to a heaven flame. Shi Yin gawked. Ouyang Luo Shuang put up her guard. From the conversation between Shi Yin and Naexayan, she knew that Naexayan wasn't a native warrior of the Grace Mainland. She was too curious. And now, Naexayan said that he used to be close to a heaven flame, which made her listen to them more seriously. It's true that only the ancient continents with origin can generate the heaven flames. Naexayan looked at Shi Yin, explaining, but only our ancestral land was not the only ancient continent with an origin. There is a life star with an origin in our star area. When I was young, I had traveled there. That place was hazardous, totally different from our ancestral land. I found a strange flame there. It has its own consciousness. I wanted to capture it. Too bad. Someone had attacked me at that time. My soul altar was almost broken. Naexayan sighed, shaking his head begrudgingly. I was too young at that time. I knew nothing about the heaven flames, and I was impulsive. If I had gone with the knowledge I had today, it would have been different. What? Shi Yin was surprised. I wanted to force it to fuse with me. However, I underestimated the grade of that flame. It tricked me. Naexayan forced a smile. While the heaven flame and I were battling with our souls, someone ambushed me. I got hurt badly. He took the heaven flame and left me almost dead. Naexayan didn't want to continue. At this point, he proactively switched the topic. You do have good fortune. I can't believe you can gather so many heaven flames. Shi Yin chuckled. My fortune isn't bad, indeed. Grace Mainland had 10 heaven flames. Today, Shi Yin had 7 out of 10 staying together with his soul in his soul altar, becoming part of his powers. Shi Yin had more than one heaven flame, something that ordinary warriors had yearned for their whole life. If it wasn't destiny, what was it? I hope you can succeed. Naexayan nodded, lowering his voice. You and your heaven flames aren't in its combined form. Even if your heaven flames fail, your soul won't perish. However, getting hurt is unavoidable. You should be careful and find a countermeasure. I will. Shi Yin didn't say more. Right next to Naexayan and Ouyang Luo Shuang, he sat down quietly, closing his eyes and using his soul consciousness to travel between spaces. He was a little bit confused. The earth flame hadn't returned. In this critical moment, if the earth flame had received his message, it would have answered, wouldn't it have? However, Shi Yin couldn't feel the earth flame's aura. As something unexpected happened to it. His thought flickered and a drop of jewel-like garnet blood seeped through his fingertip and exploded. A space of faint blood suddenly turned into only one beam, shooting toward a space slit ahead of him. He had consumed one drop of immortal demon blood to search for the earth flame based on the subtle and miracle connection between their souls. Shortly after, an exploding halo was reflected in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's face was cold but serious. However, he was shuddering inwardly. His power Upanishad changed, creating the space god domain. Different abilities of space power were crossing his sea of consciousness. Then, he found a signal, reaching his finger to touch the void in some direction. Space energy fluctuation suddenly surged from his fingertip. A space partition covered by his god domain slowly projected an upside-down image. It became visible shortly. Space inverted image was an ability of space power Upanishad. That image became brighter and clearer. They saw clusters of red flames moving in the image. In the next moment, the image stopped shaking. They saw that it was a place full of lava and fire. The earth flame flew through scorching lava, heading to the deepest part of Earth's core. It seemed like it had found something magical there. The Earth's core wasn't watertight. It had slits and cracks. Shi Yan's space inverter image in his god domain was showing layers of law going through many fine slits and cracks in Earth's core. Along the way, he could see many massive chunks of crystal. However, they didn't have any bit of energy remaining. Thick layers of crystals filled each corner of Earth's core. The Earth flame was moving like a shuttle through the glacier. It became harder to dig further. Eventually, it crossed the crystals, moving into an area of a floating fire vortex. That fire vortex had a warm and tender energy, emitting ivory flames. Clouds drifted and stayed together, making it look more like a dream with countless marvelous scenes. Inside that flaming vortex, a miniature world was portrayed using light, fire, clouds, and mist. Concentrating his mind, Shi Yan's eyes brightened. That miniature world was Grace Mainland. The Quiet Kid clan, the divine Great Land, seas, and lands were resized tens of thousands of times. Now it was as big as a rubber ball revolving inside the flaming vortex. That flaming vortex bound that pocket-sized world, constantly taking in the energy of that world, which made it dimmer and dimmer. Beams of ivory flames shot out, falling into the eye of the flaming vortex. Na Xian and Ouyang Luo Shuang were baffled, watching that upside-down image. They looked attentive as if they were considering something. Primal chaos, sacred flame. Shortly after, a thought of the earth flame was sent from a deep place in the earth's core, which exploded in his head. Shi Yan was shaken, his face frightened. He couldn't help but shout, "Primal chaos, sacred flame. It's the primal chaos, sacred flame. Is it a heaven flame too?" Na Xian asked bewilderedly. Shi Yan pointed at the flaming vortex in his inverted image, his visage serious. "It's the primal chaos, sacred flame. In the Grace Mainland, it's ranked first." Na Xian was perplexed for a while before he hastened to ask. "The Earth's inner core of Grace Mainland, the deepest place underground." Shi Yan gave a low shout. Na Xian was shocked, pointing disbelievingly at that pocket-sized world inside the flaming vortex. The origin. It's the origin of the ancient continent. That heaven flame is absorbing origin energy. No wonder why earth and heaven energy in this continent has been running out so quickly. Shi Yan and Ouyang Luo Shuang were baffled. "I've never seen the origin before, but I've heard about it. The origin is the core of an archaic continent. It looks like a miniature of that continent. It's very mysterious and marvelous at the same time with many powerful abilities. However, the most important thing is that an ancient continent with an origin can proactively gather energy from outer space. The origin that had stayed in the Earth's inner core of the ancient continent for billions of years of accumulation could gather a tremendous amount of Earth and heaven energy for that continent. The origin of our ancestral land is very small, too small, indeed. But now the primal chaos, scared flame, is absorbing the origin energy. No wonder why the energy here has been running out rapidly, said Na Xin with a serious face. How is the origin formed? Will it be worn out? Shi Yin was also shocked. No one knows how the origin is formed. While it's gathering energy, it will also consume some. The Grace mainland has existed for quite a long time, and the earth and heaven energy used to be extremely abundant. Of course, the origin has to have consumed a lot. That heaven flame is tyrannical. It knows how to take in the origin energy. It'll be really tough to deal with it. Na Xin took a deep breath, then said sincerely, "It'll bring you a lot of trouble." "I'll be in trouble?" Sure, Yin was baffled. In the next moment, he knew what Na Xin meant. The earth flame had sent only one thought before it jumped into the flaming vortex. That vortex then dragged it into its core. Right after that, the primal chaos sacred flame and the earth flame disappeared into an unrecognizable place under the power of nature's rules. The area that warriors could only use soul consciousness to sense a little bit now gathered all heaven flames of Grace mainland. The origin was freed from the confinement of the flaming vortex. This fist-sized globe was still spinning, floating in the middle of a thick layer of crystals. Shi Yan's space inverted image could still project it. "Where did that heaven flame get the origin?" asked Ouyang Luo Shuang all of a sudden. Shi Yin was surprised. Na Xin knitted his brows. "You don't want to get that origin? The Grace mainland's energy is running out. Since that origin is so small, it doesn't have a significant function. It would be better if we can absorb its magical powers." Ouyang Luo Shuang looked at Shi Yin. "According to what my inheritance told me, when we enter the original God, with the support of the origin, the original soul to be formed will be very marvelous. We can also transform the essence Qi. It was also God power. Little girl, you do have great ambitions." Na Xin snorted. "You're at the ethereal God realm. To you, the origin is just an ingredient to refine treasures. You can't merge it with your soul anymore. Furthermore, you're from the giant clan. You won't do such a thing, will you?" Ouyang Luo Shuang exhaled slightly. Her clear but extremely cold eyes sparkled intimidatingly. She seemed to have a vehement desire to get that origin. If the origin fuses with the heaven flame and releases the origin energy, it can revive the Grace mainland. Na Xin looked at Shi Yin. "That is correct," Shi Yin nodded, speaking to Ouyang Luo Shuang. "I'm sorry. If I get it, it will benefit the entire continent. But if you get it, it will benefit only yourself. I'm sorry." As soon as he finished, Shi Yin tore through space and left. Chapter 902. The Heaven Flame That Ranks First. Chapter 902. The Heaven Flame That Ranks First. _ A space crack opened. Shi Yin jumped in immediately, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. Ouyang Luo Shuang gawked, dropping her jaw. Na Xin was astounded. Too direct and resolute, wasn't it? The origin was the most magical and incredible inner core of the ancient continents. It was priceless to any warriors. Ouyang Luo Shuang knew it, and so did Na Xin. Previously, Shi Yin had shown that he wasn't interested in that thing. After the other two had explained its key features, he took action immediately. His change of mind was so fast it surprised the others a lot. Shi Yin left right after he finished speaking. When the others had finally processed what he said, he had already disappeared. "Precursor, don't you want to have it?" Ouyang Luo Shuang frowned, looking at Na Xin of the giant clan. "At your realm, although you don't need to merge the origin with your soul, it still brings you great benefits. You really don't want to take it?" Na Xin beamed a faint smile. "As I said, if he gets it and uses it in the future, he can revive Grace mainland. In my hands, it will only be a normal treasure. Of course, it will provide significant support, but I can't make Grace mainland energetic once again to gather more earth and heaven energy. Thus, I'm willing to let him have it." Na Xin was calm and tender. He smiled warmly without any gleam of discontent. He seemed to be very happy with this situation. However, Ouyang Luo Shuang was unfulfilled, and she gritted her teeth. Unclear light sparkled in her clear but cold eyes. First, you can't locate the origin fast enough. Second, even if you can find the origin, you aren't strong enough to be Sure Yan's rival. Nah, Xin smiled, speaking deliberately, so you shouldn't think about it anymore. You've received the inheritance and the incipient extent. You're very lucky already. You also have an extraordinary innate endowment. Once you've entered the original God realm, you will have admirable attainments. I don't want to lose. Ouyang Luo Shuang's eyes became complex all of a sudden. When I first knew him, he wasn't worth mentioning. His realm was too low that it was funny to me. However, after just 10 years, he has surpassed me. Pausing for a while, her face became bitter. I used to think that after I got out of my seal of 1,000 years, I would be able to step on the highest summit and become the new outstanding talent of Grace Mainland. Unexpectedly, he has towered over us all. When I got the inheritance from the incipient extent and combined it with my power Upanishad, I thought I could surpass and leave him far behind. I never expected that when we met again, he would also be at the peak of King God realm. I'm always lowered by him. She had been sealed for 1,000 years. During that time, she had accumulated energy of the moonlight. She was a special talent that arrogantly topped people in the world. It was unexpected that Sure Yan had always been more prominent than her since his debut. He had solved the issues between the forces himself. He had changed the overall situation of endless sea and divine great land. She didn't know what she should comment about his attainments. It was because of her natural arrogance that she couldn't accept that such a character had always been stronger than her. While Sure Yan didn't notice her much, she had considered him her most challenging rival. You're a good girl. Not Xian looked at her deeply. Your starting point isn't bad, and your innate endowment is also of high quality. However, you lack experience. If you fight him in the given circumstances that your realms and powers are equal, you will lose quickly. Regarding bloody practical battles, you can't compete against him. That kid has a brutal, murderous aura. I don't know how many people he has killed. Can you be his rival? Said Na Xian seriously. Ouyang Luo Shuang was dispirited as if she got hit at her weakest point. Indeed, talking about ruthless deeds, she could never compare to Sure Yan. Sure Yan's progress was built off of bloody battles. He had tried his best in each battle. Afterward, he had accumulated many experiences. Honestly, I think you guys would be a perfect match, Na Xian said all of a sudden, laughing loudly. You both have outstanding innate talents. Your realms aren't too different, and your fortunes aren't bad. If you can be together, Ouyang Luo Shuang blushed, rolling her eyes at Na Xian. I didn't think that you giants will also babble about this. Na Xian chuckled naturally. Forget it. I won't compete against him this time. Just let him get the origin. Harumph, I will depend on my power. I will not lag behind him. Ouyang Luo Shuang mumbled. Dash. Deep in Earth's inner core of Grace Mainland. Sure Yan frowned, standing upright by the origin. Electric-like light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how to take the origin. The origin looked like a chaotic globe, spinning between the crystals. It was covered by tens of thousands of gray air layers. Each air layer had an intimidating energy fluctuation that frightened him. He didn't dare to act rashly. He was told about the magical features of the origin, but no one had explained to him how to take it. Billions of years have passed, and Grace Mainland had given birth to countless geniuses, and none of them knew how to take this marvelous origin. If someone did know, why was the origin still here? Did it hide any perilous traps which prevented people from touching the origin, even though they all knew how precious it was? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Still, he didn't dare to do anything recklessly. Pondering for a while, he tried to connect the blood vein ring's ring spirit. His thought traveled like beams of light, entering the blood vein ring. He extended his soul consciousness to find the aura of the ring spirit. Are you here? He sent his soul consciousness. There was no response. The blood vein ring had exhausted its energy to help him get rid of the restriction of God perishing land, which helped him summon the divine sword from Grace Mainland to the forbidden land in Raging Flame Star area. Afterward, it went dormant. It hadn't woken up yet. The ring spirit didn't answer him. Shi Yin frowned, looking at that origin. He didn't dare to act rashly without having a clear solution. At the same time, his soul consciousness, which connected to the heaven flame, showed him that the situation was getting worse. 7 out of 10 known heaven flame of the Grace mainland had connected and was interlinked to him. However, in this battle, even when his 7 heaven flame had joined hands, they seemed to not be getting the upper hand. The immemorial demonic flame had merged with the purgatory true flame, advancing its level to level 8. The primal chaos sacred flame had been dormant for so many years in the Earth's inner core. It also took the origin. Shi Yin didn't know its real level. He closed his eyes, trying to sense with a grimace. The primal chaos sacred flame in that magical, unknown area was even more intimidating than the immemorial demonic flame, pressing its 7 flames. The last flame that had entered this place took the biggest initiative that had even made the immemorial demonic flame confused. At this moment, the immemorial demonic flame seemed to have a tacit agreement with the other 7 heaven flames. They had joined hands and attacked the primal chaos sacred flame together. Shi Yin was stern, suddenly recognizing that the prima chaos sacred flame was the most dangerous flame among the heaven flames. It was worth its status as the highest rank. Shi Yin suddenly remembered the legends of this heaven flame. The primal chaos sacred flame was a flame that was formed naturally when earth and heaven began. Just like strong living beings in the immemorial era, it could cultivate and create life. It could resurrect the dead and reignite the flame of life one more time. This heaven flame ranked first. It could cultivate by itself, and it could even create lives by kindling the flame of life. Shi Yin was shocked. The heaven flame did deserve its first place rank. The immemorial demonic flame and the other heaven flames had joined hands to deal with the prima chaos sacred flame in that magical land. Although they were fighting under the rules of heaven flames, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Not only that, within 1 hour, he continually received the soul message from the corpse vanishing flame. I can't resist it. Please help. Give me your life energy. The corpse vanishing flame flashed on and off. It sounded like a heavily wounded warrior who couldn't even breathe. The needed support that it called help for was Shi Yin's life energy, the pure energy of his soul. Shi Yin didn't hesitate. He darkened his face silently in front of the origin. His consciousness hovered when the soul altar released his soul energy, seeping into the unknown, magical area. His life energy slid fast. The corpse vanishing flame's aura was condensed slowly, as if it had actually restored most of its power. I need power. More power. Power. I want power. For the time being, disorderly soul fluctuation like silver needles stabbed his head. The soul messages from the heaven flames were rushed and chaotic. Shi Yin felt pain in his soul. He tried to press down the uncomfortable feelings. He released his soul energy, turning it into pure soul energy and pouring them towards the heaven flames. His life energy was drifting away. His god body was shrouded in light, but he was exhausted. What was being consumed wasn't the essence chi, negative energy, or star energy. It was the pure soul energy of the God Soul in his sea of consciousness, which was responsible for the God Soul's functions and its very existence. To a warrior, more blood chi strengthened his power, not the size or intimidating presence of the God Soul. When the warrior died, as long as his soul altar wasn't broken and his God Soul was still there, he would still have a chance to restore or even revive. However, if the God Soul died, the power of the warrior's flesh body would vanish into earth and heaven. It was the rules of nature. The warrior would then die completely. As his pure soul energy was given away, Shi Yin became exhausted, his eyes empty. Eventually, his consciousness started to blur. He didn't have more energy to give to the heaven flames, which had a connection with his soul. The rest had to be used to support his soul. The primal chaos sacred flame that appeared the last couldn't swallow them. However, it was still struggling. Sure, Yin still gave more of his soul energy. He knew that his heaven flames were in a bad situation in the battle between the heaven flames. And it was getting worse. The advantage of bigger numbers wasn't effective in this battle. The 7 heaven flames couldn't rival the primal chaos sacred flame by themselves. With the immemorial demonic flame and Sure Yan's continual supply of soul energy, they could maintain an equal force against the opponent. Before they got the final result, Sure Yan would still need to give more soul energy. However, he knew his limitations. He couldn't endure for a long time. He became exhausted, and his consciousness started to blur again. He couldn't help but look at the spinning origin next to him. Chapter 903 Sees the Origin. Chapter 903 Sees the Origin, _ Dead Soul Mountain Range. Na Xian and Ouyang Luo Shuang stood next to each other as they were watching the sky with serious visages. A shiny green light that hovered above Ouyang Luo Shuang. A green halo shimmered, repeatedly enlarging and shrinking. It was the dead soul's evil lair. Because the immemorial demonic flame had left the evil lair, Ouyang Luo Shuang could take control of it now. It also meant that she could eventually occupy the incipient extent. Ouyang Luo Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, her face cold but bright. She was spinning her soul altar, combining her soul energy and the incipient extent, creating a wonderful resonance. The marvelous energy fluctuations emitted from her body. The evil lair bounced faster and faster. Na Xian frowned, glancing at her. It's no use. You can't find that unrecognizable place. Only the warrior who has fused with heaven flames can get in there after his heaven flame has swallowed all the other flames. And you don't have any heaven flames. Even if you cultivated space power, you wouldn't find it. Ouyang Luo Shuang's bright eyes dimmed, and she sighed bitterly. Indeed, I can't find a trace. Did you also receive the method to get the origin from the inheritance you received from the incipient extent? Na Xian suddenly asked, gazing at her. As far as I've known, only a few of the best warriors knew how to take the origin. I could see that you were impatient to get it. Do you know the method to seize it? Can we not just combine it with our god soul? Ouyang Luo Shuang was confused. Is there something else to be done? Na Xian was surprised, laughing oddly. Oh, it turns out that you don't know. You little girl, you're lucky that you didn't enter Earth's inner core. Haha, if you act rashly, your soul will perish, leaving nothing behind. Ouyang Luo Shuang discolored. Please enlighten me. I don't know either. Na Xian forced a smile, shaking his head. The archaic continents which have an origin are so rare. There's so few that we can count them with our fingers, even in a vast star area. In my knowledge, there were so many intimidating existences that wanted to take the origin. More often, they were out of their place and acted rashly. None of them had a decent end. He doesn't know how either. Ouyang Luo Shuang was shocked. She jolted up, rushing. He's a fool who entered that place recklessly. If he impulsively takes it, will he end up perishing his soul like you said? Na Xian frowned. Would he be that impulsive? You should have told him clearer. Ouyang Luo Shuang snorted. I'm afraid that he would take it immediately. You could have harmed him. Her words were heavy. He isn't the one who likes to take risks. He will be all right. Na Xian contemplated for a while. The origin of this land has existed for billions of years. This continent has given birth to countless outstanding warriors. It's still there, which means none of them had succeeded in taking it. Of course, it has something marvelous. You should know that, right? If he didn't know it and took it deliberately, what would happen then? Shouted Ouyang Luo Shuang. I'm afraid it won't be a good ending. Na Xian darkened his face. I think he wouldn't be in trouble. His heaven flames got the origin energy. He should have something unique to connect to the heaven flames. I think he will be all right. You better hope you're right. Ouyang Luo Shuang's face was cold. It seemed like she didn't want to see something bad happen to Sure Yan. Na Xian hesitated for a while. He seemed to recognize how serious the situation could be. He pondered, closing his eyes. A soul fluctuation covering the entire Grace mainland was released from him, running directly into the earth. 10 seconds later, Na Exine opened his eyes, giving a low shout. I found him. His soul consciousness had pierced through tens of thousands of miles underground to connect to Shurian. Don't take the origin impulsively. If you don't know how, just watch how it changes. Na Xian's soul consciousness thundered in Shurian's sea of consciousness. Shurian's consciousness was blurry. He woke up, his body shaking. He had consumed too much life energy. The fierce battle between the heaven flames was much more dangerous than what he had thought. It wasn't like the previous one. The primal chaos sacred flame and the immemorial demonic flame were the two high-ranked heaven flames. Their intellect was clear, and their life forms had ascended to perfection. They were the most marvelous creatures in this world. The immemorial demonic flame was at level 8. Which level was the flame that could scare it? The flame that ranked first among the heaven flames. Level 9. The top level of the heaven flames. A chill current poured into his god's soul from atop his head, covering the sea of consciousness and giving him an extreme fear. At this moment, he recognized that he was too impetuous. He was just at the king god realm, and he thought that he could do anything as he pleased in Grace Mainland, including gathering all the heaven flames. The appearance of the immemorial demonic flame and the primal chaos sacred flame were powerful slaps to his face. He now knew how perilous this kind of creature was when they reached the high level. Na Xian's soul consciousness came quickly and left even more quickly. It disappeared shortly after. Shurian wore an unusually grim face, while electric-like lights were crossing his mind. He was trying his best to find a way to support the heaven flames. I warned him. Na Xian took a deep breath, smiling reluctantly in the world outside. It's not too late. He hasn't done anything. With my reminder, he won't act rashly. Ouyang Luo Shuang exhaled in relief. She considered Shurian a thorny section of her martial path. She had used Shurian as the target for her cultivation. If Shurian died, she would have no one to compete against. At least, I have to defeat him myself. Then he could die, thought Ouyang Luo Shuang. The fierce battle of the heaven flames became more ferocious. Staying deep underground, Shurian could still feel the ice-cold flame and the earth flame shivering anxiously before the primal chaos sacred flame appeared. The battle between the 7 heaven flames and the immemorial demonic flame could be considered an equal battle. He didn't need to supplement his soul energy. However, when the heaven flame, which ranked first, appeared, not only the 7 heaven flames, but also the brutal immemorial demonic flame had to change its opponent. However, even when the heaven flames joining hands together with Shurian's life energy, they seemed unable to win. The primal chaos sacred flame had been in Earth's inner core, seizing the origin energy for so many years. It was unimaginably powerful indeed. A wisp of Na Xian's soul consciousness had awakened Shurian. However, after several minutes, due to his continually consumed soul energy, he felt dizzy again and his consciousness started to drift away. At this moment, Shurian figured out another meaning in Na Xian's words. Origin. It's true. It should be the origin, and it must be the origin. His eyes brightened, gazing at the origin in front of him, gazing at the most marvelous thing in this world. His desire was hard to calm down. He has no choice. The heaven flames had to take all of his life energy, or his soul altar had to be broken and be vanishing. Or he could let things go and let the primal chaos sacred flame take what it wanted and swallow all the heaven flames. Or he will forcefully take the origin energy and see if he can change everything. All the heaven flames born in Grace Mainland were closely related to the origin. The life form of each heaven flame depended on the origin. If he sees the origin, will he be able to change all these things? This thought arose once more, and it was like a haunting ghost that wouldn't be driven away. As his soul energy drifted, his consciousness became hazy. He chose to forget Na Xian's reminder while the thought of seizing the origin was surging vehemently. Eventually, When he couldn't gather his consciousness anymore, he had completely forgotten Na Xian's reminder. His shivering finger touched his forehead. The soul altar looked like a precious tower with many tears flying out from his head. The vast sea of consciousness, the magical powers Upanishad tear, the god soul, the flame of life, they piled up marvelously and beautifully. His god soul floated on the tier of power Upanishad, flickering like a running candle in the light, which would extinguish in any minute. Although he was in such a bad condition, his soul altar seemed unaware of the danger, flying towards the origin. Sizzle. Shi Yan's soul altar collided with a layer of hazy gray air. The traces of soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness were burned down instantly. Shortly, 1/10 of his vast sea of consciousness was consumed. He felt a pain that he couldn't endure from deep inside his soul. It was like a sharp weapon stabbing his brain. This kind of pain couldn't be described. Even if he was good at enduring pain and suffering, he couldn't stand it anymore. His god's soul swayed, and it was about to vanish. His dull, blurry consciousness woke up under such pain. Also at that moment, the blood mark on the forehead of his god soul suddenly sparkled. An electric-like light bloomed dazzlingly from a mark. A dusty memory fell like rain, running directly to a deep place of his soul. Heaven flame refining godly technique. Boom! The fantasy sky ring on his finger exploded. All kinds of cultivating materials that he had to spend a lot of effort to collect floated from the broken ring. Thunder which would, bloody soul, divine water, 5 elements crystal marrow. The 3 main ingredients and many auxiliary materials flooded his sea of consciousness, congregating there. The gray air intruding the sea of consciousness seemed to stimulate something. The blood mark on the god soul sent out a rainbow light, covering all main and auxiliary materials. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The frightening electric light and the divine light gathered. All the materials scattered, turning into a thick, chaotic mist that covered the entire sea of consciousness and the soul altar under the effects of heaven flame, refining godly technique. The pain that could be carved into his bones disappeared abruptly. The layers of gray air couldn't threaten him anymore. Shi Yan was happy, but he didn't dare to linger. He controlled the soul altar that directly crossed many gray air layers. He proceeded to seize the origin. As the heaven flame refining godly technique was processing, the most magical energy in earth and heaven expanded from the soul altar, seizing the origin. At that moment, Shi Yan's soul altar and the origin formed a connection. Then, a light radiated as his soul altar and the origin both appeared at the place where heaven flames were fighting fiercely. The battle of the heaven flames was now taking place right in front of him. At the most critical moment, Shi Yan stormed in. Chapter 904. Witness billions of years pass by. Chapter 904. Witness billions of years pass by, _ This was the unrecognizable area that Na Xian had mentioned. This place was by the chaotic space basin. 5-colored light meandered beautifully like long rivers crossing the sky. Light dots fell like unceasing meteors. Each moving light hit a power Upanishad, including the derivatives of 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, gravity, true light, death and life, space, reincarnation, and more. They were all mysterious and subtle, beyond people's imagination. This place didn't have earth and heaven energy, and the rivers carrying the powers Upanishad didn't have any attacking power. However, the mysteries of those powers didn't need the energy to urge. They could move naturally under some rules of earth and heaven. It was like a dream. 10 flames in different colors and different auras were diverging in different areas, just like the sea of light. They were trying to devour each other. His soul altar floated above the center of the heaven flames battle, which was at the critical moment. However, his soul altar didn't look normal. It had divided into 2 regions. The sea of consciousness was the lowest tier. Above it was the heaven flames and the powers Upanishad. This was where the soul altar divided. The god soul hovered above the power Upanishad tier, moving continually with the blood mark. The god soul was a projection of his god soul, with the burning flame of life that looked magnificently beautiful. Floating above the heaven flames tier was the origin. The origin and his god soul were in two different areas. The origin didn't have layers of gray air circling it. Now, it had only the rare and precious cultivating materials. The heaven flame refining godly technique made thunder, which would, 5 elements crystal marrow, blood soul divine water, and other auxiliary materials cover the origin like a membrane. The materials gradually dissolved and the magical energy seeped into the origin. His god soul still controlled the heaven flame refining godly technique, trying to merge the origin with his god soul. However, he didn't succeed. Whenever the origin came close to establishing a connection with the god soul, an unknown force that went against rules of earth and heaven would appear and forcefully cut the connection between Yin and the origin. He couldn't fuse with it. It seemed like something went wrong with the heaven flame refining godly technique that was instructed by the ring spirit. The origin couldn't merge with his god soul. After many failed attempted, Yin quieted down to analyze. While his hands were tied, the blood mark in his god soul had a strange commotion. A flow of magical energy fluctuation was generated from the blood mark, flooding the god soul. The pure soul energy shot out, forcefully taking something from Yin's god soul. It was an illusory shadow, a replica of his god soul that was identical to his. Parts of the soul, thoughts, traces, memories, and even the foundation of life were withdrawn from his god soul. The powerful energy of the blood mark then dragged it toward the origin. Soul dividing. A flash of light appeared in his mind, and Yin understood right away. The profundity that the blood mark was using was to divide the soul. It split the soul and duplicated his seals, creating another version of him. The soul that had just been split had taken a large amount of Yin's life energy in his god soul, making him exhausted and feel like he was actually dying. He didn't have any extra bit of energy to observe the situation. The split soul moved toward the origin under the blood mark surge. That split soul seemed to meet some requirements of earth and heaven's rules. It wasn't attacked and directly entered the origin. No gap between them. Boom! The thunder which would sparked. The blood soul divine water, the 5 elements crystal marrow, and other auxiliary materials dissolved rapidly. Strange energies started to seep into the origin from the membrane they had formed. Yin's split soul had fused into one with that origin. Their fusion hadn't finished yet, though. During the progress, the main and auxiliary materials melted, pouring into the origin, which facilitated and perfected the fusion between the split soul and the origin. At that moment, glum and mournful emotions and auras of archaic times emerged from a deep place in his soul. Billions of years ago, a life star floated in a desolate galaxy, continuously taking an energy from outer space, which gave vitality to it. After an unknown period, the barren life star started to have seas and foliage. Some kind of outer space energy fell into that life star like giant meteors. It then stimulated the profundities of earth and heaven, which gave birth to formidable, giant, immemorial creatures. The immemorial creatures were born with the gift of knowing how to utilize powers, absorbing energy to strengthen themselves and advancing their realms. Then one day, due to the competition for earth and heaven energy, wars exploded between immemorial creatures, sweeping the entire life star. Many immemorial creatures fell. The perception of immemorial creatures which won the war became more profound. As they understood the truth of earth and heaven, they didn't want to limit themselves to only a life star. They then entered outer space to seek for utmost power. This continent quieted down the second time. The immemorial era ended. Huge transformations happened. 100,000 years passed hurriedly. One day, a bunch of strange light fell from outer space, exploding in the sky. New vitality came to the continent. Although the immemorial creatures had fallen for many years, some bodies still remained. Receiving the mysterious vitality, they started to change silently. Due to their different races, the dead immemorial creatures transformed, spending thousands of years for new developments and giving birth to new lives. God clan, demon clan, monster clan, giant clan, dark spirit clan, corpse clan, human clan, sea clan, ghostmark clan, dark clan. Bizarre races originated from the dead bodies of different immemorial creatures. With different origins, they diverged into different races. The archaic continent had creatures for the second time. The ancient time started. As they were from different races, they had different cultivation methods, so they didn't bring grudges or create tension. They had lived in peace for dozens of thousands of years. Then, the Second War took place. The God clan became very powerful. The other 9 clans united to exile the God clan. Many experts had fallen. Then, the 9 clans lived together in the ancient continent. The ancient time ended. Human clan was the smallest and weakest clan. However, they had many dangerous and adaptive features. They could grow rapidly. They could breed and mix their blood with almost every race. Due to their bad innate endowment, they pursued intelligence instead. Members of the human clan were smart, and they were good at strategizing and planning. After blending their blood with different races, human clan eventually had outstanding talents, which were as excellent as other clans. With their super reproducing ability, the human clan multiplied their population, filling each corner of the ancient continent. As the human clan's population had been increasing too much, their demands on natural resources became too burdening, which concerned the other 8 clans. They recognized that a great disaster was about to happen. Another war started for the entire ancient continent. The Antiquity era started. Human clan had depended on their advantages of large numbers and the abilities of their hybrids to gain the upper hand. After the hotshots of the 8 clans had fallen, their next generations were hopeless. Day after day, the human clan pressed on their advantages, winning battle after battle. The populations of the other 8 clans continued to decrease. The human clan ultimately won the war. The other clans were sealed or fled away to the smallest spaces in outer space, leaving the archaic continent to human clan. The wind changed. Whenever a new era arrived, giving birth to new generations of experts, a war would take place on the continent. The ancient continent had experienced the immemorial era, the ancient time, and the antiquity era. After 3 big epochs, the continent was shattered and worn out. The energy it had accumulated for billions of years was about to exhaust it. The origin couldn't do anything as the ancient continent had come to the last phase of its energy cycle. During the 3 eras, the origin had the chances to diverge its power to fuse with different creatures and create heaven flames. The heaven flames were the origin's hosts. It wanted those heaven flames to be stronger. It hoped that even if it vanished, it could still leave some of its vestiges to this world through the haven flames. The ancient, desolate, and mournful overflowed from the origin, mixing with Shur Yan's split soul. At this moment, Shur Yan became the origin, and this continent his body. He was like an audience watching the whole life of this ancient continent from birth, thriving, and then vanishing. As his soul and the origin were fused, those images reflected in his heart, becoming his life seal, which stayed forever in the deep place of his soul, memories that he would never forget. Today, he had fused with the origin, and he seemed to become the real master of this ancient continent. This continent had become like his child. He had just watched his child grow up, age, and come to the end of life. Eventually, it dried up and died. This was a natural cycle. From deep inside his soul, the ancient continent had finished by projecting the recent events and today's commotion until this very moment. Sure, Yin suddenly found that while he didn't notice, his split soul had completely fused with the origin. Now, it had replaced the origin to be the new master of the ancient continent. However, his newborn baby was already aged and senile. It was the sunset behind the mountain. It would pass away soon. The origin was the most mysterious existence in this world, and it wasn't a still object. Its life form was totally different from normal creatures. It had witnessed everything. The three main materials and many more auxiliary materials had all melted, turning into a fluid that has been absorbed into his core and the origin. Now, he had another soul on the heaven flames tier of his soul altar. It was a chaotic sphere, moving continuously as if it would never cease. The God soul and that origin soul seemed to become his left and right brain respectively. The two souls weren't independent, but connected to each other. They had the same connection, thoughts, traces of memory, and the foundation of life. Yin knew that the chaotic sphere soul was also within him. The fierce battle between the 10 heaven flames was still happening. However, when he looked at them this time, he had a different feeling. Those 10 heaven flames were part of his origin soul. They were like 10 wisps of his pure soul consciousness. When this thought appeared in his mind, the sphere origin soul suddenly generated a suction force. His combined origin soul had gripped and pulled the 10 heaven flames, which were floating everywhere, forcefully towards his soul. The 7 heaven flames, which were connected with him before, took the initiative and entered his sphere origin soul without any hesitation. Then his power multiplied and the suction force increased several times. The immemorial demonic flame and the primal chaos scared flame tried hard to resist his force. However, after he had fused with the 7 heaven flames, they couldn't struggle anymore. Eventually, they were pulled into that sphere of origin soul. 10 different wisps of soul memory moved in panic and conflicted with each other inside the origin soul. They were all trying to take the upper hand, showing their traces of life. However, under the power of the origin soul, 10 soul memories and the soul thoughts had become part of his soul. Eventually, they fused with each other, turning into his incomplete traces of life. This was true fusion. Chapter 905, Two Souls. Chapter 905, Two Souls _ Yan's soul altar was floating in the unrecognizable area. His soul altar divided into 2 sections with 2 souls. One of them had a sphere shape with the chaotic energy of the 10 heaven flames within, which was being adjusted and stabilized. The soul above the tier of powers Upanishad was exhausted and dispirited. It was quiet, as if it was trying to feel something in this mysterious area. The mysterious rivers in this place twinkled like stars by his soul altar. Those rivers were filled with energy fluctuations of different powers Upanishad. After an unknown period, a river appeared by his soul altar. Yan suddenly pulled his consciousness together, and his soul altar moved accordingly, flying into that river. That river contained space energy fluctuation. The soul altar flew into the middle of the river. Yan felt like he had fallen into layers of chaotic spaces. His soul altar moved like a shuttle, piercing through many doors. He could get through several space doors without any trouble. The soul altar just flashed and slid through them smoothly. It seemed like his understanding of space power Upanishad had reached a certain level, which facilitated him to no longer be stagnant moving in this place. However, not long afterward, he found trouble. In front of him was a space layer, which was filled with radiant light. It functioned as a barricade to his soul altar. That door had many space lines and patterns moving disorderly. They seemed to hide some truth of earth and heaven. His soul altar had to stop. He tried to make his space energy fluctuate in the same frequency as the space energy of that door. It wasn't an easy task. His God soul was dispirited, gazing at the area with glorious, moving light while trying to adjust the energy fluctuation of his tier of power Upanishad. His soul moved like tentacles, touching the patterns made of disorderly space energy to sense the meaning and new profundities of space. Yan didn't know how long had passed. He just calmed down and tried to comprehend. After a while of comprehending the meanings, Space energy fluctuations in his tier of powers Upanishad had matched the patterns on that door. On that space layer, a door suddenly opened. His soul altar seized a chance and pierced through. A new door appeared similar to the previous one, with hidden space mysteries. His soul had touched it once, and he became baffled immediately. Swish! His soul altar was shocked, as if the sky had turned upside down. His consciousness became blurry. While his soul was still perplexed, he woke up to see himself in the Earth's inner core. However, the origin was no longer in front of him. His soul was tired, while his god body had an extreme desire for Earth and heaven energy all of a sudden, a desire that he couldn't press down no matter how hard he had tried. He was like a drug-addicted maniac who hadn't received a dose for quite a long time. This crazy yearning was madly burning his will. His soul altar spun rapidly like a vortex, as if it wanted to harvest something. Vaguely, he realized something, his face shocked. In the next moment, the entire ancient continent was projected in his sea of consciousness. He could check any corner of this continent. No one could hide from his observation. In this place, he was the sole god. His finger touched the void, and a space slit appeared in front of him. He flashed and disappeared. After a blink, a space slit appeared above Cold Wind Island of the Endless Sea. Yin emerged from there immediately. Fei Lan, Leona, Ziyao, Feng Rao, and Ka Tuo were wandering around Cold Wind Island as if they were observing the magical features of this ancient land. Yin came out of nowhere, landing by Feng Rao and asking her hurriedly, "Do you have divine crystals?" "Yes, I do." Feng Rao was scared. "Are you all right?" "Give them to me. Give me all of them. All the divine crystals." Yin shouted hastily. Feng Rao didn't hesitate, giving him all the divine crystals she had in the fantasy sky ring. They looked like transparent rocks flying towards him. A powerful suction force came from his god body, covering all the divine crystals. The divine crystals stuck on his body like fish scales like his armor. The energy in those divine crystals triggered at once, flowing massively into his god body. "Not enough." Yin hastened, saying only that. His body flashed. He disappeared one more time. "Give me divine crystals. All of them." He shouted at Ka Tuo, who was confused, giving a low shout. Ka Tuo was also astounded. However, he didn't say much. He just gave him all the divine crystals in his ring. Those crystals then stuck on Yin's body like fish scales. "Senior, Ka Fu keeps most of the divine crystals. I only have this many," Ka Tuo explained. He looked a little bit embarrassed. Yin was baffled for a while, disappearing. "Give me divine crystals. All." He appeared by Ziyao. "Give me divine crystals. Give me divine crystals. Give me divine crystals." He flashed on and off between Ziyao, Leona, and Carthu, making the same request. Those who knew him generously gave him all the divine crystals they had. The divine crystals then turned into the fish scales that stuck onto his god body. Shortly after, his body looked like one giant chunk of divine crystal. His god body was like a sponge, taking in the energy of the divine crystals massively. Each of the vessels in his body bulged, refining the energy of the divine crystals. All the energy then flooded the essence Qi ancient tree. The essence Qi ancient tree throve rapidly. Its jewel-like branches were weaving thickly as the tree jutted higher and higher. At the same time, Yin took out the heavenly mending pellet he had exchanged from Jester and swallowed it. Yin stayed in the center of Cold Wind Island, sitting down by Leona, Fei Lan, and Ziyao. People had recognized this significant event. Feng Rao, Carthu, and Kakto also gathered from their areas, surrounding Yin with strange faces. Is he about to break through? Leona looked at Fei Lan as she couldn't confirm this fact. Yeah, he's about to break through to the original God realm. Fei Lan nodded, her face strangely frowning. However, others didn't look like that when they went through their breakthrough. Is it maybe because of the exhausted energy in this continent? So he needs a lot of divine crystals? Ask Ka Tuo. Even if there's no beam of energy, using tens of thousands of divine crystals is a little bit exaggerated, right? Feng Rao had a stern visage. Did something unexpected happen? People then looked at Fei Lan. Fei Lan's eyes were filled with immense divine light as she continued observing Shi Yin, not losing track of him for even a moment. Suddenly, she said, "He's breaking through, but his tendency doesn't look normal." She screamed all of a sudden. Everybody was frightened, as they never imagined her screaming. The thick layer of divine crystals suddenly brightened like electricity winding around Shi Yin. His pores now had a clear suction force that madly absorbed the energy of the divine crystals. Gradually, light spots as glorious as stars shot out from Shi Yan's god body marvelously. "It's the light emitting from his acupuncture points." Fei Lan hissed. Everybody was frightened. Breaking through the original god realm could have this much activity from the acupuncture points? Ka Tual's voice trembled as he asked. No one could answer him. "I think he's using so much energy from the divine crystals, not just to break through or condense the original spirit. He ate 2 heavenly mending pellets, which can heal even the greatest loss of his soul energy with only 1 piece." After pausing for a while, Fei Lan continued. "He seems to have quenched his body. Using the acupuncture points to absorb the energy from the divine crystals, I have never seen anyone done it before. Also, I have never heard of anyone breaking through the original god realm with this form." Everybody quieted down. They knew Shi Yin must have undergone some marvelous changes. However, they didn't know whether those changes were good or bad. The only thing they could do was to guard this area to prevent any other people from disturbing Shi Yin's advancement. Cold Wind Island. Shi Yin floated in the center of the island, closing his eyes with his god body, emitting strange energy fluctuations. Tens of thousands of divine crystals shrouded his body, radiating dazzlingly. After the energy had started to pour into his god body, one of his acupuncture points glowed. At the same time, the divine crystals, which contained earth and heaven energy, lost their energy and turned into the ordinary rocks, falling off of his god body. After around 6 hours, half of the divine crystals were exhausted, turning into gray stones and falling off his god body. Not enough. It's obvious that those divine crystals aren't enough. Fei Lan was astounded, hissing, "He needs more divine crystals." Ka Tual, Ziyao, Feng Rao, and Carthu discolored, taking action almost immediately. They scattered, releasing their soul consciousness to find their friends who also came here. Fei Lan took a deep breath, using her vast soul consciousness to contact the giants. She wanted to do something for Shi Yin. Dead Soul Mountain Range. Not Xian, the giant oldie, was still waiting for something in silence. All of a sudden, he jolted and frowned. "He's in Cold Wind Island. Please lend us the divine crystals. Have your tribal members bring them. We promise we will repay all of it." Shi Yin is breaking through. He seems to need a massive amount of earth and heaven energy. However, earth and heaven energy in this continent have been exhausted. He doesn't have enough. Fei Lan sent her soul message to Na Xian's Sea of Consciousness. Why did he go to Cold Wind Island? Ouyang Luo Shuang was confused. Na Xian shook his head, not explaining anything. He squinted, releasing his soul consciousness to contact his fellow giants on this ancient continent. "Whoever is near Cold Wind Island, hurry back to the island and give your divine crystals to our little friends." Many giants received his message. They didn't say anything, pausing their work and going to Cold Wind Island. 4 hours later, the first giant came. He walked to Fei Lan and asked, "Our tribal oldie asked us, do you need divine crystals?" Fei Lan nodded. That giant smiled honestly, throwing the divine crystals he had to Fei Lan. He had more than 10,000 pieces. Fei Lan was so happy. She used her energy to cover the divine crystals and threw them at Shi Yan's god body. Shi Yan's body then sucked them. The divine crystal stuck on the chunk, made of divine crystals. At this moment, the divine crystals stuck on his body have almost all been consumed. Half of 720 acupuncture points in his body were glowing magnificently. However, it seemed that the quantity of divine crystal he had was insufficient. Luckily, after another 2 hours, another clansman of the giant tribe returned. The giant gave Fei Lan divine crystals, as Na Xian had asked them to do, and let her throw them to Shi Yin personally. Chapter 906, Original God Realm. Chapter 906, Original God Realm. _ Cold Wind Island, Endless Sea. Shi Yin looked like a small mountain built of divine crystals, floating in the center of this island. Divine crystals of different sizes stuck to his body. The light was moving as the massive energy of the divine crystals continued to pour into his god body. Fei Lan, Leona, Ziyao, Feng Rao, and Kat Tuo circled him, their faces strange. Around 10 giants who were around 10 meters tall also stayed nearby to watch him. They were very curious and excited. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Shi Yin didn't move. His eyes were still closed. It seemed like his soul had wandered to the divine land. However, his god body had continued to absorb the massive amount of energy from the divine crystals. This process seemed to never end. Today, Na Xian took Ouyang Luo Shuang, and they arrived in Cold Wind Island from Dead Soul Mountain Range. At first glance, they saw Shi Yin floating there. Na Xian's eyes brightened like diamonds. He couldn't help but cry. Indeed, Ouyang Luo Shuang shivered slightly as bright light sparkled in her eyes. She whispered loudly, "He must have fused with the origin." Na Xian nodded, giving compliments. "I can't believe it. This kid is supernatural. He dared to fuse the heaven flames with the origin. When he breaks into the original God realm, it will be a big happy surprise." Seeing Na Xian arrive, Fei Lan's team came forward, bending their bodies slightly to thank him for his generosity. Na Xian waved his hands, smiling. "Just the divine crystals. No need to mind them. We're also happy to see that our ancestral land could have such a genius." "Tribal oldie, what's going on?" asked a muscular giant. "He is fused with the origin. He's breaking through to the original God realm. When he wakes up, his original spirit will be formed," smiled Na Xian. "Fused with the origin?" Fei Lan's wrinkled face shivered as she was astounded. "This place has an origin." "Of course," Na Xian confirmed, smiling. "Although the origin is small, it does exist. He has such a fortune. He has fused his soul with the origin. Perhaps, when he wakes up, he will be the sole god of this continent. Every single thing in this continent won't be able to avoid his soul's extent." Everybody was dumbstruck. "How much do you know about the origin, precursor?" Fei Lan chose her words gingerly, speaking in a low tone. "Our raging flame, star area, doesn't have any ancient continents with an origin. I've heard from my precursors just a little bit about them. Please enlighten us about the profundities of the origin." Leona, Carthu, and the others also looked at him yearningly. Ouch, Na Xian was bewildered. He looked a bit embarrassed. "I don't understand its mysteries thoroughly. Anyway, all we know about the origin are told through generations. However, no one has ever seen it. I can confirm one thing, though. The one who has the origin will become the master of the ancient continent. He will be able to connect the entire continent using his soul." After pausing for a while, Na Xian continued. "Anyway, there's something different. The incipient extent is generated by the soul altar of the warrior, which can be easily controlled to perform different abilities. A warrior with the origin can't do that. However, we have to use millions or billions to count the number of years an ancient continent has existed. The origin is the witness of the long river of history. A warrior with the origin can see the birth, the peak, and decline of the said ancient continent. Through that sequence, he will be able to understand some deep meanings of earth and heaven. This kind of encounter helps the warrior in progressing his realm a lot." As soon as he said that, everybody admired while discreetly being surprised. "Anyway, he doesn't look like what I said," said Na Xian. Everybody was stunned, waiting for his next explanation. "Although he has to fuse with the origin, I don't think he has to use so many divine crystals like that, right? Na Xian wasn't sure. Look at that amount of divine crystals. Even I can't estimate the pure energy in there. He's just breaking to the original God realm from his king God realm. Why does he need a lot of dense energy like that? What is that light emitted from his acupuncture points? Apparently, he couldn't see what was happening either. The giant didn't know it, so everybody else could only force a smile and observe the situation. Na Xian was bewildered for a while before he smiled and relaxed. Seems like this boy knows something beyond our knowledge. Otherwise, we wouldn't see such a phenomenon. Haha, just keep it low and watch the changes. Everybody didn't know what to say. Also, they knew they didn't have any better solution, so they continued to watch Shi Yan. Several days passed. The divine crystals lost their energy and fell off Shi Yan's body. They turned into normal rocks. Some even scattered into dust, scattering away. Gradually, all the divine crystals stuck on his body fell. In the end, dozens of remaining divine crystals still had a little amount of energy. Shi Yan's god body couldn't absorb all the divine crystals, which meant his need of energy had been saturated. Although Shi Yan's god body didn't take more energy, the light projected from his acupuncture points was still dazzling. 720 acupuncture points were spread around his muscles. They were blindingly bright, just like marvelously twinkling stars. His breathing gradually calmed down. It was like his breathing had magically matched with some movement of this archaic continent. It was unknown why people could feel the aura of the earth under their feet from him. It seemed like he had turned into a part of this ancient continent. The most important part. At this moment, everybody now knew that Shi Yan's breakthrough had passed the critical point. He just needed time to finish it. The warrior who fuses with the origin has to condense his essence, qi, several times more. It should be like a ribbon in the galaxy. It's the god power. Fei Lan took a deep breath, turning to Na Xian and asking for his opinion. So after Shi Yan has broken through, his essence qi will automatically transform into god power. People here had never heard about the god power. Listening to her question, they all turned to Na Xian. Na Xian smiled and nodded. True, he can control the god power in advance because his original spirit has the origin. He paused for a while, looking at Karthu, Ziyao, and Ka Ta, speaking sincerely. Although you guys are all at the original god realm, the original spirit he has condensed should be much more magical than yours. I don't know much about it particularly. I just heard some rumors, so I don't dare say this is certain. God power. Feng Rao's knitted her bold brows. What's the difference? It's the purest form of earth and heaven energy, said Fei Lan. Before we've broken through to the ethereal god realm, the energies in the warriors' bodies are also different due to different races. For example, the demon clan cultivates earth and heaven energy in the form of demon qi. After they've refined it, it will turn into the demon origin. And the Ghostmar clan accumulate mysterious yin qi in your body. It's the yin power. The Dark clan cultivates 9 serenities qi. It's the dark power. And the Monster clan has the monstrous power. Different races have different body structures. Although they are different forms of energy, they originated from the same earth and heaven energy. This condition will last until the warriors have reached the ethereal god realm. Their energies then will be converted to god power. The mighty god power can break the chains of limitation. Warriors with god power can seize any kind of energy. They can absorb demon qi, 9 serenities qi, mysterious yin qi, anything to create the god power. God power can become the combination of different energies or the sublimated form of energy. It's the most primal form of earth and heaven energy. Fei Lan talked slowly, and while she was speaking, she often looked at Na Xian as if she wanted him to confirm that what she was saying was true. Na Xian smiled and continued to nod to confirm her knowledge. After she finished, he summarized. Usually, when a warrior is breaking through the ethereal god realm, he can convert his energy to god power. However, a few people with amazing destinies who got some mysterious but marvelous encounters can create god power in the original god realm. And Shi Yan, Is this or a person? Everybody put on a longing face. He's worth the name of my senior, said Kata. My man is that marvelously unique. Feng Rao smiled proudly and charmingly. He's sure yin all right, nodded Carthu. Fei Lon and Leona expressed that this was inevitable and right. While they were talking, the light on Shi Yan's 720 acupuncture points dimmed out. Eventually, all the light disappeared. Those glorious beams of light seemed to be retrieved into his god body. After a while, a surging wave of energy emitted from his god body. Tiny contaminants oozed out from his pores. Then, a sour smell diffused. Those were dregs generated by the god body, one of the barriers of the warrior's cultivation. While the god body took in energy, contaminants and dregs would settle in the veins and pores. They would hinder the circulation of energy, which reduced the performance of a tenacious god body. When those dregs oozed out, it meant Shi Yan's god body had been quenched to another level. A flame ignited, and those dregs and contaminants were burned down, leaving no trace. Shi Yan's god body was dark red, emitting radiant light. He looked like the perfect saber. Each of his muscles was lean and tight. They didn't look too big, but they astonishingly matched with each other. Everybody was surprised. Looking at his body, they could see the bursting energy within his muscles. That god body is so strong that its tenaciousness could compare to our giant tribe. He seems to have something magical, not Xian appraised. His body contains blood chi that is much more than the giants at the same level, and his body is dozens of times smaller than ours. A giant at the original god realm looked at Shi Yan and then closed his eyes to sense. After a while, he became dispirited. How could it be? He's just a human. He looks fragile and small. How could he have reached such intensity? He couldn't explain it, and neither could the others. Is it because of the origin? Carthu asked. Na Xian shook his head. No. The origin could help the soul alter only. It has no effect on the god body. His wonderful changes in his god body could be because of something we didn't know. They didn't know the reasons, and they were very suspicious. They thought that everything about Shi Yan was completely different from normal people. He was simply a freak. While the others were still dumbstruck, Shi Yan's brows twitched. He had been quiet for so many days. It seemed like he was about to wake up as he had finally finished his breakthrough. Seconds later, Shi Yan woke up chuckling. Chapter 907, The Soul God. Chapter 907, The Soul God, _ Opening his eyes, Shi Yan smiled, seeing his friends. His condition was now perfect. His god body was refined one more time. Each of 720 acupuncture points in his body had become a new world with territory several times bigger. His soul consciousness checked his body's condition. The massive vortexes were revolving unceasingly in the acupuncture points according to the miraculous rules of nature. Crystal lines crossed the world inside the acupuncture points like gorgeous rainbows in the void. They elongated to extremely far areas, creating some unknown magical spirit chart. Although the god body was as rigid as the purest iron, once the energy circulated, it was extremely flexible. Shi Yan could do anything he pleased. The soul altar had 2 areas in the tier of Upanishad and heaven flames above the sea of consciousness. The 2 souls floated above that tier. One was his original soul, controlling the important functions of the entire body. It connected the vortex in his abdomen and the luxuriant god power ancient tree. The fountain of the enormous energy glowed radiantly. Near there was an immense nebula with countless stars. A massive diamond-like star was still moving in that nebula. His thought flickered. The newly generated god power flowed like a stream of stars, rolling in his vessels and creating the immense energy fluctuation. Original God realm. He had finally crossed the threshold. After countless times of ascetical cultivation, he had finally reached this realm today. Although they were all at original God realm, he believed his real competence had far surpassed Kak Ta and Ziyao's, the 2 warriors who had just entered the original God realm too. If he had to risk his life against them, He was definitely sure that he could easily kill those who had just entered the first sky of original God realm like Ka Tual and Ziyao. And it was highly possible that he could defeat Ao Guduo, a second sky of original God realm, as well. A challenge of skipping level wasn't really a matter to him. Quite the contrary, it brought him more confident. Naxian, the giants, Fei Lon, Leona, and Carthu were eyeing Shiyin. They wanted to know how tremendous he had become. Fusing with the origin was something that only the luckiest man in legends could do. His luck was amazing. He had the god power even before his right time. Such a lucky champ. Naxian appraised. He has the origin and fused it with his soul. This time we got to our ancestral land. Nobody could get a bigger harvest than yours. Carthu's group was envious. The raging flame star area didn't have any ancient continents. The description and explanation of the origin were just legends. They didn't know about its profundities. The legends of the origin were mysterious and unclear. Still, their unclear knowledge of the origin didn't mean that they knew nothing about its magical effects. My fate has always been good, Shiyin chuckled. The 10 heaven flames were born by a beam of the origin's purest energy. After they had been fused with the origin, which then perfectly combined with Shiyan's soul, the experience of each heaven flame had become a trace of a memory deeply carved in his mind, becoming part of his soul. The spherical soul was the origin, the heaven flames, and the real master of Grace Mainland. The continent was divided into many pieces, projected in his sea of consciousness. When his thoughts flickered, no area on this continent could avoid his soul sensing. He was the sole god of this continent. Shiyin was like an audience member watching the birth of a continent, observing it thrive to the peak and then decline. He saw all the events that had happened in the billions of years. His familiarity with this continent was greater than any other existence. His soul was the inner core of the continent, which used to be the fountain of energy. Have you found what you wanted to see yet? Shiyin stopped smiling, glancing at Naxian. We haven't located the target yet. Naxian shook his head, forcing a smile. The ancestral land that year and what we see today are different. We need more time. Let me help you. Shiyin pondered for a while and then grinned. He touched the air. Space power Upanishad changed at his fingertip. A ring of light suddenly enlarged, creating a light passage. People could see a vague area through that light passage. The ancient continent is divided into several pieces. Due to the change of seas, many areas were relocated. I can find what you can't search as easily as flipping a hand. Shiyin said seriously, Go. At the end of that light passage is a piece of the barren continent. It used to be the cradle of your giant clan, and it is also the ancestral land you've mentioned. There's a strange area 1,000 meters underground. It should be the forbidden land that the giant clan protected. He was now the master of the ancient continent. After he had fused with the origin, he had all things of the continent projected in his mind. None of those areas could avoid his sensing. Shiyin would be the first one, no, any warrior regardless of his profound realm or power, once he descended on this continent. Many holy lands of the original areas of the 10 clans had sunk underground or were sealed with many barriers and restriction. It would be tough for other people to search and access the place. However, it was easy to him. His soul consciousness had sensed the birthplace of the giant clan underground. It was a large area of stone buildings and palaces. He could even see statues of the giant ancestors. It was the homeland that the giants had protected with their history and inheritance. Naxian's eyes brightened. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and nodded. Thank you. You helped us save a lot of time and efforts. I want to thank you for your heavy gift. If you didn't give me so many divine crystals to break through, I couldn't have gotten through it safely, said Shiyin honestly. With your innate endowment and competence, your future is immeasurable. Naxian appraised. Then, he didn't say more. He just nodded to the giant clansmen standing next to him. Let's go. We're going to the ancestral land. The giants agreed grumblingly. Their faces thrilled as their giant bodies shook slightly. Members of the giant clan entered the space passage created by Yin as guided. They started to move to the most mysterious land of their clan. After the last giant disappeared into the passage, Yin arched his brows, asking Phelan. Fusing with the origin is just accommodating the soul, right? Could it be two souls coexisting? Phelan was baffled. She carefully remembered the legends. After a while, she spoke up. Never heard of such a strange phenomenon. Yan's heart shivered. His face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He also knew it wasn't normal. Both Na Xin and Phelan explained that once fusing with the origin, the soul would be merged perfectly with the origin. They would become one. But Yin had two souls. His souls seemed to be split, and they seemed completely different. Since Na Xin and Phelan were precursors with profound knowledge, if they didn't know it, Yin was afraid that the others couldn't. This planted a seed of anxiety in his heart. However, when he circulated his soul altar, he found nothing wrong with the two souls. They had even supported each other, and Yin didn't feel anything annoyed. Between the two souls, his original soul was in charge of everything as if it was the host's soul. It controlled the god body and all powers, urging the powers Upanishad. The ball-shaped soul could urge and use the powers of the heaven flames. It was familiar with all abilities of the 10 heaven flames. His thoughts moved, and the icy, scorching auras could perform naturally and strongly. The fountain of these energies stayed deep in his soul. It didn't need the other energies in his body. The heaven flame tier in the soul altar had the auras of 10 heaven flames. Just like the powers Upanishad, they were interlinked with his soul. The abilities and energy of the heaven flames in the heaven flame tier could run into the sea of consciousness and expand to the entire body from there. He could activate them in any minute. Yin sensed carefully for a while. He found no conflict between the two souls. Although they were distinctive, they were actually matched without any gap. Currently, he found no abnormal signals or aftermath of the fusion. Although he was suspicious before he could find an answer, he didn't want to explain it to everybody. Thus, he decided not to say anything. I think you will feel bored staying in this place. Smiling, he spoke to Phelan and the others. Give me a little time. After the giants have done their stuff, we will get back immediately, returning to that level 7 life star. Yeah, earth and heaven energy in this place are almost exhausted. Phelan nodded. After you fused with the origin, earth and heaven energy in this area have been running out faster. In several years, there will be no beam of energy left. This place isn't suitable to cultivate or understand realms. Everybody nodded. Yin understood. He didn't say anything and just took a deep breath. Space energy fluctuated around him. He extended his arms, tearing the void. A new passage appeared by him, leading directly to the perpetual night forest in divine Greatland. He could vaguely see utmost 8 purgatory city at the end of the passage. In this archaic continent, his space power Upanishad wasn't limited. The abilities he couldn't use in other areas would be much easier here due to the origin. In the past, if he wanted to connect 2 areas in the Grace Mainland, he must use the formation and some other materials. However, he directly carved the formation in the void using his soul consciousness with the energy supply from the magical energy fluctuation of the origin. He could simply and easily connect different areas. In the ancient continent, he was the master. With his understanding of space power, he could connect 2 poles of the continent as he pleased. However, this ability was only effective in the ancient continent. When he wasn't in this area, this ability wouldn't work. Moving like an electric rainbow, he entered the passage. After a flash, he appeared inside utmost purgatory city. Many warriors had realized the passage in the void. They lifted their faces to observe. Seeing him emerging, they were all startled. Yin, Yang Mu couldn't help but shout. The youth of the Yang family, including Yang Shui, Li Feng, and Yang Meng, were perplexed to see him. They were astounded discreetly. Deji, Yin smiled, talking right after he landed. How was your preparation? Almost done. Yang Mu answered and took a step forward to hug him. He didn't know why he suddenly felt uneasy. Shi Yin was very different, while Yang Mu had just the sky realm. Because of the big gap between their realms, he felt a little bit embarrassed. Chapter 908, Her News. Chapter 908, Her News, _ Shi Yin smiled brightly, walking forward to hug him back. He laughed. Deji, don't mind it too much. When we arrive in a new place, with your talent and realm, you will advance quickly. I know many pellets and magical inheritance. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. You didn't change. Haha, you didn't change even a bit. That's good. Yang Mu was happy. I was worried that you wouldn't want to accept such a useless Deji like me. Why? Shi Yin spoke to him honestly. When I was in trouble in the endless sea, you had crossed thousands of miles to rescue me. I will never forget your great kindness to me. Good brother. Yang Mu patted his shoulder. Then he cried in pain. Hey, is your body made of iron? Currently, Shi Yin was at the original God realm. The tenacious of his body wasn't something Yang Mu could imagine. He patted Shi Yin's shoulder, but Shi Yin didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Yang Mu felt like he had hit iron or steel. His hand felt numb, his mind blown away. Shaking his arm, Yang Mu forced a smile, sighing unceasingly. He knew that the gap between him and Shi Yin was like the sky and the abyss. Yang Mu was at Sky Realm. In Shi Yin's eyes, the eyes of an original God Realm expert, he wasn't different from a worm or an ant on the ground. Shi Yin just needed to raise his hand, and he could kill many. You're so awesome. Yang Ming was terrified. Shi Yin chuckled. One day, you guys will have the same things. Moreover, I believe you don't need a long time to reach a profound realm. The Grace Mainland isn't suitable for you guys. When we come to another better world, you will see many unbelievable things, but you can touch them all. The level 7 life star where not Xin lived had a lot of spiritual herbs on the ground. With alchemist Jester's support, they could refine many kinds of magical pellets. Staying in the exhausted Grace Mainland, they could reach such levels. That would be enough to prove their innate ability and competence. Once they had a richer arena, their breakthrough would occur faster and smoother. Long time no see. Shi Yin looked at the two girls on the ground, smiling brightly. Have you prepared to leave yet? They were He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing. After many years, they still had the same beautiful makeup. Their bodies were charming and stunning, and their faces were like the blooming flowers. Almost done, Chu Yanqing smiled. It's good to see you again. Have you ever met Xian Yinjiajia? He Qing Man studied him, contemplating for a while and then asking weakly. Shi Yin frowned. A gleam of sadness crossed his eyes. No, I haven't heard from her for so many years. Shi Yin's heart was very soft for Xia Xian Yin. When he left Grace Mainland that year, they had lost the connection. He knew that she was still alive, but he didn't know where she was. As He Qing Man said so, he suddenly realized that he should go to that hidden domain to check. Perhaps he could find something. In that year, his realm wasn't enough, and his knowledge of space power wasn't as profound as it is now. Also, he had many important things to shoulder. He didn't dare to risk his life searching her. However, he thought his chance had finally come today. Xian Yin went through many hardships for you, though. When she came to the endless sea with you, she had done as much as she could for you. He Qing Man lowered her head, sighing. I know. After I'm done with matters here, I'm going to find her. Don't worry, Shi Yin nodded, his face touched. It's true. When he had nothing with him, he had Xia Xian Yin. They had befriended and went to the endless sea together. Through many adventures, this girl had borne a lot of things because of him. Yang Tian Emperor, Long Zhu, and Yun Hao came after they had seen the passage. They were all excited, satisfied, and full of wishes for the new life. I've opened the passage. When you're done, you can get in at any time. I've arranged the other side too. Nothing unexpected, explained Shi Yin with a smile. All right, we're almost done. Long Zhu nodded, his face cheerful. I want to help more people, Shi Yin explained reluctantly. I'll see you guys at the entrance. Then he left. Shortly after, His aura disappeared as if he had directly merged himself to earth and heaven. Shi Yin went to the gathering place of the demon clan. It was a misty gray area. He shouted, "I bring you hope." Shi Yin appeared out of nowhere in the ancient corpse tomb, speaking to Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea, the masters of the corpse clan now. "Follow me. We're going to leave this continent. It's no longer suitable for you guys." He found the remaining members of the Ghost Mark clan in the shady firmament old mound. He said the same thing. "This place is no longer suitable for your cultivation. I've found you guys a new place." Deep under the endless sea, Shi Yin directly talked to the chiefs of the tribes of the Sea clan. He said the same thing. "I bring you new hope." Among the 10 clans from the ancient times, Shi Yin had visited the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, the Ghostmark Clan, the Dark Clan, the Corpse Clan, and the Sea Clan, all the clans except for the God Clan that had disappeared and the Dark Spirit Clan which got eradicated. He created a passage connecting to the cold wind island of the endless sea. He brought them new hope. Energy in the Grace mainland was about to empty out. If the warriors stayed here, their energy would be drained out gradually, leading to their deaths. After receiving the origin, his point of view changed completely. The clans he used to think that should be swept over were now parts of the continent in his eyes. The origin had given birth to them. As he had fused with the origin, it was his responsibility to find them a way to survive. Kenny was dead. The Dark Spirit clan was uprooted. Now, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea ruled Corpse Clan. Shi Yin had lost his interest in taking revenge to the Ghost Mark clan since Zenith was also dead. The Monster Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Demon Clan didn't have any hotshots worth his attention. After he showed off his power, he had encountered no resistance. All clans understood the situation of the continent well. When he told them that he wanted to take them out of this place, no one opposed it. All thanked him for his favor. The 7 remaining clans included the Demon Clan, Monster Clan, Dark Clan, Ghostmark Clan, Corpse Clan, Sea Clan, and Human Clan. All of their members had received Shi Yin's favor of having a chance to leave this continent. Passages appeared above the Cold Wind Island, connecting many places of the Grace mainland. Clansmen of different races followed their leaders, crossing through the passage to gather in this island. With existences at high levels like Fei Lon and Leona, all the clansmen were as nice as the sheep. They cooperated well and followed their management. Of course, members of the clans were scattered around the continent. It took a lot of time to gather them. After Shi Yin had created the passages for the clans, he left by himself to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain. He stood in front of that chaotic space, frowning and looking at bunches of light shooting disorderly. He urged the soul consciousness to check. His soul consciousness moved like a bunch of light piercing through the place, trying to use the mysterious ability of the immortal demon blood to find Xia Xian. After a while, a beam of his soul consciousness was stopped by a thick space barrier. No matter how hard he had tried, he couldn't get through it. Frowning, he tried to release more energy to attack that barrier. However, he found that it was really tough. With his cultivation base of the original God realm, his current powers, and his perception of space power Upanishad, he still couldn't get through the barrier. It was obvious that this barrier was formed recently. It seemed like someone had sealed the place. This barrier looked like the closed border between the Raging Flame Star area and not Exine Star area. It seemed like only the Hollow Channel could connect them. With his cultivation base of the original God realm and his current powers, he couldn't create the Hollow Channel under the given circumstances since he knew nothing about the other star area. He didn't have that ability yet. However, he knew one thing. He knew that the area behind that barrier should be another star area, another world. It might be close to Grace mainland or pretty far away. If his immortal demon area couldn't seep through that barrier, it was possible that it was a star area far, far away. Vaguely, he felt Xia Xian Yin was still alive, but he couldn't trace her location, her thoughts, and soul energy fluctuation. After several attempts, he reluctantly gave up and returned to the Cold Wind Island dispirited. Not Xian and the clansmen of the giant tribe had come back. They looked excited as if they got a big harvest. What happened? Seeing Yin have a bad mood, not Xian asked deliberately. Is there anything you couldn't do in Grace Mainland with your competence now? I want to find a person. Unfortunately, I got nothing, Yin sighed. My soul consciousness can't pierce through the barrier because it could lead to another star area. Sigh. I don't know when I will get a chance to see her again. Where is it? Can you take me there to check? Na Xian was curious. Yin was surprised. He nodded as he spoke to him. Follow me. Shortly afterward, Yin and Na Xian appeared in the ice and fire secret domain. He led the giant to that chaotic space, pointing at the passage with many beams of shooting light. There, Na Xian observed for a while, releasing his soul consciousness to sense for something. After a long time, Na Xian's eyes brightened. He looked very shocked, speaking to Yin. That space barrier has the aura of the shadow ghostly prison, which is dark and gloomy. It gives the soul shadows of ghosts as if we're in hell. I'm sure it's the shadow ghostly prison. Yan's eyes were sharp as he hissed. Shadow ghostly prison? Where is it? A mysterious area in our agate star area. I heard that it has a shattered hollow channel and a hollow flood current that is sealed. It used to be the space gate hub of the agate star area. Na Xian took a deep breath, speaking seriously. If the one you're looking for has crossed the chaotic space current in this area, that one should be in our agate star area if nothing unexpected happened. Perhaps you know that not only our giants had pursued the God Clan that year. Many other clans of Grace Mainland have come and lived in the agate star area like us. Perhaps they have found a line connecting to the ancient continent in the shadow ghostly prison of the agate star area. Yin was stunned. Are you saying that the one I'm looking for is in the agate star area? The star area that we are about to go to? If nothing's wrong with my sensing abilities, it should be like that. Na Xian nodded to confirm his presumption. Yin was completely shocked. Chapter 909, A Great Migration. Chapter 909, A Great Migration. __. When the last batch of the lowest realm warriors got through the ethereal extent and landed on the level 7 life star, the Great Migration of the Grace Mainland's residents finally ended. Old Orchid Star was the name of this level 7 life star, where dwelled the giant tribe. Yin, Phelan, Leona, and the giant joined hands to cast complex barriers and formations by the lake near the foot of the mountain, which reduced the gravity by 200 times to help the newcomers adapt to the environment here. Old Orchid Star had a tremendous gravity, much more than the Grace Mainland. Even true God Realm warriors found it hard to get used to his place, panting while walking. If they didn't set up another destination, which had adjusted gravity for the warriors lower than Sky Realm, the warriors wouldn't even be able to stand. They could only crouch on the ground and do nothing. Only warriors at the King God Realm could move freely in the Old Orchid Star. However, even they couldn't fly. Warriors from the Grace Mainland came from different races. There are dozens of thousands of them, and most of them had low realms around Nascent Realm or Disaster Realm. After they arrived, they were taken to the new rest stop, which saved them from being crushed by the massive gravity. Life stars with such formidable gravity were really rare in the agate star area. It might be because of this reason that many strong clans couldn't stay in this life star, leaving the giant tribe alive in peace until now. Yin had a better knowledge of the agate thanks to Na Xian. Na Xian said that the agate star area was immensely vast, with countless life stars at different levels. It had around 100 level 7 life stars, and perhaps thousands or even dozens of thousands of level 6 life stars. Mineral stars, dead stars, solar stars, and lunar stars were like sand or gravel by the sea, scattered along the whole star area. This place didn't have only the races they knew about. Besides the Demon Clan, Dark Clan, Monster Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, Ghostmark Clan, Sea Clan, and Human Clan, there were more living in different corners of the star area. They could find the clans who had existed in the antiquity time of the Grace Mainland in the agate star area, including the God Clan. However, this clan wasn't welcome in this star area. Many clans were hostile towards this clan. Perhaps it was the reason why the members of the God Clan in the agate star area were so little. Once they appeared, they could be hunted down immediately. Clearly, the Agate Star area wasn't a paradise for the God Clan, where the other big clans hated them a lot. This new star area had around 100 different races. Some were extremely intimidating, while the others were weak and fragile. Some had even gone extinct. The Agate Star area was a real big hodgepodge of races. There were Fire Clan, Ice Clan, Wood Clan, Crystal Clan, Wind Clan, etc. were all living in this star area. Many of them were so peculiar that they were beyond Shurian's perception of this world. Taking the Fire Clan as an example, this race lived only on the solar stars. All members of the Fire Clan cultivated the scorching power, and a flame was always burning on their body, making them magical and extraordinary. Most of the solar stars of the Agate Star area were controlled by the Fire Clan. This clan even had the power to block the flaming energy of the solar star, saving the energy for their clansmen's cultivation. The Ice Clan was totally opposite to them. They lived in the extremely cold areas. They were born and lived in the glaciers. The clansmen of this race had a unique body structure, and they only cultivated icy power. And then there was the Wood Clan. Rumors said that they were born from an ancient holy tree. They had a wooden body with real wood texture on it. Clansmen of the Wood Clan knew how to use wood power Upanishad from the day they were born, and they could use only the wood power. They were the indulged children of the woods, the master of the woods. They lived in the forest, with towering ancient trees as their homes. Another example was the Crystal Clan. Their god body was a crystal, as if they were cut and engraved by different colored crystals. They were infinitely magnificent, with brilliant, marvelous light. This star area had more amazing yet bizarre clans, living in different areas. They all had their own life stars and territories. Almost 100 clans were scattered around this immensely vast star area, living on countless life stars and owning a large number of mineral stars, dead stars, solar stars, and lunar stars. Together with the other mysterious and perilous lands, they created this high-level life star called Agate Star area. Naxion's introduction had scared many warriors, including Fei Lon, Leona, and the warriors from the Raging Flame Star area. They were surprised a lot because of the profundities of the Agate Star area. Before they came here, who could have ever imagined such a strange star area? How could it have almost 100 extraordinary races like that? You guys can live here. This old orchid star is our giant's territory at the moment. This star doesn't have many natural resources, but I think it's enough for you. Naxion walked to the lake, looking at the warriors who came from his ancestral land while talking seriously. You can collect all the materials in the old orchid star. We won't mind it. The old orchid star has many regions we haven't explored and exploited yet. You guys can work on it later. Does the old orchid star have a divine crystal mine? Asked Kada. Starting from the King God realm, divine crystals became the main items they used to restore their energy. It was also the currency in the Raging Flame Star area. The divine crystals could be absorbed and turned into different kinds of energy suitable for warriors of different races. With this characteristic, the divine crystal was popular in any star area because it was the main assurance for the warrior's cultivation. No, it doesn't. Naxion shook his head, explaining, "At least we haven't found one." Pausing for a while, Naxion added, "The old orchid star is a little bit strange. The gravity will become more dangerous deep underground. Experts of our giant tribe can endure it more than 1,000 meters underground. However, our precursor used to say that there should be something special under the ground of the old orchid star, especially with the fact that there are more spiritual herbs there. If you're interested in it, you can try." Naxion smiled, but his eyes didn't. Katual was surprised, rubbing his nose and talking awkwardly. Never mind, never mind. If you guys don't dare to explore, it will be impossible for us." Naxion was at the ethereal god realm, and his realm was higher than Phalon. Perhaps he was at the second of the ethereal god realm. If this existence didn't dare to explore the underground, who could? Phalon? Leona? Or Shurian? Katual forced a smile. "Your realms were low, and your knowledge of power Upanishad is shallow. I think it will not be easy for you to live on the surface of the old orchid star. You shouldn't take any risks. Not Xin kindly reminded them. Everybody was reluctant as they nodded, knowing that he just told the truth. I think you need to build a city first. Not Xin pointed an area. There are a lot of good rocks over there. They should be suitable for your city. Yeah, if you need help, I can send 2 giants to transport the rock for you. It's to pay tribute to Yin for his help in finding our ancestral land. Thank you, Precursor. Yin slightly bent over while smiling. Then we will do it. The gravity in the old orchid star was scary. In this place, even the ordinary fantasy sky rings were affected. They couldn't contain heavy objects anymore. The giants were tall and were used to the gravity in this area. There was nothing more suitable than them to transport the heavy rocks. I will arrange it. You just need to assign someone to go with us and show what kind of rocks you want. Xin was generous, frankly calling his clansmen. Shortly, 2 brawny men of the giant clan ran towards them from the big mountain. You guys stay here and help our friends to transport some rocks. Just follow them. Xin advised his fellows, then smiled. Our guests here come from pretty far. They will stay with us in the old orchid star near our mountain. They will be our friends, our neighbors. We will get along well with them. We got it, tribal oldie. The 2 giants looked nice and friendly. They were all at the original God realm. They had agreed with their elder without a bit of hesitation. You guys will be busy for a while, so I won't disturb you anymore. Xin smiled and nodded to Yin, then excused himself, walking back to his big mountain. Who will go with us? A muscular giant shouted. His voice was like the thunderclaps striking people's eardrums. Many lower realm warriors tumbled, falling because of his loud voice. They were all perplexed. The 2 giants were at the original God realm. While they were talking, their bodies emitted an intimidating aura. Disaster realm warriors in Yan's side couldn't endure such pressure. Are there any blacksmiths? Who knows about the special stone materials? Step forward. Yin turned around and shouted. Although I'm an alchemist, I know stone materials. Count me. Jester smiled until his eyes narrowed. He took part in the responsibility on his own initiative. Anybody else? Yin asked again. There were blacksmiths among the warriors came from the Grace mainland. However, since their realms were low, they were inferior to Jester, a high-level existence. They didn't have the guts to show themselves. Aren't you a blacksmith? Ziao was surprised. Yes, I am, but I'm not familiar with rock materials. Yin smiled. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the clansmen from the Grace mainland. Don't worry about realms. You guys will show which rock materials are suitable to build the city. Whoever works in this field, step out some. With his encouragement, an old human at the Nirvana realm gritted his teeth, walking out of the crowd with his face worried. Sir, I'm a blacksmith. Although my realm isn't high, I've got an ancient book with great information of rock and stone materials. All right, you're in. Anybody else? Yin nodded. Hesitating for a while, he added, I will give magical pellets as a reward to you. Many people looked touched. They seemed excited, but none of them volunteered. It looked like they weren't confident at all. Yin waited for a while, but he got no one else. He sighed begrudgingly, talking to the giants. Only 3 of us. Let's go. Come, climb on our shoulders. The 2 muscular giants squatted down to let Yin, Jester, and that old man get on their shoulders. Then they strode and ran, making the earth rumble. Chapter 9:10 1,000 miles underground. Chapter 9:10 1,000 miles underground. __. The 2 brawny giants strode, fast, as if they were flying. Small trees rattled along their way, sending leaves everywhere. Yan's group sat on the shoulder of the giants. Looking at the trees collapse like grass under their feet, they somehow felt magical. The old man was called Li Xiao. He was only at the Nirvana realm. Under the extreme gravity and the bumpy journey, he paled, his eyes so worried. After a while, when the giants stopped, the old man couldn't hold it anymore and began vomiting. Swoosh! Yin lifted Li Xiao and landed in the middle of a crushed stone area. Li Xiao bent his body and threw up, his face ashen. Although he was at the Nirvana realm, he hadn't adapted to the gravity of the old Orchid Star yet. He staggered, his legs shaking as if he were carrying a whole mountain on his back. This was a mine around several hundred mu of land, with many collapsed mountains and chips of rock. One of the muscular giants spoke, his voice sounding like a thunderclap. "This is our quarry we use to build houses. You guys can choose whatever you want." Li Xiao was shaken as he spurted out blood under such pressure. He looked so unwell. Shi Yin forced a smile, shaking his head. He raised his hand, releasing a brilliant starlight that covered Li Xiao entirely. Li Xiao was shrouded in the starlight, which separated him from the extreme gravity and the thundering voice. He finally got some color back on his face. Jester frowned, throwing him a pellet. "Swallow it." Li Xiao was baffled, looking at Shi Yin. "Eat it. He won't harm you." Shi Yin nodded and smiled. Only then did Li Xiao take the pellet. Immediately, a flow of medicinal efficacy, which he considered immense, diffused in his body. The damage done to his body was healed rapidly, as his face started glowing with health. Shortly after, he became full of spirit. Li Xiao checked his condition for a while. He was thrilled, kneeling and bowing to Jester, continually thanking him. To Jester, the lowest level pellet he refined was at least a level 6 or 7 sacred grade. As Li Xiao was only at the Nirvana realm, that pellet was a priceless treasure to his cultivation. He could feel his energy leap up several times with only a pellet Jester had just given him. The contaminants and dregs on his body were also filtered. With the power of this pellet, it was possible to break through one level. Of course, he was thrilled. Shi Yin didn't mind the old man, smiling at a giant. "What kind of stone material do you use? How to know it's suitable for your houses?" "Simple." A muscular giant grinned, talking, "We hit it. The one that can resist to the last minute under the powerful pressure is the toughest one, and the most suitable material." "Oh, really simple," Shi Yin smiled frankly. However, inwardly, he didn't dare to agree with the giant. Shi Yin could consider himself an average blacksmith. He had a good knowledge of blacksmithing anyway. The giant's method to choose the material, to people who didn't know how to refine items, was effective indeed. However, different kinds of materials could be fused or blended with each other. In many cases, weak stone materials could become tougher and better quality material after being refined, even dozens of times more rigid. As they knew the refining methods, the crude method of the giants was simple indeed. Alchemist Jester frowned, seeming to be a little bit disdainful. If it were that simple, there would be no alchemist or blacksmith in this world. If it were so, would the weapon made of the toughest material be the most dangerous one? It's not that simple. The giant wasn't enraged. He just laughed foolishly. "Our tribe doesn't know these things. Also, we don't pay much attention to it. We've done things that way for years. Yeah, we knew that the blacksmiths could refine and forge materials into powerful weapons. But my tribe doesn't have a blacksmith." Listening to him, Jester and Shi Yin couldn't comment anything else. "You guys watch around. When you see the stone you like, call us." One of the two giants told them, then sat down leisurely by a pile of stone. He dozed off, his face satisfied. Shi Yin smiled and said nothing more. He turned to Jester and Li Xiao. "We should scatter and find the materials. The stone material is the foundation we will build our city with. It'll guarantee our future home and homeland. I hope you guys would choose wisely." "I will do my best." Li Xiao took a deep breath, his face stern. He walked toward the area filled with crushed stones. Jester also looked serious while his eyes sparkled continually. He took out a yellowed old book, carefully checking for something. It seemed that he didn't actually know about types and structures of stone materials. Since he had a good source to refer, he got his confidence. Although Li Xiao had a low realm, and he wasn't worth mentioning in Shi Yin and Jester's eyes, he had special knowledge of stone materials. Unlike Jester, who was using a book, he was knocking and sometimes pounding on the stone, releasing a wisp of energy to sense. Sometimes he frowned, and at times he smiled, the style of a master. Shi Yin observed Li Xiao for a while and gradually eased his mind, thinking that this man could perhaps give him happy surprises. Shurian didn't know much about materials to build a city. He was good at choosing materials for forging treasures or weapons. The blacksmith's secrets of success mainly mentioned those materials. That was why he brought Li Xiao and Jester here to help him choose. Although the Agate Star area was vast, and the old Orchid Star was the exclusive land of the giant tribe, it wasn't safe. Otherwise, the giant tribe wouldn't need to set up layers of barriers outside the mountain. This meant that old Orchid Star used to be invaded. Someone had targeted the giant tribe. This immense star area had almost 100 clans, with countless intimidating existences scattering everywhere. Shurian's fellows were just some low-realm outsiders, their competence limited. If they could have a tough city, it would be a good advantage to their future development. With this thought, he was earnest about choosing the material for the city. He neither watched Jester and Li Xiao nor talked to the two giants, just frowned while walking in the quarry and releasing his soul consciousness to sense something. Since his soul consciousness had space power, although his realm wasn't high, the coverage of his soul consciousness was larger and deeper than the other warriors with higher realms. Space power Upanishad had such ability. Flows of his soul consciousness shot out like shuttles. Shurian had now more eyes, observing the entire area around him. After a long time, he sighed, his eyebrows twitching. He silently flew to the center of the quarry. With his power at the original God realm, he couldn't travel 1,000 miles in just a blink under the tremendous gravity of the old Orchid Star. He was slowed down a lot. He got to his target after 15 minutes. Standing in the center of the three collapsed mines was a massive chasm, so deep that people couldn't see its bottom. It seemed to run to the deepest place underground. A beam of his soul consciousness moved to that pitch-black hole. However, when his soul consciousness reached to an extremely deep place, he felt a wisp of an extraordinary energy. It seemed to be some kind of a crystal. It was like crystal rock or some special iron. It felt so wonderful. The old Orchid Star was odd with its tremendous gravity, indeed. But the gravity at the star's surface wasn't the heaviest on this star. The deeper one went underground, the heavier the gravity got. Even the experts of the giant tribe didn't dare to linger, or else they would get their god body crushed. However, there would be something magical in the earth of the old Orchid Star, as it could produce more excellent spiritual herbs. If the warriors could resist the terrifying gravity, they could have a chance to search. Shurian suddenly recalled what Na Exian had told him, and his eyes brightened silently. Taking a deep breath, he released more beams of soul consciousness. He then condensed the wisps of his soul consciousness into one big beam, which was purer and sharper. Of course, it could pierce the layers of soil faster. A flow of combined soul consciousness slowly intruded the gloomy, massive pit like an arrow. Shortly, the magical feeling became more intense. Boom! His sea of consciousness was shaken, as beams of soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness also trembled. This wonderful feeling multiplied by 100 times. It was like there were tens of thousands pieces of the same material, as many as the stars in the sky, inlaid in the bottom of the pit. It was some special matter that could resonate with the sea of consciousness, making his soul consciousness dart fast like an electric arrow. A flow of soul consciousness was constantly surging in response, which seethed his sea of consciousness and shook the soul altar. Shurian was frightened. He hastened to retrieve his soul consciousness, his face turning strange. Pondering for a while, Shurian found that his beam of soul consciousness had pierced more than 1,000 meters into the ground. Even Na Exian couldn't reach this depth for sure. Since Na Exian didn't have the space power, and although his soul consciousness could cover a large area, his elongated soul consciousness was limited. It couldn't get deep into the earth like Shurian's. Contemplating for a while, he decided to find someone to ask. He wanted to tell about the magical changes of his soul consciousness, so that the others could guess about the situation. He came to where the two giants were resting. Hesitating for a while, he asked frankly, I've just found a dark hole leading to a deep place underground. A beam of my soul consciousness felt something wonderful down there. He explained to them how his sea of consciousness reacted to that energy fluctuation of some matter underground. The two giants listened to him. When he told them how his sea of consciousness surged, they jolted up. Light shot out marvelously from their eyes up into the sky. Yin was shaken as he lowered his voice, asking, "Is there something strange?" The other two seemed not being able to hear him. They were so excited that their bodies shaking. Two muscular giants exchanged looks. They didn't hesitate, running towards the grand mountain of their tribe, while thundering, "Tribal oldie! Tribal oldie! Our old orchid star does have that thing. The rumor's real." Yin was perplexed. Chapter 911, Thousand-Fold Lotus. Chapter 911, Thousand-Fold Lotus, __. Yin didn't know why the two giants were so excited, as if they were about to go crazy. However, he could confirm one thing. The thing that could resonate with his sea of consciousness must be extremely marvelous. Jester and Li Xiao also heard the giants' earth-shaking call. They were astounded for a while, then got back to their work of sensing the stone materials. They didn't pay much attention to them. Yin hesitated for a while, then returned to that gloomy, passive pit, waiting in silence. After 2 hours, he was dumbstruck. Clansmen of the giants emerged from the mountain, led by their tribal oldie, Exan. He took a dozen brawny giants, running at their max speed toward Yin. They looked so happy that they couldn't hide it. Shortly, the giants arrived, looking at him with complicated eyes. Exan's voice trembled as if he wanted to confirm something, but he was afraid it would only disappoint him. "Little Yin, did you find something underground within 1,000 li that could resonate with your sea of consciousness? Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Yin nodded, asking curiously, "But what is that?" "Ha ha ha. Turns out it's real. The rumor's true. Rich. We're going to be rich. So good. With that thing, we can exchange for many goods. It's a big surprise, it is. Yin's our lucky charm. He took us to ancestral land, and we found the ancient inheritance there. Now he found that thing. He's the lucky charm of our giant tribe. A real lucky charm. True. He's our best friend. Best friend forever." Soldiers of the giant tribe looked at him, expressing their most sincere affection. Exan was trembling in thrill. He was filled with excitement, laughing unceasingly. "What is it?" asked Yin again, after waiting for them to finish their happy time. "Thousand-Fold Lotus," Exan said resolutely. "It must be the Thousand-Fold Lotus. If it can resonate with the sea of consciousness, no doubt it's the Thousand-Fold Lotus." "Ouch. Please elaborate," Yin forced a smile. Taking a deep breath, Exan said, "There's a rumor about the old orchid star, which says that the star has the Thousand-Fold Lotus. They say that some experts had found it in the original God realm. However, we, the giant tribe, had never seen it before. Many people have come here to find. Anyway, they got nothing. Gradually, people stopped keeping an eye on this star anymore." Pausing for a while, Exan laughed. "If they knew the Thousand-Fold Lotus is actually in the old orchid star, they would regret to death. They would regret that they had eyes but couldn't see. They came to the right place, but they didn't take the precious treasure. Ha! It must belong to our giant tribe, our fortune that no one can take away." Yin still knew nothing, looking at him begrudgingly. "After all, what's it good for? You've cultivated space power. Your soul consciousness has space power, which is why you could send your soul consciousness more than 1,000 li underground. I should have thought about this." Exan didn't explain, talking to his fellows. Even the peak of ethereal god realm experts can't send their soul consciousness 1,000 li underground. It's because the gravity in that area is thousandfold stronger than on the surface of the star. Ethereal god realm experts can't do that, let alone entering the area. No wonder why they couldn't locate it. Of course, they had searched for it on the surface. It's impossible to find the Thousand-Fold Lotus. It's deeply subterranean, said a giant with his good mood. Exan put on a serious countenance, explaining Yin, the thousand-fold lotus is a material of the original incipient grade. It can be used to refine pellets and weapons at the original incipient grade. It's the rarest item among the strange and precious items that could give a tonic to the soul altar. It's the top precious treasure indeed. Original incipient grade? Yin was surprised. You don't know about it? Yin was skeptical. Yin shook his head. Spiritual pellets, medicines, cultivating materials, treasures, alchemists, and blacksmiths are categorized into grades. Each grade has 7 levels. They are mortal grade, mystery grade, spirit grade, sacred grade, divine grade, and original incipient grade, where the original incipient grade is the top one. You didn't know this? Yin was surprised. Yin beamed a forced smile. I've told you, my knowledge is shallow. The ancestral homeland has existed for millions of years, using up energy. It's a really long time since we had a last King God Realm warrior. Of course, I don't know much. As it turned out, there was the original incipient grade above divine grade. It was indeed true that the higher-level star area had higher-level existences. Original incipient grade pellets, treasures, and materials in the agate star area are also extreme. They are all the most marvelous treasures. The thousand-fold lotus is an original incipient grade material. We can use it to refine soul-class treasure or original incipient grade pellets that could boost the soul altar. Yin took a deep breath. The thousand-fold lotus has its sets of petal piling up on each other. It looks like a wave expanding outward continually. They connect to each other too. After the flower has 1,000 sets of corollas, it's considered mature, becoming the thousand-fold lotus. The thousand-fold lotus can enlarge the sea of consciousness, refining the soul consciousness to the point that it can become a real, sharp object like a sword. Yin was moved and couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome!" In any inhabited area of a star area, materials or items that could nurture the soul would always be the top-selling items. If the thousand-fold lotus could expand the sea of consciousness and make the soul consciousness as refined as a real matter, it would absolutely be the top treasure. The thousand-fold lotus and the sea of consciousness have something in common. No one knows how it's formed to have layers of folds like that. It's marvelous and precious indeed. Yin took a deep breath while smiling. The thousand-fold lotus is the rarest thing in the agate star area. Yeah, it's like this. A thousand-fold lotus can be compared to the value of a whole life star, at least a level 6 one. Of course, in many cases, even a level 6 life star couldn't be exchanged for a thousand-fold lotus. Yin was thrilled. For Yin and the giant's excitement, Yin could guess that the thousand-fold lotus was really precious. However, he had still mistaken its value. A thousand-fold lotus could be exchanged for at least a level 6 life star? What kind of logic was that? It was unimaginable. Can you certify how many lotuses are there? Yin asked seriously. 1 or 2 flowers, you think? Oh, I forgot to tell you that the thousand-fold lotus is huge. With 1,000 sets of corolla, it is at least 1 mu large. Can you return there and check out their number? Many giants were looking at him with hope in their eyes. Yin nodded. Okay, I'll try. He condensed his soul consciousness, entering the deep place underground. He quieted down his mind to sense. After a while, his sea of consciousness resonated. He didn't hasten to retrieve the soul consciousness, continuing to explore. As Yin had told him, he identified the area and dimensions to certify the number of the lotus. The giants looked hopeful and excitedly. Their eyes were glued on him without blinking, while they were smiling like the blooming flowers. Yin was stirred up. He had to take several deep breaths to calm down his seething mind. The thousand-fold lotus was critical. Each flower was a real fortune. To the giants who lived humbly and poorly, it was so important that nothing could compare with it. Anyway, it was not just the earth and heaven energy they depended on to cultivate. They had to use more materials, treasures, and pellets. The giants were poor in those terms. Besides the old orchid star, They didn't have much to exchange for the goods. Compared to other clans, they were inferior. If they had the thousand-fold lotus, everything would be much easier. They could solve the troubles they had had for so many years. After a while, Yin retrieved his soul consciousness, looking at Naexine. I feel like there are at least 20,000-fold lotuses. The giant clansmen cheered loudly, hugging and bumping each other's shoulder. They had shaken a mountainous area, sending rocks everywhere. Naexine faced the sky and laughed crazily. However, his eyes were watery. God still favors us. Our time has finally come. Our soldiers can have better conditions for their cultivation. Ha ha ha. More than 10 giants were laughing and cheering, their voices shaking the sky. They were so happy they almost cried. Who can take them? Yin was surprised. After being baffled for a while, he asked. All members of the giant tribe were dumbstruck, darkening their faces. Naexine was embarrassed, pulling himself together from his crazy happiness. He scratched his head, giving a forced smile. It's trouble. The gravity at the elevation of 1,000 li underground is also 1,000 times stronger. I don't dare to get underground that deep. Then what should we do? The treasure is down there, but we can't take it out. Isn't it different from getting nothing? Damn it. God, are you kidding us? The heavenly treasures are down there, but you guard it with a natural gravity shield. How can we get in there? Damn. Many clansmen were pounding their chest, stomping their feet as they were so enraged. If you can't get it, why don't you hire someone else to do it? Asked Yin. The giant clansmen quieted down, their countenance strange. No, Naexine forced a smile. Our giants are straightforward, but we aren't fools. If we can get the thousand-fold lotuses, we won't sell them out under our name. We will do it through many brokers. If someone could spot that we have the thousand-fold lotus in our land, we would have a lot of troubles. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep the old orchid star. We giants aren't really strong. We can't protect the old orchid star from invasion all the time. Listening to him, Yin sighed inwardly. What kind of existence could get 1,000 li underground? The legendary incipient god realm warriors. Naexine suddenly felt displeased. We can count the incipient god realm experts in the agate star area with our fingers. They are hiding like ghosts in the mysterious lands and don't go out often. Maybe they would go out after several hundred years. It's easy to hire those people to take the thousand-fold lotus. However, if they want to rob us, I'm afraid. Yin became dumbstruck on listening to him. This old orchid star was marvelous. In this life star, only the incipient god realm warriors could get underground. So, the thousand-fold lotuses were subterranean, but they had no option. They were sitting on the treasures, but they couldn't take them. The giant clansmen frowned, stooping in distress. They felt so annoyed. Chapter 9:12. Myriad Weighty Stone. Chapter 9:12. Myriad Weighty Stone. __. Sir! Sir! Li Zhao's voice came from afar, sounding excited. The giants and Yin were all depressed because they couldn't dig up the thousand-fold lotus. Hearing Li Zhao's voice, Yin frowned while contemplating. He decided not to overthink about the thousand-fold lotus of the moment, walking towards Li Zhao. Naexine and the giant soldiers surrounded the massive pit with a worried frown. They didn't mind Li Zhao much because they were busy figuring out how to obtain the thousand-fold lotus. Crossing several li, Yin walked to Li Zhao while frowning. What's happened? I found something. Li Zhao was cheered up, pointing at a dark stone by his feet. Myriad Weighty Stone. It's the Myriad Weighty Stone. That stone was ink black around fist-sized. It wasn't eye-catching, mingling with the other stones in the pile. It didn't look odd or have any beam of energy. Yin was surprised. Is that stone suitable for building the city? Sir, if you don't mind, please pick it up. Li Zhao smiled. As Yin was skeptical, he reached and grabbed the Myriad Weighty Stone, releasing his energy while trying to pull it up. Yin changed his visage. At his realm, when he released energy, it was enough to pick up a small-sized mountain. However, that fist-sized stone didn't move even inch. Yin's interest arose. He walked to the stone and didn't draw it into the void using energy anymore. He extended his hand, touching that myriad weighty stone. It felt firm and cold in his hand, but there was nothing else special about it. However, when he tried to lift up the rock, his face changed. Heavy. Too heavy. It was just a small rock, but it was as heavy as a small mountain. Sure, Yin had to use his essence chi to lift it up. His arms shook as he hardly endured it. Shi Yan's eyes brightened up. That stone's too heavy. Li Xiao nodded continually, looking strangely happy. The myriad weighty stone is extremely heavy. In a normal situation, it's thousands of times heavier than the rock of the same volume. This fist-sized myriad weighty stone can compare to a small mountain. Shi Yan was shocked. It's strange indeed. Can we use it to build a city? The best material to build the city. It's tough enough to resist almost all kinds of attacks. It's immune to weapons, strong impacts, fire, or water. It's the top stone material to build a city. Li Xiao stressed on the stone's features. All right. Shi Yan was excited. Where did you find this myriad weighty stone? How much of it can we collect? The smile on Li Xiao's face faded. I found only that stone. I've checked around, but I couldn't find more. I don't know where it's from. Shi Yan was surprised, pondering for a while, then said, there should be more around. We'll scatter and search then. Okay. Li Xiao was really excited. He immediately moved towards another stone pile, trying to find more myriad weighty stone. The two of them then focused on searching for more stones. They forgot the time, just raking through the stone quarry and checking each pile of stones. After waiting for Shi Yan for a long time, but not seeing him come back, the giant clansman became curious. Na Xian contemplated, then took his fellows to search. Afterward, Jester also came to their area. Seeing Shi Yan and Li Xiao burying their heads into piles of stones, he couldn't help but ask skeptically, what are you looking for? Shi Yan turned to him. He had many crushed stones sticking on his face. He threw the stone in his hand to Jester. This, Alchemist Jester, have a look and tell me if you're familiar with this kind of stone. Jester extended his hand to catch it. At the moment the myriad weighty stone fell into his hand, his body was blown backward. Half of his body was pressed into the ground, and he almost got his wrist strained. He was scared, screaming continually. Oh, mother of asterisk her. What the heck is this stone? How could it be so heavy? Oh, damn. It's called myriad weighty stone. Alchemist Jester, you don't know about it? Shi Yan was surprised. Jester still had half of his body underground, forcing a smile while shaking his head. Never heard of it before. Shi Yan was bewildered and couldn't help but look at Li Xiao. Now he knew that perhaps Alchemist Jester wasn't better than Li Xiao in terms of knowledge of stone materials. Although Li Xiao didn't have a high realm, his knowledge of stone materials wasn't shallow. We're trying to find that kind of stone. If we can find enough, it will be the main material to build our city. Alchemist Jester, please come and help us. Shi Yan smiled inaudibly. Jester was surprised, then nodded and smiled. That's good. I'm on it. Not long afterward, Na Xian took some brawny giants coming from afar. Seeing the strange operation of the other threes, he got suspicious. Little Yin, what are you doing? Finding a stone material, which is very weighty. Shi Yan pointed at Jester's. That black stone on the ground is what we want to find. Have you ever seen it before? Jester had put that myriad weighty stone on the ground. Na Xian jumped over there, touching the stone. He picked it up easily while hissing, My, it's heavy. Yeah, pretty heavy. We need this kind of stone to build the city. As you live in the old Orchid Star precursor, do you know any place has this kind of stone? Shi Yan smiled and asked. Na Xian was a little bit embarrassed. I don't pay much attention to these things. He turned around, hurling the myriad weighty stone to the giants coming with him. Have a look at it. Do you know where to find this kind of stone? The giant clansmen looked at the myriad weighty stone, shaking their heads while responding in negative. After a while, some other giants came. One of them was an ugly giant. As soon as he arrived, he screamed, Tribal oldie, I know where to find this kind of stone. People had their eyes brightened. Take us there, ordered Na Xian. That giant didn't say anything, striding in a direction. People followed him immediately. After 2 hours, the giant led them to a 1,000 meters high bleak and barren mountain. However, when they approached the mountain, they found that the gravity in this area was even several hundred times stronger. Jester was hovering. However, when they arrived at this area, he fell onto the ground immediately, rushing into the pile of crushed stone in a sorry state. Serene staggered for a while before he could steady his god body in the air. He didn't fall like Jester. This mountain has the same kind of material. When I hunted near here, I used to see it, said the giant honestly. Serene was moved. He didn't talk more, hauling the divine sword out ND, slashing the mountain. The surface rock of the mountain wasn't myriad weighty stone. It was just a typical one. When his divine sword slashed down, blocks of rock fell like tofu cubes. Clink, clink. Digging dozens of meters deep into the mountain, the clinking noises of metal on metal echoed. The massive sword that was still working effortlessly met an obstacle for the first time. Serene stepped forward while glancing, and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, inside the mountain is this very kind of material, the myriad weighty stone. People could see a dark area inside the cave Serene had just dug up. The black stone had a deep scratch, which was left by the divine sword. The sharp divine sword that had cut the stone steels in the god-perishing land as easy as cutting tofu couldn't break the myriad weighty stone. Thus, it had proven how tough the myriad weighty stone was. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Serene swung the sword, breaking the typical rock by the cave to enlarge it. After a long moment, the entrance of the cave was now dozens of meters large, enough for two giants to enter and check the special things inside. It's the same stone material inside. Li Xiao stood in the distance, pondering for a while. He didn't dare to step forward as he just muttered. Serene nodded. It's true. The inside of this mountain is the myriad weighty stone. It should be enough for us to build the city. Too heavy. I'm afraid we can't move them out. Li Xiao forced a smile. The amount of myriad weighty stone in this mountain is even heavier than a medium-sized life star. Perhaps even the giant precursors can't move it. Not Xia nodded, talking seriously. Based on the weight of that fist-sized stone, and with the entire inside of this mountain being made of it, we really can't move it. It is going to be too heavy. We don't have a solution. Serene couldn't help but smile miserably. The 1,000-fold lotus was deep underground, so they couldn't touch it. And now, they found a special material to build the city that they couldn't move. He suddenly felt that God was playing with him. He could see them but couldn't touch. This was much harder to endure than not knowing anything. I'll try to use space power to move it. Contemplating for a while, Serene took a deep breath, making up his mind. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. Holding his breath and concentrating his mind, Serene condensed beams of soul consciousness, seeping into the mountain made of myriad weighty stone. His soul consciousness found it difficult to move further. The myriad weighty stone was unique. His soul consciousness could pierce through the normal stone, but it felt like countless of ropes were tying it down when he attempted to pierce through the stone. He had to use a lot of soul energy. He didn't give it up, gritting his teeth to get through the stone. After a while, his brain was shaken, his face showing an expression like he had found something wonderful. His soul consciousness found something inside the myriad weighty stone mountain. It had thousands or even tens of thousands of thick lines. Those thumb-sized lines glowed brilliantly, spreading in the center of the mountain like a big spider web. Serene could see them in every corner. Those glowing lines looked like a mysterious spiritual formation. However, that formation was shattered. Many thumb-sized lines were broken, which had stopped the energy circulation of that formation, making it incomplete. Retrieving his soul consciousness, Serene's face was stern. He took a deep breath and then talked. There's a formation inside the mountain, but it's damaged. The giant clansmen were shocked, unable to believe what he had just told them. They'd been living in the old Orchid Star for so many years, but they had never found this magical area. No one had ever thought that their homeland could have something so wonderful. This information had them baffled. I can fix it, Yin pondered for a while before speaking up again, causing everyone to have their eyes brightened. Chapter 9:13. Fix the ancient formation. Chapter 9:13. Fix the ancient formation. ___. The giant tribe had a lot of astonishments today. First, it was the thousand-fold lotus, then the myriad weighty stone, and now they found a mysterious ancient formation. Was it true that the old orchid star used to have some great marvelous things? The giant tribe had lived in the old orchid star for tens of thousands of years. After that almost perpetual time, due to their limitation, they had explored the surface of the star several times, but still had never spotted anything magical before. Since Yin cultivated space power and due its powerful piercing ability, plus his determination to reside in the old orchid star, he didn't save his energy trying to search further. And with that, he indeed found many magical areas. This cheered up the giant tribe. To any person, knowing that his hometown had a treasure was a joyful thing. Of course, the giants weren't an exception. It was especially true because of the fact that the giant tribe was poor. They didn't have many precious materials. They always lived a humble, lean life. All of a sudden, discovering that they were actually sitting on a fortune had them totally thrilled. You can fix it? Really? People could even see how happy Xian was. It was all over his face as he excitedly walked forward, using one finger to pat Yin on his shoulder. Good job. I know little Yin will be the lucky charm of our tribe. You didn't fail me. Xiaoman has brought you to our tribe. He's a good kid too. Ha! Many giants were so happy they couldn't hold it, their countenance bright and cheerful. I can use God power to connect the broken formation. Let me give it a try, Yin sensed carefully, then said, I need more time. You can do it again and again. We have plenty of time. Time is the one thing we have in abundance. Xian was blooming with smiles. Jester and Li Xiao were also excited discreetly. They could confirm one thing. The old orchid star must have something marvelous. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had a mysterious, damaged formation inside this mountain. The formation meant that some living beings used to live or stay in the old orchid star a long time ago. The more ancient they were, the more profound would their realms, cultivation base, powers, and knowledge of this world be. If they could find something marvelous the ancient living beings left, it would be good news for the residents of the old orchid star. If the members of the different clans from the Raging Flame Star area and the Grace mainland could have the support from the top treasure, they could stand firmly faster in the Agate Star area. Their lives would be much better. It was indeed an amazing opportunity. Closing his eyes and placing one hand on the ground while aiming at the pitch-black myriad weighty stone, Yin continually condensed his soul consciousness, seeping underground towards the massive chunk inside the mountain. He had cultivated space power, so his soul consciousness also had space power, which made it the most amazing type of soul consciousness. That was why he could sense the areas the giants couldn't. Realms didn't matter here. It was all due to the different power Upanishad. Warriors cultivating space power were mysterious and rare in any star area after all. Condensing soul consciousness and sending it towards the chunk inside the mountain, the spiderweb formation was suddenly projected in his sea of consciousness. It looked complex and inexplicable, just like a star map. It was a 1,000 meters high mountain, so the chunk of the stone inside was extremely massive. The spiritual formation had tens of thousands of lines, spreading out everywhere and connecting with each other. Dozens of the lines were cut off by some power. However, the distances between them weren't too big. Yin couldn't understand the profundity of the formation or simulate it, but fixing it couldn't trouble him anyway. Yin could be considered an extraordinary blacksmith. He had studied all kinds of formations in the Blacksmith Secrets of Success and had a special knowledge of fixing formations. With his soul consciousness as the connector, he coiled it around the two ends of the broken line. His space power seeping into the myriad weighty stone was suddenly activated its energy. A pure God power flowed like a spirit snake. Following the connection the soul consciousness had formed, it moved to the broken area. Seconds later, the god power started to slowly pull and glue the two ends. It wasn't really hard, anyway. Shortly, a swish sound reflected in his soul, and the broken line was mended by his soul consciousness and god power. Yin was cheered up, smiling. He didn't take a break, just focusing and continuing his mending work. He continually used his soul consciousness to find the broken point, then released the god power to connect them. Time flew fast. Shortly, 10 days had passed. The giants, Jester, and Li Xiao were still staying with him to guard and observe. Regarding this discovery, the giants were very cautious. Before they could confirm the situation, they all stayed. No one had left yet. Xian was the one who got the most nervous. He was tense, watching Yan's operation as hope filled his heart. He hoped that Yan could bring a positive change to his giant tribe, so they could live better in the Agate Star area. On this particular day, Yan suddenly shivered. Sweat beaded on his forehead, while his soul flickered unsteadily. Xian's group became nervous as if their hearts were hung on a thread, waiting for something. They knew the critical moment was coming. Boom! A series of strong gravity movements burst out from inside the mountain, and Yan's god body was blown backward. The giants standing nearby the mountain discolored. They felt their body became so heavy that they had to stagger at each step. Instinctively, they stepped backward. Jester and Li Xiao were standing afar from this mountain. Still, they could feel the tremendous gravity and had to retreat further. A beam of light blue light suddenly stretched to somewhere far away from the peak of the mountain. That light had the clear energy fluctuation of extremely terrifying gravity. Yin was blown backward more than 1,000 meters by the shockwave. He hissed, "I'm done fixing it." Xian and the other giants were so happy they almost cracked. All of them looked at the light blue beam elongating to somewhere with astonishment. Some then started to fly in that direction. Yin was surprised for a while, talking to Jester. "Bring Li Xiao. We're going there to see." Jester nodded, then grabbed the void to pick Li Xiao up. They also walked to the destination the light blue light was showing. Xian left shortly, looking so happy. After a long time, they gathered again by a new mountain, which was also a bleak and barren one. From all aspects, it was similar to the previous mountain Yin had just fixed. However, the stone atop the mountain was broken, revealing a faint blue light. It was dim and flickering like a candle. The broken peak exposed the ink-black stone underneath. It was the myriad weighty stone again. Yin was astonished. He used the giant sword to cut the mountain, digging a cave to enter the mountain. He was the first one jumping into the mountain. It's the same. This mountain also has myriad weighty stone. Yin stood at the entrance of the cave, turning his head to talk to Xian. "I can see a shattered formation inside the mountain, too. It's pretty similar to the previous one." "Oh, it hasn't completed?" Xian was shocked. All of a sudden, he talked complacently. "It should have something wonderful." "Yin, put a little bit more effort, please. Fix that formation. I think after you've completed all the formations, the real power of the formations could be activated." All the members of the giant tribe put on a longing face, smiling until their eyes narrowed while looking at Yin. "Ouch, I need to recover first." Yin beamed a forced smile. "I've used a lot of energy. If you ask me to fix it now, I think I won't be able to do it." Jester pondered for a while, then talked to him generously. "Here, these pellets should be enough for you to recover fully and quickly." These 5-colored pellets had a sweet aroma, glowing brilliantly like jewels. Each of these pellets contained an extraordinary energy. They were all high-quality pellets Jester had refined. They were dozens of times better than the one he gave to Li Xiao. Yin wasn't trying to be too polite. He grinned, then took all of the pellets, swallowing them straight up. Then he sat down cross-legged by the entrance to adjust his energy. He hoped to recover his full energy at the fastest speed. 3 days later, Yin opened his eyes. He looked bright and refreshed, with high spirit. Then, he continued to do his great repairing work. The mountain was the same. The myriad weighty stone inside was also the same, and the similar formation also had the same damage level as the previous formation. To Shi Yin, it was easier because he just needed to repeat what he had done. Gathering his spirit, he started to mend the broken formation, using his soul consciousness and the God power as the source of the connector to connect the broken lines. 7 days later, explosions reverberated inside the mountain. Another bunch of light blue light shot out to an area afar. As expected, they were just surprised for a while before dashing to where the bunch of light pointed. It was another mountain with the same broken formation carved inside the myriad weighty stone. Sure, you needed to fix it, too. This time, he didn't need people to ask him to fix the formation. Shi Yin took Jester's pellets, then rested to recover his energy. Afterward, he continued fixing the shattered formation. After he had repaired this formation, the blue light pointed to another mountain. And it kept going like that. Shi Yin had to continually fix the broken formations inside the new mountains. 3 months had passed hurriedly. There were 16 mountains in total. They arrayed in a circle as if they were surrounding something. They measured the area, finding that those 16 mountains circled the massive pit where the 1,000-fold lotuses were deep underground. This discovery cheered up all the giants. This is the 16th mountain, the last one. After Shi Yin's done with it, we will see the change. Na Xian's voice trembled. Perhaps it's related to the 1,000-fold lotus. He licked his lips, talking seriously. Little Yin, you must help us. Standing by the last mountain, Shi Yin retracted his hands, smiling at the giant. Precursor, if we find something or get the 1,000-fold lotus, can we give share of it? Equal share. Na Xian laughed straightforwardly. I know human clan is cunning, but I like you. No matter what we can get, we will share equally. How does it sound? I know you guys won't lie, Shi Yin grinned, talking frankly. All right, I'm going to fix this last damaged formation. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the last repair. Several days later, a deafening explosion came with a great shaking simultaneously from 16 mountains made of myriad weighty stone. Light bloomed from the center, reaching thousands of meters away. Vaguely, a blue light circle was formed, connecting the mountains. Abruptly, all 16 mountains collapsed while explosions reverberated in that massive pit. Vaguely, something slowly emerged. Chapter 9:14, The Mysterious Ancient City. Chapter 9:14, The Mysterious Ancient City, _ Boom boom. The ear-splitting explosions echoed from the deep place in the massive pit. It seemed like something giant was about to emerge. The massive pit was larger than 10 mu, and it seemed to be almost bottomless. The subterranean gravity inside the pit was hundreds or even 1,000 times stronger than gravity on the surface. Even Na Xian, who was at Ethereal God Realm, didn't dare to jump in rashly. Each of the 16 mountains had the myriad weighty stone as its core. The mountains acted like a load of a lever. Once they sank deep underground because of the myriad weighty stone and the heavy gravity, their falling momentum would be terrifying. In the tremendous thunderclaps, 16 mountains pounded on the ground like giant iron hammers. Then 16 mountains disappeared, sinking deeply into the earth. 16 massive holes appeared strangely, as if they kept some stunning secrets. Shi Yin, Jester, Li Xiao, and the giants approached the massive hole in the center, waiting for something with weird faces. A long time afterward, a group of grand, imposing palaces slowly emerged from that massive pit. This group of palaces was around 10 mu. Each of the palaces was made of myriad weighty stone, with carvings of complex and inexplicable patterns and drawings. They seemed to hide some marvelous secrets. Those palaces were built long time ago, and they had been buried underground for an unknown period. Dust and ashes covered everything. The gravity around the palaces was also intimidating. The group of grand palaces emerged completely from the deep pit. They were now situated above that pit. Earth and stones around the massive pit moved toward the center and compacted together, supporting the palaces. At this moment, the huge pit had disappeared, turning into a strange foundation for that group of palaces. The city walls of the palaces were as black as ink, and there were 4 gateways. The palaces looked like massive cubes, dozens of meters high. Each of the gateways was wide open, revealing 4 spacious roads leading to the inside of the palaces. However, these roads were magical. Unlike the other areas, they didn't have the extreme gravity. The palaces were bizarre indeed. Except for the 4 roads leading to the inside of the city, the gravitational field elsewhere was present and several hundreds of times heavier than the natural ground. However, standing on any spot on the roads would save people from the terrible gravity. Na Xin and Shi Yan were perplexed. They dully watched the palaces arising from underground, not knowing what to do. I think we can get in there and see. After a while, all anomalies disappeared. After waiting and seeing nothing else, Shi Yan couldn't help but remind the crowd. Na Xin nodded continually, his eyes astounded. We should go in there and check. Then, he led them on a road and entered the city. Shi Yan didn't lag behind. He chuckled, gathering his energy discreetly and walking with Na Xin to the city. This group of palaces was situated on a Tenmu area. It looked like a royal abode. Inside the city, they could see hundreds of different-sized buildings and neatly arranged streets. Each of the buildings here was made of myriad weighty stone with different patterns and drawings in the wall that perfectly combined with the myriad weighty stone, hiding unknown mysteries. It was strange that the gravity inside the city was normal, which was several hundred times less than on the surface of the old Orchid Star. Shi Yan sensed and found that the gravity in this city was very similar to Raging Flame, Star Area, and Grace Mainland, the normal life stars. It seemed like it wasn't affected by the old Orchid Star. Shi Yan was surprised. He released his soul consciousness, scanning the entire palaces. Then he shook his head. No living beings here. Yeah, no living beings indeed. Na Xin nodded, but we found so many skeletons. They saw many peculiar, big skeletons on the streets and inside the houses. They seemed to belong to the pagans, monster clan or demon clan, whose physiques were huge. And they also found some small skeletons as small as a human child. Thousands or even tens of thousands of skeletons were scattered around the city, on the streets, and inside the houses. Their postures varied. Some skeletons gathered on the street, as if they were speaking to each other when they were still alive. Some stood by the shops, as if they were bargaining for some goods. Shi Yan's group also found some sitting skeletons inside the special training yards. They seemed to have been cultivating before they died. All of a sudden, it seemed like those thousands of skeletons around the corners of the city were doing their business and didn't know what would happen to them in the next minute. The disaster must have come abruptly. Nobody could have predicted it. All died at their spot. No one survived. Jester touched a skeleton. When his finger touched the bone, the whole skeleton turned into dust, falling to the ground and scattering. His face became gloomy, a little bit pale. It has decayed for so many years, dozens of thousands of years at least. Even if they were stronger when they were alive, they can't resist time. After the energy has dispersed all, the skeleton couldn't resist anymore. Li Xiao and the giants also tried. They came up with the same results. Whether it was a huge or lanky skeleton, once they touched it, it turned into bone dust and fall. So weak. Perhaps some of them used to be formidable. However, since they had died for tens of thousands of years, the energy in their bodies had all vanished. They became feeble indeed. Thousandfold lotus, Na Xin suddenly shouted, dashing toward an area. His face thrilled. Thump, thump, thump. The thudding footsteps of the giants echoed like drumming. All the giant soldiers ran after Na Xin, their countenance excited. Na Xin didn't hesitate much, taking Jester and Li Xiao there as well. In the middle of the city, there was a massive pool. The pool was pitch black, as if the water in there was actually ink. It looked thick and viscous. A faint but pure aroma diffused from this pool. Jutting from the water of the pool was the thousand-fold lotuses. The thousand-fold lotus looked like water lilies that were much larger. Each of its petals was like brown glass, growing magnificently. Each thousandfold had 1,000 set of petals. From the seed pod outward, the number of the petals also increased. The ink-like water in the pool bubbled. 23,000-fold lotuses grew in every corner of the pool, as if someone had arranged them that way, with hidden meanings. After they came, some of them released soul consciousness to sense. Immediately, they felt like their brains were shaken hard with buzzing and echoing sounds. Be careful. Don't release your soul consciousness. If you stir up your sea of consciousness, something serious will hit you hard. Not Xian hissed, preventing people from acting rashly. His reminder was a little bit too late. Jester and Li Xiao sat down, their eyes empty as their sea of consciousness was surging very hard and they couldn't bear it. They were frightened. Apparently, they had used soul consciousness to sense the flowers. Yin sneered and then walked to Jester and Li Xiao. He stretched both hands above their heads. The strange energy of his soul urged. An extremely cold air shot out from his fingers, which looked like transparent threads, entering Jester's and Li Xiao's heads. Their chaotic sea of consciousness gradually calmed down under the effect of his strange energy. After a while, Jester and Li Xiao recovered. They paled and grimaced, not daring to act rashly anymore. When they looked at thousand-fold lotuses, they seemed scared. They understood that if Yin didn't help them in time, when their sea of consciousness got completely chaotic, it would explode their souls. There was a high possibility that they would become crazy and never get their mentality healed again. Not Xian glanced at the two of them, frowning. The thousand-fold lotus is really eccentric. Your realm is low, and you aren't mysterious like little Yin. Don't rush. Jester and Li Xiao beamed a forced smile, nodding in agreement. They had made up their minds. 23,000-fold lotuses scattered in the pool. When the bubbles in the water exploded, they created a black mist covering the entire pool like a black fabric sheet. Faint energy fluctuated from that mist. Not Xian and the giants became excited, but they didn't dare act recklessly. They wanted to see if this palace had something magical. This grand and imposing city suddenly emerged in the old orchid star. Inside the city was a pitch-black pool that seemed to be the resource that nurtured the thousand-fold lotuses. That pool should have something good. The more mysterious it was, the more dangerous it could be. As they knew nothing about this place, they had to restrain their excitement. Yin suddenly lifted his face and studied the walls around. He was astounded, shouting, "The city wall is taking in heaven and earth energy." Na Xian was very surprised, closing his eyes to sense. True, the strange patterns and drawings on the walls are also complicated formations. They can draw earth and heaven energy. This ancient city should have some exquisite spirit-gathering formations. It can gather earth and heaven energy. Those formations are even more perfect and marvelous than ones that I can make, Yin complimented. After several minutes, he found that earth and heaven energy inside the city was much thicker than the energy in Old Orchid Star. Old Orchid Star was a level 7 life star with dense earth and heaven energy. The spirit-gathering formation had guided and thickened earth and heaven energy, pouring it into the ancient city and making it more abundant that it almost broke the limit. Warriors cultivating in this city could harvest a lot to increase their realms. Excellent. Yin grinned continually. We wanted to build a city, and now it has just come to us. Ha! Not Xian was bewildered. You little boy, you're so lucky. Everything you touch becomes a fortune. This ancient city is big enough for our fellows. Yin rubbed his chin, looking at the architecture of the city and speaking to Na Xian. Although houses in this city aren't small, it's still uncomfortable to the giants. I think it's not suitable for you guys to live here, right? Buildings in this ancient city weren't low. Living beings around 5 meters tall could stay here. However, giant children were already 10 meters tall. It would be a burden for them to live in this city. Apparently, The giants had never lived in this city before because it didn't have any similar buildings suitable for the giants. Oh, then can we have this ancient city? Yin smiled, asking. Chapter 9:15, Harvest. Chapter 9:15, Harvest, underscore. No, not Xin, shook his head firmly, and then forced a smile. If this ancient city can draw earth and heaven energy continually, cultivating here can help warriors a lot. However, it's like a country of the dwarves to our tribe. I want to consider this matter more. Let's see if we can build more houses, the ones that our fellow giants can live in. Apparently, he didn't want to give it up. This ancient city was magical, indeed. However, at this moment, they didn't know much about this place. They didn't know what it was most suitable for. However, they knew that this place was very good for warriors to cultivate. Since the giants were also warriors, how could they give up a place that could boost their cultivation? How can we take the 1,000-fold lotuses? Yin pondered, looking at Xin. They need a special container. Otherwise, their magical energy will disperse. And how to refine that container? I don't know. Xin beamed a forced smile. I will find someone to fabricate the container. After that, we will try to take the lotuses. I'm a blacksmith, Yin said seriously. Tell me the materials. I can forge it for you. Materials? Xin scratched his head, speaking begrudgingly. I still need to ask someone. All right, so we will leave the 1,000-fold lotus for now. We're going to check this ancient city for once. Let's see if it has anything else strange. All right. Yin, Jester, and Li Xiao formed a team, walking around the city to see if they could find anything good. The giants also scattered to different places of the city, raking through every corner to see if they could find anything special. This ancient city wasn't really big. It wasn't bigger than utmost 8 Purgatory City Yin had built before. Yin's team walked east. They searched each house carefully. Many corpses lay inside the houses. However, their skin and flesh were all gone, leaving only the decayed skeletons which scattered away at the first touch. After tens of thousands of years buried deep under the ground of the old Orchid Star, all things in this city had gradually lost their magical effects under the terrifying gravity. Many skeletons still had accessories like rings and jewels. However, they were all broken, and the items they stored inside were all damaged once they were exposed. No beam of energy could be found. Checking each house, they couldn't find anything useful. The team was disappointed. The 3 of them walked to the tallest building in the east part of the city. This building was like a 9-level tower, which looked similar to a soul altar. This tower had a large foundation, and it got smaller all the way to the top. The main gate of that building was closed, and so were the doors of the other levels. This building didn't have a single window. It was also made of the black myriad weighty stone. However, there was no trace on the wall that proved that it was formed naturally. The 3 of them stood by the main door, trying to push it open. However, no matter how hard they had tried, they couldn't open it. Their soul consciousness couldn't seep through the stone either. Yin even took the divine sword and slashed it several times. He could only leave some shallow mark on the stone door. We can't break it, Jester shook his head. This building doesn't look like other houses. It doesn't have any drawings or patterns. And it's not made of only the myriad weighty stone. It should have some other strange material. The myriad weighty stone is a top-quality stone material. I don't know which material can combine with the myriad weighty stone. However, I can confirm that refined myriad weighty stone is the toughest material in the world. Li Xiao also expressed his agreement. If we can't find the secret, we will never get into the place. Secret, Yin smiled. All the items in this ancient city are decayed and rusted. Nothing remains. Where will we find the secret then? I don't know either. Li Xiao opened his arms, indicating that he had no idea. The 3 of them wandered around the tower building, trying everything they knew. However, they didn't succeed. Begrudgingly, they could only return to the pool where grew the 1,000-fold lotuses. At this moment, the giants had already returned. They were discussing something loudly. What did you find? Not Xin smiled, asking Yin. A strange building that looks like a tower. It has 9 levels, but we couldn't open it. Did you find anything special? No. We found something. Yan's eyes brightened. What is it? Yan unfolded his hand, smiling. These 3 things. They didn't decay after tens of thousands of years. Still intact. On his massive palm were a huge scarlet dragon skull with a red light moving on its surface, a woodlock around the size of a brick with natural textures as complicated as lines in human palms, and a small, thin book that was yellowed like a dried leaf. The thick words in that book looked like tadpoles. Yan didn't know what language it was and which race it came from. I know 2 of them. Yan smiled contentedly. Please do tell. Yan was eager to learn. This is the skull of the most valiant and dangerous evil dragon, a strong branch of the dragon clan. This evil dragon could be at level 13, as strong as an incipient god realm warrior. Its skull hasn't decayed, yet even though it has been more than tens of thousands of years, it's the toughest and most magical bone then. Pausing for a while, Yan smiled and continued. To our giants, it's a good thing. After fusing it with our god body, we can reach a whole new level. While he was talking, the other warriors of the giant tribe all looked at that evil dragon skull with a great desire in their eyes. Apparently, each soldier of the giant tribe knew the benefits that this skull could bring them. Evil Dragon was one of the strongest branches of the dragon clan. They were famous for their tough body and bones. A level 13 evil dragon was extremely rare. It could be compared to an incipient god realm expert. The skull was the unbreakable part of the evil dragon. To the giants who were good at physical training, it was the best treasure. What else? Asked Yan. This lumber has a special, natural texture. If I'm not wrong, it's a piece of life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. Yan paused for a while and then explained seriously. Legends say that the Wood Clan was born by a mysterious ancient tree. They call it the life ancient tree. The power Upanishad the Wood Clan has been cultivating comes from the wood texture of that ancient tree. Where is that life ancient tree? Asked Yan. I don't know. People say that it disappeared in the ancient time. The wood texture of the life ancient tree is formed naturally. It's not something people could carve. The wood texture is the basic power Upanishad the Wood Clan cultivates. This lumber should be an original incipient grade material. If the Wood Clan fellows could have it and comprehend the mysteries of the wood texture, they would gain supernatural powers. Yan frowned and continued. I heard that the Wood Clan can use a special method to fuse the lumber of the life ancient tree into their body, which then brings them greater advantages. I think this lumber is the most precious treasure in this world to any member of the Wood Clan. How precious? Asked Yan. Yan smiled, not trying to conceal anything. I think the value of this lumber is enough to exchange for several life stars if we deal with the experts of the Wood Clan. Several life stars. Yan was dumbstruck. Nodded, Yan confirmed. It's useless to other clans, but it's a unique treasure to the Wood Clan. Intimidating existences of the Wood Clan could go crazy because of it. They could give up everything just to have this lumber. Yan was moved, asking again, how about that book? I'm not sure about it. Yan shook his head. The language in this book is strange. I have never seen or heard about it before. However, since it could survive tens of thousands of years, it should be miraculous. Unfortunately, we can't understand the words. Oh, Yan smiled. Precursor, you said that we would share all things equally, right? Yan's smiled withered. After a long moment, he nodded reluctantly. Tell me, how did he want to share them? The evil dragon skull, the piece of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. Yan stretched his voice. Yan and the giants put on a bad countenance. They stooped as if it was their parents' funeral. All were dispirited. I want neither of them, Yan added, and then pointed at the ancient book. I want that freaking book. Yan's eyes brightened. The giants also cheered loudly. They didn't pretend or hide emotions, showing their real joy and excitement. You're a good guy. It's for you. Xian flicked his finger to throw the unknown ancient book to Shi Yin as fast as he could, as if he was afraid that Shi Yin would change his mind. Then he hastened to stash away the evil dragon's skull and the lumber of the life ancient tree, laughing happily. Done. You can't change your mind. The evil dragon's skull and the lumber belong to me. The giant tribe was well known for their kind nature. They weren't narrow-minded or sinister. They would show their hatred and friendliness on their faces. It was easy to live with this race. We can't take advantage of you. Xian was a little embarrassed. Hesitating for a while, he said, after we could harvest those 23, you guys should take 13 of them. It's the compensation for your loss. Please don't reject it. Okay, Shi Yin agreed frankly and forthrightly. Tribal oldie, tribal oldie. While they had just sealed their deal, an earth-shaking voice arose from the grand mountain of the giant tribe. A muscular giant ran toward them, his body damp with sweat. After he arrived, he was startled to see the ancient city. Then he shouted, "Tribal oldie, Jingu is back. He's wounded severely." Xian changed his visage, walking out of the city and headed to the grand mountain. He didn't even have time to notify Shi Yin. All the giants followed him, cursing and shouting indignantly. Shi Yin was surprised. Hesitating for a while, he turned to Jester and Li Xiao. We should go and check it out too. Chapter 916. The Ransom of 700,000 Divine Crystals. Chapter 916. The Ransom of 700,000 Divine Crystals. _ Grand Mountain Range. A beefy giant lay on the ground in the mountain. He looked pale and exhausted. Standing next to him were 5 giant soldiers. They also had wounds all over their body. They stooped, not saying anything, their face dismal. Xiao Man kneeled on the ground. His eyes were watery as he sobbed and called Dad. The giant tribe lived in the old Orchid Star. Their population was just several hundred. Xian was the only tribal oldie and the one who had the highest realm at the second sky of Ethereal God Realm. Xian was the only second sky of Ethereal God Realm warrior of the giant tribe. Under his command was Xiao Man's father, Zhenggu, the current chief of the giant tribe. He had the first sky of Ethereal God Realm cultivation base. In the far west of the Agate Star area, he had quite the reputation. At this moment, Zhenggu was hurt severely, which was mainly from the damage in his soul altar. His eyes were dim and reflected no light. When Shi Yin, Jester, and Li Xiao arrived, Xian was frowning, asking the 5 wounded soldiers to explain the situation. Listening to the soldiers, Xian grimaced as rage filled his eyes. After Shi Yin had arrived, he just listened, not participating in their conservation. Shortly after, he knew what had happened. The old Orchid Star was in the far west of the Agate Star area, one of the most remote areas in this star area. There were around 10 life stars near the old Orchid Star where the members of the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan dwelled. Besides this far west area, there was another strange place, Broken Star Field. Broken Star Field was in the center of the 10 life stars in the far west. Rumor said that it was formed by countless pieces of dead stars. The Broken Star Field was rich with special cultivating materials. Some people used to find original, incipient gray materials there. Because of this reason, many lived around this area, and warriors from other regions of the Agate Star area would also often come to the Broken Star Field to collect materials. The giant tribe often went to the Broken Star Field to find some special materials to exchange for divine crystals or something suitable for their cultivation. Anyway, the Broken Star Field wasn't a peaceful place. It was very chaotic. A group of lazy bandits in the Broken Star Field who didn't want to work often robbed the weak forces when they had found something special. This bandit group were dominant forces, so they were confident enough. Zhenggu had brought 10 giant soldiers on that trip. They had found a valuable heaven fiery crystal. However, a force came to rob the fruit of their labor before they could harvest the crystals. Of course, Zhenggu and the giants wouldn't let them do that. They burst out fighting. The giants won. However, the giants were always kind and friendly. They didn't destroy the others and instead let them leave. Shortly afterward, the bandits came back with more support. They had prepared for a new battle. Jingu and his giant fellows were beaten up. Not only did the attackers occupy the heaven-fiery crystal mine, but they also damaged the giants badly. They had captured 7 giants and asked Jingu to give 100,000 top-quality divine crystals to exchange for 1 giant. If they didn't submit enough divine crystals, they wouldn't let the hostages go. Those giants would become their mine slaves forever. That force had 2 leaders. Both of them were at the second sky of ethereal god realm. Jingu and his giants weren't their equal opponents. They retreated, defeated. Jingu had his soul altered, damaged badly. His condition was awful, and it would take a lot of time to recover. Although they had not Exine, they had only 1 second sky of ethereal god realm. If they had to fight, they would be defeated again. 7 giants mean 700,000 top-quality divine crystals. We can't give so many divine crystals like that. One of the wounded soldiers gritted his teeth. Tribal oldie, we should risk our lives and fight them. I know where their base is. Naxian was worried. He didn't smile as he used to do. Light sparkled in his eyes continually, as if he was considering something. After a while, Naxian sighed weakly. They have 2 second sky of ethereal god realm experts. Our tribe has only me at this level. Jingu was able to fight once, but he's hurt now. If we have to fight them, nothing good will happen. As the tribal oldie of the giant tribe, he knew what to consider, which was to protect the giants. He didn't let anger confuse him. But we can never get 700,000 divine crystals. One of the others hissed. His eyes were bloodshot like a caged wild beast, struggling painfully. Tribal oldie, Jingu exhaled, his face ashen. We can't be impulsive. We aren't. They're equal matches. Naxian forced a smile. I won't lose my mind. For the future of our tribe, I won't act recklessly. He sighed. Then he stepped forward and patted Jingu by his shoulder. Glancing at Xiaoman sobbing, he smiled reluctantly. Don't worry. I'll handle this. I won't let our fellows be humiliated by becoming the other slaves. But 700,000 divine crystals? Jingu wanted to get up. Even if we gather all of what we have, we would still lack a lot. We might have no solution if this happened sometime before. However, while you were away, some distinguished guests came. Naxian glanced at Shurien, comforting them. Don't worry. If I say I can handle it, I won't let our fellow giants be imprisoned. I promise you. Listening to his solemn words, Jingu could ease his mind a little bit. However, he was still confused. Take a good rest, Naxian said weakly, and then turned to the other 5 giants. You all too. Go rest and recover well. The children need you to live well. Wah, Dad, I swear I will take revenge for you. Xiaoman cried hoarsely, clenching his fists. His eyes were watery as he said, I will definitely become stronger. I will kill all of my dad's enemies. Good boy, good boy. I know. You will be stronger than your old man. Jingu's tired face was loving. But you have to promise me that before you are capable, you will never act impulsively. Understand. Dad, I understand. Xiaoman is a good boy. The teenager nodded resolutely, his young and tender face filled with reverence. Naxian sighed inwardly, asking Jingu and the other 5 giants to rest. He took around 10 giants, leaving in anger. Oldie, no matter what you want to do, we will support you. The 10 giants were longing for a fight. It was obvious on their kind and honest faces. The giant tribe was never cowardly. Quite the contrary, they were valiant and powerful. The same-level warriors weren't equal matches to the giants. However, there were 2 reasons explained why this race wasn't strong enough. First, their population was small, and their reproduction wasn't quick enough. The other reason was their simple minds. People always took advantage of them. In many battles to compete for materials or other goods, they always fell into the disadvantageous position. Gradually, they lost cultivating materials while enemies plotted against their members who died on the battlefield. Even if they were strong, with this kind of decrease for tens of thousands of years, they would decline. Their tribe was gradually declining. Absolutely, we won't fight. Not Exan darkened his visage. We aren't strong enough. If we lose our members, our number will decrease even more. We've been in the disadvantageous for tens of thousands of years. If we don't change our mindset to be more patient instead of fighting recklessly, our tribe will be extinct. Listening to him, 10 muscular giants quieted down. Little Yin, what do you think? Na Exan pondered for a while. He couldn't help but turn to Shi Yin. If we aren't strong, we can only be patient. When we accumulate enough, it will not be too late to take revenge. Shi Yin considered for a while and then continued to give his ideas. We got a big harvest this time. When we can pick up 23,000-fold lotuses, we will bring a tremendous advancement to your tribe. I think you guys will get stronger shortly. You still have the evil dragon skull and a lumber from the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. They all can bring you immeasurable benefits. If you have time, you can take revenge after. Your human clan does have a good vision. Yeah, you or the clan that knows how to rest and accumulate power, not Exan nodded. I will decide to apply your ideas. I want to sell that lumber from the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. I think we will have enough divine crystals to pay the ransom for our fellows. It's true, Shi Yin smiled. I want to go to the Broken Star Field. Are you interested? Asked Na Exan. Shi Yin was bewildered. The Broken Star Field is the center of the Far West. It has cities and explorers from different races of the Agate Star area. It's a kind of hustle and bustle type city. I think, after a trip to that place, you will have a better understanding of the Agate Star area. With only my words, it's hard to understand the area, said Na Exan sincerely. It sounds nice. We don't have many things to do here. Shi Yin thought, and then nodded with a smile. All right, I will go with you. Yeah, I need to arrange my people. I will bring some of them. Come here 3 days later. We will depart. Great. Shi Yin arrived at their temporary gathering point. Shi Yin only told Fei Lan, Leona, Yang Tian Emperor, and Long Zhu about the discovery of the 1,000-fold lotus and the mysterious ancient city. He asked them not to tell anyone else. Whether it was the mysterious city or the 1,000-fold lotus, they were critical matters that could drive people crazy with greed. Many races from Grace mainland weren't loyal to them. Some were their enemies previously. If they knew about these things, it was unknown whether they would have different thoughts. They could sell Shi Yan's team out to gain more benefits. For example, if they told the experts in the other areas of the Agate Star area, people living in the old Orchid Star would receive a disaster pouring on their heads. Then, he told them he wanted to go to the Broken Star Field. Fei Lan, Leona, Katfa, Yang Tian Emperor, Ziyao, and Feng Rao also wanted to go to open their eyes to the general situation of the Agate Star area. 3 days later, Shi Yin brought around 10 warriors to the Grand Mountain of the giant tribe. They sat neatly on the giant's shoulder and departed from the old Orchid Star to go to the Broken Star Field. Chapter 9:17. Yang Tian Emperor is well prepared. Chapter 9:17. Yang Tian Emperor is well prepared, underscore. Including Na Exan, there were 4 giants who left the old Orchid Star. Na Exan was at second sky of Ethereal God Realm, and the other 3 were at third sky of Original God Realm. Shi Yin brought 9 warriors, including Fei Lan, Leona, Kata, Karthu, Ziyao, Feng Rao, Yang Tian Emperor, Long Zhu, and Jester. Including Shi Yin, there were 10 members of this team. Due to the tremendous gravity of the old Orchid Star, the warriors with low realms, Feng Rao, Yang Tian Emperor, and Long Zhu, couldn't use their powers to get rid of the gravity and jump into space. However, as soon as they left the old Orchid Star, the pressure they had to endure disappeared immediately. They calmed down and felt better. Yang Tian Emperor and Long Zhu had the lowest realm here. They were at third sky of True God Realm. They hadn't reached King God Realm yet. It would be hard for them to move in outer space. However, with the coverage by Shi Yin and the others, they were going to be safe and sound. After they departed the old Orchid Star, Yang Tian Emperor lifted his head to observe the starry sky in the vast galaxy, sinking into his thoughts. A desperate, mournful, and begrudging thought diffused from his aura. However, since his eyes brightened shortly afterward, it disappeared. Brilliant light suddenly twirled around his body as his soul altar spun. Not Exion glanced at him, and then he got frightened. This kind of power Upanishad is really profound. Look at this energy fluctuation. I think he will break through soon. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He studied Yang Tian Emperor for a while, and then frowned, speaking to Jester. Do you have any suitable pellets to help the warrior break through to King God Realm? Jester felt a pain in his heart, and he nodded. Yeah, how many do you want? Cough, cough. Long Zhu caught everyone's attention, speaking embarrassedly. I'm also about to break through. When I was in Grace Mainland, I was just one step away. If the energy there were enough, I would be at King God Realm by now. Shi Yan was surprised. When he knew Long Zhu, the old man had already been at the peak of true God Realm. It was true that he was just one step away from the new realm. After they had arrived in the old Orchid Star, Long Zhu had prepared a breakthrough. Seeing Shi Yan asking Jester for pellets, he became thick-skinned to ask for one too. Jester was a divine great alchemist, the famously talented individual in the Raging Flame Star area. The pellets he refined were several levels higher than the alchemist of Grace Mainland. Give me all that you have. Shi Yan pondered for a while and then grinned. I'm just borrowing them. I will pay you back later. Of course. I believe you. Jester wasn't so content. However, he still sincerely took out the pellets from his fantasy sky ring. These bottles have the pellets to nurture the soul and refine the god body. They should be more than enough for them. Shi Yan's eyes brightened, smiling. All right, don't show me that face. You will receive more in the future. Jester became happy. Remember that you said that. You have to keep in your mind. Shi Yan, if you don't have enough pellets, I have some here. You can give them to your great-grandfather, Ziyao said softly. Feng Rao was bewildered for a while, and then she hastened to say, I have some too. Uh-huh. Jester laughed happily. They're going to break through to the King God Realm from the true God Realm. They won't need so many pellets like that. I've given them enough. You girls don't need to do so. Hearing him, Ziyao and Feng Rao gave up the thought of giving away their pellets. They glanced at each other and then turned around. Shi Yan rubbed his nose, pretending to have not seen anything. He divided the pellets that Jester gave him into two proportions and threw them at Yang Tian Emperor and Long Zhu. As Yang Tian Emperor and Long Zhu were prepared, they didn't hesitate. They opened up the bottle and swallowed the pellets. After taking the pellets, just like other warriors when they advanced into the King God Realm, Long Zhu started his process step by step. He began to condense his god body first. But Yang Tian Emperor was different. His body suddenly emitted an immense blood qi, which was abundant to the acme after he had swallowed the pellets. It seemed like he had absorbed the power from the pellets easily. An immense energy surged, winding around him like bunches of light. Yang Tian Emperor closed his eyes, his face solemn. The marvelous desperate intent domain was released. Shortly after, it became the god domain easily. Inside his god domain, Shi Yan, Ziyao, Feng Rao, Fei Lan, Leona, and even the members of the giant tribe were affected. A haunting shadow appeared in their mind while thick clouds covered their sea of consciousness. A thought of despair arose in their hearts. This intent domain is extreme. Fei Lan couldn't help but hiss. She looked at Yang Tian Emperor with respect. I have never seen this kind of power Upanishad before. Not Exion frowned, observing Yang Tian Emperor for a while. All of a sudden, he shouted, Despair power. It's a despair power. My oh my. Shi Yan turned his head around. Precursor, our Agate Star area has a legend of a man who had cultivated despair power. Every time he fell into despair, he became stronger, his power rocketing endlessly. It seemed like he didn't have a limitation. He was the invincible legend of the Agate Star area. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was the overlord of the star area. I heard that his power was intimidating. He could always challenge people who had higher realms than his. Although he disappeared for many years, we still talk about his legends. Na Xian took a deep breath, his face solemn as he looked at Yang Tian Emperor. The despair power is tough to perceive. No inheritance could generate this power, Upanishad. Also, there are no books or scripture about it. Rumor says that only some extreme individuals who are very cruel to themselves can practice this. The giants were scared, looking at Yang Tian Emperor with deep fear. Fei Lan, Leona, and Kata were also frightened, their faces unnatural. Yang Tian Emperor was the undying legend in the endless, the real overlord. He was the sort of man that not Xian had mentioned. He was cruel, ruthless, and extreme to himself to break through a realm. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't afraid to initially intrude the demon area, letting demon kings Bo Sun and Shi Yin bind him to the great formation of the demon clan. He was tortured for many years. He had lived as a skeleton inside that magical formation for dozens of years. He understood this kind of pain. He wanted to get in there to endure the torture that wasn't designed for humans. He was absolutely an extreme person. After breaking through to the true God realm, he had finally comprehended the meanings of despair. When Grace Mainland ran out of power, all people fell into depression. In Yang Tian Emperor's realm, in the most desperate situation was still increasing. Under the given circumstances of an exhausted continent, he had reached third sky of true God realm in a few dozen years. He was absolutely a genius, one of the most ruthless and extreme kinds of men. Yang Tian Emperor could break through in a place like Grace Mainland and reach high realms. As soon as he arrived in the Agate Star area, he burst out his outstanding features because he had accumulated for years for this moment. Yang Tian Emperor had the immortal demon blood, and he understood the mysteries of the immortal rebirth secret. He was terrifically wise, resilient, and persistent. After he had collected all the supplements, he seemed to have made the final step. The tremendous blood chi moved like blood snakes swimming in his body. Shortly after, his body became red like a hot iron. Murky air oozed out from his body. Yang Tian Emperor's process of refining the god body was several times faster than that of Long Zhu. After only 1 hour, Yang Tian Emperor had finished refining his god body. He opened his cold eyes. His pupils seemed more capable of putting people into endless despair. Do you still have more pellets? He looked at Shi Yin. Shi Yin looked at Zi Yao and Feng Rao. The two women understood. They immediately took out the suitable pellets in their fantasy sky rings. They didn't hand them to Shi Yin, but threw them directly at Yang Tian Emperor. He snatched the pellets, not looking to see what they were, and just swallowed them as if the pellets were beans. He closed his eyes, murmuring, "I will break through continually." Everybody was frightened. Alchemist Jester was confused. Could he endure so many pellets like that? If the number of pellets he consumes is more than he can endure, he will explode. As soon as he finished, his words became true. Yang Tian Emperor immediately shot out blood. His bones cracked loudly. Beams of blood shot out while his vessels exploded, his bones cracking and releasing marrow. At this moment, Yang Tian Emperor looked mournful like a wailing ghost. He didn't have any deliberate gleam like in the past. However, at this moment, he was still cold and ruthless like an ice rock. He didn't seem to feel the pain. People could even see a crazy, insane smile on his mouth. A madman, a crazy devil, a maniac. Not Xen, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ziyao looked at him bewilderedly. They also had the same thought. From the true God realm, he takes one step to enter the King God realm, condensing the God body and creating the God domain. He had them done in one vigorous effort and continued to enter the second sky of King God realm. Have you ever seen or heard of anyone like him? Carthu felt that his throat was dry, licking his lips and looking at Leona with a forced smile. Leona was called the crazy devil in Raging Flame Star area. She furrowed her eyebrows. The scars on her face twitched, her eyes complicated. No, never before. Fei Lan looked at Na Xian. Na Xian shook his head, giving a forced smile. It's not very likely. Basically, it's not easy to enter the King God realm from the true God realm. Without several years to steady the realm, the warrior can't grasp the needed requirements to open the next door. He's an unusual fellow. Except for Shi Yin, everybody else was afraid, discussing Yang Tian Emperor's mysterious and magical progress. My great-grandfather was always a hero for his whole life. He had walked the path that people didn't dare to take, thought of things that people didn't dare to think, endured the pain that nobody dared to endure. Of course, nobody could catch up with his attainment. Shi Yin just smiled deliberately. Under people's attentive looks, Yang Tian Emperor's god body had broken to a level where it looked like a bloody, shattered skeleton. He looked no different from a corpse. To ordinary people, getting hurt at that level meant that their god body was completely damaged. However, after his god body was burst off, Yang Tian Emperor's heart was still beating vigorously, constantly releasing the immense blood qi. A miracle happened quickly. His broken vessels wiggled like small snakes, connecting each other. His bones produced new marrow, and then they became transparent and shiny like jewels. On his bloody skeleton, new blood and flesh grew rapidly, reviving. His god body was closest to a cooperating machine, which was producing blood, flesh, marrow, and vessels. This was the miraculous recovery power of the immortal rebirth secret. Apparently, Yang Tian Emperor had a much more profound level in practicing the immortal rebirth secret than Shi Yin. Also, his attainment was much more significant. Chapter 918, A Long, Lonely Journey. Chapter 918, A Long, Lonely Journey, _ In this galaxy, twinkling stars as gorgeous as pieces of broken diamonds shined beautifully in the dark universe. A group of 10 people was moving quickly like shuttles heading to the far west of the agate star area, the broken star field, created by countless broken stars. Long Zhu closed his eyes, still condensing his god body. Just like most of the warriors, he didn't have anything strange happen to him. Yang Tian Emperor was also breaking through the new realm, but he was very different. Right from the start, he had many unique things happen. The commotion he created was also more significant. Shi Yin and Na Xian didn't pay much attention to Long Zhu as they were busy watching Yang Tian Emperor. Time flew hurriedly. 5 days passed. The despair, intent, domain Yang Tian that Emperor had released had never decreased. It became more refined and powerful. The energy of his power Upanishad was constantly increasing. People inside his god domain had their soul altar covered with a dim layer. It was like a ghost peeping on their souls, bringing them despair. They wanted to kill as their minds were all confused and hazy. Warriors with a lower realm would have their soul shaken. They would carry that imprint of fear and confusion for the rest of their lives. His god body had recovered under the power of a mortal rebirth secret, which was genuinely terrifying. Indeed, his broken vessels reconnected. Flesh and blood grew on his healed skeleton. From a bloody skeleton, after several days, he recovered. He didn't look too different from himself before the breakthrough. Except for Shi Yin, everybody was chilled seeing this. Undying body. This tremendous recovery ability was scarce in the agate star area. No race could reach such level or recovery. This made people dispirited and hopeless. They thought that Yang Tian Emperor had received favors from God, but they didn't know what he had experienced or what he had paid to gain his today's attainment. Yang Tian Emperor's body refining was finished, but his realm was still progressing. He stood neatly, as his soul altar quietly spun. The energy of his power Upanishad rolled massively and became more intimidating. Gradually, Na Xian and Fei Lan felt like they were witnessing something unbelievable. They thought that it was so unreal. Usually, when the warrior broke through to the new realm, it was hard to grow. However, Yang Tian Emperor had broken this chain. While he was breaking through, it seemed like his realm was increasing unlimitedly. He still slowly and steadily walked forward. After 10 more days, Yang Tian Emperor's soul altar gradually calmed down. His terrifying god domain quietly dispersed. People finally felt relaxed a little bit. Then, Yang Tian Emperor woke up. His visage was calm and natural. his eyes peaceful and quiet. Although the desperate, intent domain that frightened people had disappeared, the feeling that it brought to them was still winding around their sea of consciousness. They always had an unknown pressure that they couldn't describe. Great-grandfather, how do you feel now? Shurian was smiling, asking seriously. Young Tian Emperor had something different in his eyes. He nodded, speaking coldly. Not bad. The second sky of King God Realm. Yeah, I've lacked a little bit. Or else, I would have entered one level further. Listening to him, people had their eyes sparkle strangely as they were perplexed. Shurian, I'm not going with you guys more. Yang Tian Emperor pondered for a while and then spoke all of a sudden. Shurian was surprised why. Yang Tian Emperor turned his head, looking at a place deep in the agate star area, his eyebrows twitching. He spoke faintly. I don't know why something in this star area has attracted me. While I was breaking through, a vibe came to my soul altar. I think I should go there alone and check it out. Also, I need time to stabilize my realm. Something attracted you? Naexion's voice was dry as he had a strange thought. He shook his head to clean that thought away. Can you tell me more details? Shurian, Fei Lan, and Leona looked at him in astonishment. I can't say. Yang Tian Emperor shook his head, but I'm sure that this is important to me. It can help me and give me more benefits. Then great-grandpa, you have to be careful. The Agate Star area isn't similar to our Grace mainland. There are as many experts as trees in the forest. There are many different races here. Although you've reached the second sky of King God Realm, you can't always act rashly. Be cautious, advised Shurian. Of course, he didn't oppose that. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't a man who acted without a clear target. If he wasn't sure, he would never speak about it. If he spoke about something strange, he definitely understood and confirmed it. The Agate Star area was a high-quality star area with endless mysteries. If Yang Tian Emperor could harvest something there, Shurian would feel happy for him. He wouldn't stand in his way. You should also be careful. Yang Tian Emperor smiled, speaking to him softly. This star area has many strange things. You always cause trouble, but you're a person of discretion. I hope you will always be watchful and know your goals and direction. Pausing for a while, he glanced at Long Zhu, not saying more. He nodded to other people and then diverged. Breaking through to the second sky of King God Realm, he could walk into the void without worrying about the energy storm grinding him into powder. When he departed this time, people were all looking for the day he came back. It was unknown why they all felt that when they saw him again, he would surprise people again. Yang Tian Emperor's lonely body flashed, dashing into the void and disappeared. Gradually, he became a black spot that blended into the dark universe. Yin silently looked at him disappear until he couldn't see his great-grandpa anymore. Then, he turned around, murmuring, "Let's go." Naexion and Fei Lan looked at that lonely but brave figure merging into outer space. They nodded, saying nothing more. However, they had the same thought in their mind. This extreme man would become another legend of the Agate Star area. He was destined to ascend to a high position. From that, he would tower over most of the experts, his light shrouding them. This feeling had no cause. Thinking about it further, they found that it was almost unimaginable. Anyway, Yang Tian Emperor was just a small warrior at the second sky of King God Realm. Still, both Fei Lan and Naexion had the same thought. They thought that it was evident that he would reach such height. The journey from the old Orchid Star to the Broken Star Field was going to take several months at the speed of the giants. Shurian's team flew together with Naexion toward the direction he had told them in the dark, gloomy outer space. Precursor, why don't you have a battleship? Isn't it faster to travel using the battleship? One day, Katua couldn't help but ask. In our raging flame star area, battleships are everywhere. Big and strong battleships could activate the power of the divine crystals to move at breakneck speed. It's more comfortable, and the warriors can cultivate inside the battleship. They don't need to consume energy. It's much easier, right? When Jester and Ziyao heard Katua say that, they couldn't help but turn to Naexion. Naexion beamed a forced smile, sighing. The battleships are the main vehicles in the Agate Star area. High-level battleships are very dangerous and famous. However, our race is special. Why do you said so? Katua was curious. Most of the battleships in the Agate Star area aren't suitable for our tribe. Now, Xin was a little bit embarrassed. Our physiques are too huge. There are no suitable battleships for us unless we got it customized. However, the cost would be very high. We don't have much, you know. Kato understood. Oh, that's why. The giant tribe were all giants, so they would need a particularly customized battleship. However, it would cost a lot of divine crystals. The giant tribe wasn't wealthy enough to afford a battleship like that. That was why their tribe had never had a battleship. They had to use their physical power to move in the void. How many divine crystals is equivalent to lumber of the life ancient tree? Is it enough to redeem your fellows? And with whom do you do business? Is it safe? Shiyin thought and then asked seriously. Xian smiled. The lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan is absolutely priceless. I can't assess how much we can exchange for it, but I'm sure it's not just 700,000 divine crystals. And to who we would exchange with, you will know when we arrive at the Broken Star Field. That area has a large-scale exchange market, which is safe and fair. As he said that, Shiyin eased his mind and spoke. Seems you do have a plan, precursor. Yes, I have a target. Xian didn't conceal anything. He's called AI Fu. He's at second sky of original God Realm cultivation, which is not really strong. However, he's the owner of the most modern and official exchange market. It's also the safest and fairest market in the Broken Star Field. Shiyin was surprised. If he has only the second sky of original God Realm cultivation base, how can he guard the Broken Star Field? What does he depend on? Everybody was curious, but they couldn't explain why. The Broken Star Field was unique. It was formed by countless pieces of broken stars. It was incredibly vast, hiding magical and dangerous things. It even had some original, incipient-grade materials. Explorers of other races who came to this place could even be at Ethereal God Realm. If AI Fu had only second sky of original God Realm, how could he stand firm and become the owner of the biggest exchange market? He depends on his grandfather, who is the incipient God Realm. Xian said faintly. People then fell into silence. AI Fu's grandfather has first sky of incipient God Realm. He secludes and cultivates somewhere in the far west region of the Agate Star area. It has been so many years since he's shown himself. Anyway, in this far west region, all know about him. As long as he's alive, no one dares to provoke AI Fu. Xian said solemnly. Moreover, even though AI Fu's realm isn't high, his entourage isn't bad. They are his grandfather's subordinates. All of them have reached the Ethereal God Realm. One is even at third sky of Ethereal God Realm. Oh, Shiyin nodded. He has a powerful background. That's why he isn't afraid of bandits. No wonder why he can still stand in the Broken Star Field. But I don't like this man. He is too cunning. Xian sighed. If we do business with him, he will definitely skin us. I have a headache thinking about this. Sigh. How about you let me do business for you? Shiyin contemplated for a while and then said seriously, you giants are famous for your natural characteristics. It would be better if you let us do the business on behalf of you. Xian's eyes brightened. He pondered and then nodded. Chapter 919, Blood Halberd. Chapter 919, Blood Halberd, _ A battleship made of some jade-like, transparent bones more than 2,000 meters long and 400 meters wide was moving silently in the void. Lines of bone pillars stood along both sides of the battleship. A warrior was tied to each pole by some kind of beast tendon. There were several thousand warriors, and most of them were at True God Realm or King God Realm. The battleship emerged from a dark area, flying towards the Broken Star Field. Shiyin and Xian's team came from another direction. They met each other here all of a sudden. That battleship had a hexagonal flag, which drew a symbol of a trident made of 3 bloody swords. It seemed to represent some force. Troopers of Blood Halberd, a force in the far west region. This force is formed by many members of different races. It's a potent force in the broken star field. They often send mine slaves to exploit ores. Na Xian glared at the battleship and slowly explained, "Troopers of Blood Halberd are tough. People in the Far West region don't like them since they are multiracial and they don't have a limit in their operations." Along the journey, Na Xian had explained to Shi Yin about the outline of forces and components of this Far West region, giving him a better understanding of the area. The Far West region had many races living together. It had Demon Clan, Mighty Monster Clan, many human tribes, and the exclusive pagans of the Agate Star area. The Demon Clan and Monster Clan here were the relatively intimidating branches with different organizations. Blood Halberd was one of them, a famous one, anyway. The Master of Blood Halberd was an expert at Third Sky of Ethereal God Realm, a brutal character of the Far West. This man recruited experts from different races. He didn't mind this. As long as his troopers dedicated their efforts, no matter what they've done, he would still use them. That battleship belonged to the Master of Blood Halberd. The closer we get to the Broken Star Field, the more battleships we will encounter heading there. Blood Halberd is just one of them. We will see more, explained Na Xian. Shi Yin smiled. As they were heading to the same destination, Shi Yan's team was getting closer to that battleship. After a while, they could even see the warriors who were tied to the pillars. Gobu! All of a sudden, Feng Rao changed her face, hissing. She focused, taking a deep breath and watching the battleships and the warriors tied there. She grimaced. Lucio, Panan, Arthur. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. They're Blue Demon's pirates. Hearing her, Shi Yin became grim, frowning. The light in his eyes looked so real as he focused on the battleship. Those Blood Halberd's mine slaves were tied by beast tendon on the bone poles. There were thousands of them. However, they could spot some familiar faces, the pirates who had been with them. Shi Yin darkened his face. When they came here from God Perishing Land, Shi Yan's team and Fei Lan arrived in the same area, while Feng Ku and Fan, he didn't land on the old Orchid Star. They didn't expect to meet the others in this place. However, their friend's condition wasn't good. Do you know those people? Na Xian lowered his voice and asked. Shi Yin nodded. They will be pathetic. Na Xian was serious. The Blood Halberd troopers will bring them to the most dangerous area to exploit ores. 1 out of 10 survives with the best luck. I think half of them will die, and the other half who survive will be imprisoned and sent to the more dangerous area. Eventually, no one will be left alive. Listening to him, Feng Rao paled. My father. He might be there too. Yeah, he's tied on the other side of the battleship. They're especially watching him. Their jailers are. Aogu Duo's team, said Fei Lan. She was at Ethereal God Realm, so she could observe the blind corner where Shi Yin and the others couldn't see using a unique method. Almost all of the pirates who survived God Perishing Land are confined on the battleship. But Aogu Duo and Fan He's teams aren't tied down. They must have followed the other. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. Tears lingered in her eyes as she looked at Shi Yin. Precursor, Shi Yin pondered for a while and then asked Na Xian sincerely, how powerful is Blood Halberd? It's famous in the Far West region. Our giants don't want to provoke them. What do you want? Na Xian frowned. You guys sent the battleship to see which is the highest realm the warriors have there? Shi Yin turned to Fei Lan. Fei Lan closed her eyes to sense. Na Xian pondered for a while and then started to sense. Shortly after, Na Xian spoke up. One warrior at First Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Yeah, that is also what I found, said Fei Lan. Please save my father. Shi Yin, please. I'm begging you. Feng Rao begged him. Tears rolled down on her face. Precursor. Shi Yin bent his body, asking seriously, please give us a hand. He looked at Fei Lan. Fei Lan kept silent for a while and then nodded. I have no problem with that. But if oldie Na Xian doesn't help us, we can't endure it. Everybody looked at Na Xian. Na Xian furrowed his brows tightly. This battleship has only one First Sky of Ethereal God Realm expert, but the Blood Halberd's competence isn't this simple. We don't want to provoke them. Sigh, give me more time to think. The other side of the battleship. Fonka was tied to a bone pole, his hair disheveled, his face dusty, and his eyes exhausted. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have gotten badly hurt. Not far from him were more pirates tied to the bone poles. They couldn't even wiggle. The beast tendon squeezed, sinking into their flesh. The more they struggled, the more blood shot out. It was utterly painful. Aogu Duo clasped his fists, standing aside and sneering. Fonka, think about it. If you follow Blood Halberd, at least you won't die. Your realm isn't low. Haha, if you don't want to, you won't avoid this perishing fate. Monica, one of the commanders of the Underworld League, smiled seductively. Fonka Dage, you should think about it, really. As long as you can survive, why do you care about so many things? This place isn't the Raging Flamestar area. You don't need to consider your reputation too much. A gleam of brutal resentment sparkled in Fonka's tired eyes. I will say the same. I will follow you if you free all of my brothers. I don't want them to be mine slaves. We reported to our master. He doesn't agree. Monica sighed. Your brothers have low realms. They aren't worth his attention. At the same time, he's short on mine slaves. However, he guarantees that warriors at 2nd or 3rd sky of King God realm can be like you. They don't need to work as mine slaves. As long as you give us a nod. No, Fonka shook his head persistently. Unless all of my brothers are safe, I will never agree. You dumb, stubborn-headed idiot. I won't care about you anymore. You deserve it. Monica snorted and then moved away swiftly and gently, as if she was dancing. She put on an inviting smile when she came to talk to a lanky Darkspear clan man. That man was the one in charge of this battleship, the only first sky of ethereal god realm warriors, Tufong. Little beauty, what did he say? Tufong smiled until his eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand, striking Monica's waist, which was as slim as a bee's waist. You're looking delicious. When we get to the Broken Star Field, I will give you something good. Then I have to thank you in advance, Dage. Monica smiled charmingly. However, she spoke to him begrudgingly. He is the same. He wants us to let all of his brothers live well. That is how he will agree to follow us. This man fails to appreciate my kindness. Tufong sneered. Our master needs more mine slaves. What's good keeping his trash brothers? Of course, they will become mine slaves. If I didn't consider his competence, I would have killed him already. Okay, when we arrived at the Broken Star Field, if he's still stubborn, he will become a mine slave too. I'll let him die in the most dangerous area. Dage, you have to love me. You have to say good things about me to our master. I don't want to do laborious work. Monica said charmingly as she proactively stepped forward like a slithering water snake. Her milky breast caressed Tufong's arm. Tufong enjoyed it, his smile becoming lecherous. Don't worry. How can I let you work hard? I don't even dare to use more force to protect you when you're in my arms. Monica felt content. Her smile bloomed invitingly, her bearings seducing. Dash, if I help you, I will bear the flame of energy from the master of Blood Halberd. It will bring disaster on the heads of our clansmen. Now Exine pondered for a while, and then forced a smile, shaking his head continually. Who will know about this? Yin was surprised. Of course, they will know. After we rescued them, someone will leave and report to their superior, said a giant uneasily. Haven't you suffered enough? Yin put on a cold and harsh visage, his eyes chilled. Did I say I would let them leave alive? You giants are nice and kind, but I'm not. If I want to attack, I won't spare anyone. I won't let the news spread. Naexayan and the giants changed their countenance. There are almost 100 of them. Do you want to kill them all? How could you? The giant spoke again. Precursor, I only need your help with one thing. Yin took a deep breath. You help us hold that first guy of ethereal god realm warrior back. You can find him for a while. Just leave the rest to us. Since Phelan was at first sky of ethereal god realm, when the strongest expert of the opponent was held down, even if they had 100 members, they wouldn't be able to resist Yan's slaughter. Leona at third sky of original god realm also provided powerful support. She could damage them severely in just a blink. As he knew each other's competence, Yin was confident. If you just need me to restrain that one for a while, oh, okay. I can help you. Not Xian frowned, but we won't help you massacre people. It's hard for us to kill weak people unless it's to defend ourselves. Okay then. Shiyan's face became colder. Turning to Fei Lan, he said, I hope you guys can clear them all. How about Ao Guduo and the others? Karthu said softly. He used to be a member of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Kill. I'll do it myself. Shiyan said without any hesitation. He grinned. It's time to accomplish my pledge from that year. Chapter 920. Today, I come to fulfill my pledge. Chapter 920. Today, I come to fulfill my pledge. Underscore. More than 10 years ago in Purgatory Star, he used to exaggerate that he would kill Ao Guduo in 100 years. That year, people thought he was crazy. They felt that he didn't care about logic and that his bragging would never be fulfilled. Today, he'd reached original God Realm. Although he was still one level behind Ao Guduo, he believed that he had the competence to hunt Ao Guduo down. It was time to fulfill his pledge. Tribal oldie Not Xian asked his giant fellows to leave this scene. They silently moved pretty far from the battleship so that people there wouldn't see them. Then Not Xian closed his eyes, spinning his soul altar. The ethereal extent flew out from his sea of consciousness, slowly shrouding the battleship. On the battleship, Tu Feng was teasing Monica, thinking of finding a quiet place to have a better talk with this inviting woman. All of a sudden, Tu Feng changed his countenance slightly, lifting his head to watch the sky. Flames of anger sparked in his eyes. Damn giant, he dares to mess with me. You don't know how to live well, right? Tu Feng snorted, pushing Monica aside and then sitting down cross-legged. His ethereal extent was also released, flying up. It was a vast forest with thick wood energy fluctuation. Huge trees grew fast. In just a blink, they filled the space on the battleship. When ethereal god realm experts fought, they depended mostly on the ethereal extent. These two weren't an exception. Tu Feng's ethereal extent pushed Not Xian's ethereal extent. Trees and vines in the forest wanted to entangle Not Xian's ethereal extent like countless tentacles. Mountains appeared in Not Xian's ethereal extent from thin air. They heavily pressed down little by little. Boom, boom, boom. Giant trees exploded in Tu Feng's ethereal extent. The ethereal extent seemed to collapse simultaneously. The forest he had created was reduced instantly. He put on a cold countenance and couldn't help but hiss. You are the one and only tribal oldie of the giant tribe. Damn, you dare to attack me. The ethereal extent pressed down, subduing his soul altar. The mountain ranges fell with a grumble on his head. They acted like a magical formation, subduing Tu Feng's god body, preventing him from retaking action. On the battleship, Feng Ke lifted his head, dully looking at the sky with a strange face. Many pirates also had hope while being tied to the bones. They were waiting for something discreetly. Once they entered the broken star field, they would become mind slaves of Blood Halberd. They would never see hope for the rest of their lives, as they were now little pawns in the most dangerous areas. They would die one by one. No matter who the attacker was, that person had brought them a good chance to escape. Ao Guduo was also startled. He shivered inwardly while looking at the sky above his head. An ethereal god realm expert. Who is that? As he was at second sky of original god realm, he knew that the battle between ethereal god realm warriors had things to do with the ethereal extent. However, he couldn't resist the power of nature to recognize Not Xian's existence. He couldn't see Not Xian, but he saw a man he knew. Ao Guduo's face darkened, unable to hold down his fear, shouting. Shiyan, a shadow emerged from the dark place. He was moving at breakneck speed with a huge sword and torrential blood chi. He brought with him a vast sea of blood, slashing down on Ao Guduo directly and coldly. Fei Lan, Leona, and Karthu also showed themselves. They all urged their power Upanishads. Due to their low realms, Feng Rao and Long Zhu didn't join this battle. The other three giants protected them, keeping them far away from the fight. While Fei Lan was moving, thumb-sized flows of gray air, which was corrosive air, fell on the battleship. They moved, searching targets proactively as if they all had intellect. The warriors who were attacked by the corrosive air became baffled. As their bodies were eroded from the inside, their soul altars slowed down. They couldn't escape. Leona had ruthless, slaughtering eyes. When she came, her god body engulfed all the light. She waved her hand and a dark vortex descended like a massive black sun, covering some warriors. In the absolute darkness, the warriors became perplexed. Their soul, altar, and the sea of consciousness had fallen into the dark. They couldn't sense or recognize anything. In the absolute darkness, Leona was like a fish swimming in water. She took lives as if she was a dark death. Xiao, Carthu, and Ka Tu also joined this attack. They were lucid, slaughtering some warriors at second or third sky of King God Realm. Their operation was resolute and heartless, as they didn't have a bit of hesitation. Shi Yan, it's Shi Yan. The pirates shouted in thrill. Feng Ke heard that, shouting as he was very excited. I'm here, holding the divine sword. Shi Yan moved like a bloodlight. He appeared next to Ao Gu Duo, speaking calmly. You almost killed me in the Purgatory Star. I used to pledge that I would take the head on your neck in 100 years. Today, I have come to fulfill my pledge. Ao Gu Duo's face was savage, his body trembling. You think it's enough to kill me when you've reached original God Realm? Funny. Huh, what I know best is to kill the one whose realm is a little higher than mine. Shi Yan grinned, his smile icy. The divine sword in his hand had its eyes opened. Radiant blood light moved, sending blood sent to the air. Space imprisonment. His power Upanishad changed. The god domain appeared. Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of space were confined, but the blood light released by the divine sword was still brilliant. Its red hue looked so intimidating. Touching his forehead, another soul of Shi Yan urged its power. 10 bright flames shot out from his glabella and eyes. The strange, mighty flaming power wound around Ao Gu Duo. Ao Gu Duo was frightened. He couldn't activate his god domain, and his soul altar was also stagnant. Arg! Ao Gu Duo roared. His bones cracked and exploded. Shortly, his body was covered in blood as he forcefully struggled to get rid of the space confinement. However, at this moment, the blood sea stretching out from the divine sword swarmed over with wild, savage negative power, shrouding Ao Gu Duo's body. The blood eyes on the broadsword seemed to have a negative effect on people's souls. Ao Gu Duo had just glanced at them, and his spirit was broken. His sea of consciousness seemed to become a blood sea. The negative energy affected each of his wisps of soul consciousness. He couldn't activate his powers. Swish, swish. A massive, bloody hand seal descended from the sky like a grumbling blood mountain pressing on Ao Gu Duo. Boom, boom. Ao Gu Duo's skeleton cracked and echoed more explosions. His body was covered in blood as he looked helter-skelter. Slash! As he swung the divine sword, a blood lightning strike that stretched 1,000 meters away crossed the blood sea, drawing a beautiful, deadly curve in the air. Ao Gu Duo faced the sky, roaring and hissing. He continually released his power Upanishad to resume his soul altar's rotational movement. However, under the gazes of the blood eyes on the sword, his soul altar was pressed tightly by an evil force. It couldn't even move. Ao Gu Duo's god body stayed put, letting the bloodlight ribbon of the divine sword cut through it. Crack, crack. His god body exploded. Shi Yan's eyes were calm. He looked like a numb onlooker, floating in the blood sea and continually swinging the sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks and explosions of the bones resounded faster. Ao Gu Duo, a second sky of original God Realm expert, had his god body like a vulnerable chunk of tofu under the divine sword. Shortly after, his god body became cubes of meat that fell on the floor. Touching his forehead, The black hole in Yan's soul altar emerged. It snatched down like a massive dark bowl, covering a piece of Ao Gu Duo's god body. A powerful suction force dragged Ao Gu Duo's soul altar that was emerging from that block of meat immediately. It didn't have a second to resist. It was sucked into the center of the black hole, vanishing. His soul and body were both extinguished. Although Ao Gu Duo was at second sky of original god realm when he faced Yin, he didn't even have the chance to use his power Upanishad. Yin killed him simply. Fengke stood by them, watching the scene. He felt numb as a chill-to-bone air blew his soul. He was also at second sky of original god realm, but he wasn't as strong as Ao Gu Duo. If Yin could kill Ao Gu Duo easily, it wouldn't be a hard task for him to kill him too. He remembered the first time he met Yin. How long has it passed? When did he become so powerful? Fengke took a deep breath to press down the mess in his head, asking hastily, "Where's Feng Rao?" "She's fine. Don't worry." Yin chucked. "Let me free you from your bind. It's dragon tendon. Can you?" Fengke screamed in surprise. Yin didn't answer. He acted to show him. His wrist flickered, controlling the divine sword to cut the tendon easily. Fengke was startled. "What a sharp sword. Haha. If you are free, would you mind killing all the ones who have jailed you and your brothers here?" Smiled Yin. "All right." Fengke stretched his body. Thunderbolts flashed around his body. He joined the battle immediately. Yin chuckled, cocked his head to see the divine sword. "You should be at original incipient grade, right?" Yin. A female shrilled, calling for him from afar. She sounded pathetic and hasty. Yin turned around, finding Bai Ro. She was shivering, looking at Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Ta. They didn't show mercy to anyone. Their attacks were all lethal. Many warriors she knew were killed in front of her. Frowning, Yin exhaled. Spare Bai Tian's people. That year, Bai Tian had given him face and spared Ka Tua and his brothers. When they were in Heaven Punishment City, Bai Tian had treated him well. From the beginning to the last moment, he just wanted to recruit Yin. He even wanted to use his beloved daughter to create a relationship with him. Yin had a good feeling about this man. Thus, he said that to save his people. He had actually saved Bai Tian and his people from his culpa. Fei Lan and Leona didn't kill Bai Tian's warriors. They then became the survivors of this great disaster. Chapter 921. You're dead. Chapter 921. You're dead. The battle happened faster than Yin thought. On this battleship, the strongest warrior was the person at first sky of ethereal god realm. Na Xin had subdued him right from the start. As he couldn't wiggle, he had no free time to care about others. Fei Lan was also at ethereal god realm. She could kill almost all the warriors in this battle except for that guy. The battle favored one side. Only Fei Lan herself could trouble the blood halberd on this battle, making it seem as if the sky was falling on their heads. She had killed half of them. Leona was at third sky of original god realm with an extraordinary power, Upanishad. She was infamous for raising blood showers wherever she passed. She had massacred many times in the dark. Yin killed Ao Gu Duo and then ran around the battleship to absorb essence chi of the dead. He released the black hole to swallow the soul altar from the dead too. After he had reached original god realm, 720 acupuncture points in his body had upgraded. Now, he could absorb more essence chi. On his way, essence chi flowed into him like currents of a flood. His acupuncture points took all of them. It felt so good. He had never had such a feeling before. The black hole swallowed the soul altars and refined them, releasing pure energy and giving a tonic to his soul altar. It made his soul altar comfortable and refreshed. He guided a part of that kind of energy to the blood vein ring. He knew that the ring needed it. When the ring spirit woke up, it could give him further direction for his development. A graceful figure ran away from the back deck of the battleship, trying to sneak towards the broken star field's direction. Yin was startled. He hissed and then dashed after her. Swinging the divine sword, the blood sea emerged again. It looked like countless clusters of blood clouds blocking that figure. Yin flashed and then disappeared like a beam of bloodlight. He reappeared in that blood sea. "Where are you going?" Holding the huge sword, he stared at that woman, asking coldly, "Little brother, why do you need to kill us all? I don't have any grudge against you guys. You please show me mercy?" Monica's charming face shivered, trying to look vulnerable. "I'm also a pitiful warrior. Everybody comes from the Raging Flame Star area, right? Just consider that we used to be on the same side. Sorry, I have my reasons to kill you. This time, I can't make mistakes." Yin shook his head, his eyes cold. Strange light sparkled in Monica's beautiful eyes. She suddenly danced at her spot, her thin, silky dress floaty. She looked stunningly charming, licking her succulent red lips and trying to be cute. "Let me serve you." She cocked her head, beaming a beautiful smile. She was like a flame attempting to enter masculine bodies and give men the best sensual pleasure. On the other side of the battleship, Fei Lon threw a glance, frowning. That slut knows mind power Upanishad and seducing technique. That kid is indeed vigorous. Can he stand it? She was asking Leona. "He'll be all right." Leona's eyes were gloomy and cold. As he has inherited the strongest power Upanishad, his mind should be firm enough. If he sinks in that seducing technique, it means that our precursor was wrong about him. Fei Lon nodded. "Yeah, that's true. When he killed Ao Guduo, he made it clear and clean. He didn't look like a fool. Okay then, we won't care about him. We should start chewing the toughest bone." Leona nodded. Immediately, they looked at Tu Feng, the first sky ethereal god realm expert, who was sitting cross-legged. Tu Feng was bound by Na Xian's ethereal extent. At this moment, he was enduring with pain. Sweat beaded his forehead. It looked like he was trying his best to resist. Fei Lon and Leona exchanged looks and then moved like ghosts towards Tu Feng. Their corrosive power Upanishad and dark power Upanishad were released almost at the same time, looming over Tu Feng. Tu Feng's body shook. He opened his eyes, wide as a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! The mountains floating above his god body pressed down with the weight of billions of gene. 1 gene equals 0. 5 kilograms equals 1 lbs. Boom! Tu Feng's god body exploded. He became exhausted immediately, thundering at the void. "Na Xin, you court death. The giant tribe will come to an end because of your actions today." Na Xin's eyes became cold while he was floating in a dark place in the void. He was struggling inwardly. If he dies, the giant tribe can avoid a disaster. If he's alive, you guys will have a lot of trouble. Feng Rao was calm, giving a suggestion. "You're on it. Why do you have to tie your hands? For the future of the giant tribe, I think he must die." Na Xin was struck. He finally got it and nodded. "All right. I'm going to break the rules that the giant tribe has kept for tens of thousands of years. I will kill him." He finally used his power. Transparent, sharp sabers with the power of 5 elements were formed in his ethereal extent. Abruptly, countless sabers darted from the sky like a sprinkle, thrusting Tu Feng's god body. Fei Lon looked solemn as the erosive energy was shot out from her 10 fingers. It looked like she had released 10 eccentric snakes winding around Tu Feng. Leona squinted, slapping the air. A dark sky descended, hanging above Tu Feng's head. Tu Feng's sea of consciousness had no light remaining. His soul and the soul altar seemed to have separated. They lost the rotary connection. This meant that Tu Feng was officially over. He had no hope of surviving. On the other side of the battleship, Monica was so inviting as she gently got undressed, showing her snow-white, flawless body that looked like a piece of dazzling, exquisite porcelain art. She was dancing swiftly. Layers of soul, energy rippled and surged. Beautiful sceneries appeared in her god domain. Many maidens in different bearings emerged. They were trying to show their best attractive features as if they wanted to drag any man into their warm, soft, and fragranced body and never leave. Her mind power Upanishad could put the warrior's mind in disarray and sink his soul and sea of consciousness. "Is this fun?" Shi Yin asked calmly. The divine sword in his hand shot out a beam of blood light, which then shattered the beautiful sceneries with the charming maidens. "Soulbind." Shi Yin's eyes were garnet with a devil light. Negative energy gushed out like a raging flood as he attacked Monica. Only with the first look at his eyes, Monica felt like she had fallen into an endless blood sea. She wiggled in the dense blood plasma, hopelessly. Although she used mind power Upanishad, she was affected by Shi Yan's negative moods. She couldn't keep her mind clear and sound anymore. She didn't know that Shi Yan had absorbed a lot of essence chi from the dead in this battle. His 720 acupuncture points had generated abundant and dense negative moods like a vast sea. He was about to crack. Her appearance drained Shi Yan. As they were gazing at each other, the multiplied negative moods were sent directly to Monica. Ordinary people couldn't endure so many negative moods at the same time. Monica understood mind power Upanishad, so her sensibility was much more powerful. It meant that she had to bear multiplied energy of the negative moods. Monica couldn't stabilize her soul, sinking in the illusion of the blood sea. She couldn't use her own energy to get rid of it. "You're dead." Shi Yan lowered his voice, muttering. His voice brought negative moods, overflowing Monica's sea of consciousness. Monica's eyes became gloomy. Her vitality drifted away rapidly. Her smooth, soft body gradually paled, losing its blush that showed good health. Her vitality seemed to be drained away. She didn't feel anything, and she looked as if she was happy to die. Shortly after, her charming body was as pale as a sheet of white paper. The last beam of light in her eyes vanished. Her soul altar was struggling in the sea of blood, unable to fly away. Shi Yan released his black hole to engulf her soul altar. She was at the same realm with Aogu Duo, and Shi Yan could also take her life away easily. He had used the negative energy to intrude her soul altar and the sea of consciousness. Slowly, he snatched her vitality. Monica turned into a cold corpse. Floating in front of Monica, Shi Yan squinted while taking an essence chi that gushed out from her dead body. He left immediately without a bit of hesitation, returning to the battleship. On the battleship, Tu Feng was covered by darkness. He was corroded and subdued by the ethereal extent. Being killed was just a matter of time. Holding the divine sword in his hand, he walked between piles of corpses. His wrist flickered as he freed the pirates from their binds. He suddenly paused. Standing ahead of him were Bai Tian, Allard, and Bai Rao. They were looking at him bewilderedly. Staying by Bai Tian, Alchemist Jester frowned as he got absorbed into his thoughts. "Why did you follow them?" Shi Yan sighed. Bai Tian turned around to look at Allard and Bai Rao, speaking calmly. "I wanted to seize a chance for them to survive. If I followed them, they don't need to work. Of course, without them, perhaps I would have still followed them. I'm a weak warrior, and weak warriors have to depend on the strong ones to survive. I had no choice." Shi Yan kept silent. "I will remember your favor today." Bai Tian looked at him, speaking seriously. "If I can survive, I will pay you back for your favor. I believe that if I have time, even if I'm in the Agate Star area, I can still thrive. If you don't mind, you can go to the Old Orchid Star. My fellows are all there," invited Shi Yan. "Okay, I have no place to go anyway." Bai Tian smiled begrudgingly. Pausing for a while, he looked at Jester and then spoke all of a sudden. "Jester had contacted me when I was in Heaven Punishment City. He used to receive favors from the hegemon of the Underworld League. Of course, it's not important today, but I still wanted to tell you that." Shi Yan was surprised. Jester woke up from his thoughts, smiling embarrassedly. "I followed the hegemon for a while. I departed with you guys as he had asked me. However, I can't return to the Raging Flame Star area now. I hope you won't mind things in the past." He was an insider of the Underworld League among the pirates. They had plotted something. However, man proposes and God disposes of. Nothing would matter now. "It's okay. You should follow me from now on," Shi Yan chuckled. Chapter 9:22. Energy divergence. Chapter 922, energy divergence, underscore. Crack, crack, crack. Two Feng's god body exploded. A powerful tearing force expanded from Tu Feng's body. The shockwave crushed some pirates into pieces. Shi Yin discolored, and he couldn't help but shout, "All retreat from this battleship!" Carthu, Ziyao, Feng Rao, and the others were frightened. They immediately jumped off the battleship. Feng Ku and the pirates ran helter-skelter. Shortly after, most of the people on the battleship had run away. Only Shi Yin, Fei Lan, Ka Tua, and Leona stayed. Boom! Tu Feng's body was like glass falling on the ground. Fine cracks appeared first. Then the entire body shattered like the ground jade. His bones were still glowing. Endless essence, qi, gushed out like water, discreetly congregating in Shi Yan's acupuncture points. His 720 acupuncture points dissolved essence, qi, like massive seas. The vortex in each acupuncture point was revolving madly. Under Shi Yin, not Xian, and Fei Lan's cooperation, Tu Feng, a first guy of ethereal god realm expert, couldn't resist any longer. His god body collapsed first. The ethereal god realm warriors had tremendous energy in their bodies. Shi Yin, with his wide-open acupuncture points, was almost overloaded. He had to concentrate to keep his mind lucid. Although his god body had exploded, his ethereal extent and the soul altar weren't killed yet. They struggled to get through not Xian's barrier. Fei Lan's corrosive energy turned into many gray lines like thousands of ropes tying down Tu Feng's soul altar. Leona released Dark Power Upanishad, which ghostly covered all the light. Tu Feng's sea of consciousness was now a pitch-black place, preventing him from connecting with his soul. Na Xian's ethereal extent snatched down from the sky, affecting the entire space. Tu Feng couldn't sneak away. At this moment, Shi Yin opened his eyes wider as he was apparently reluctant. He had never devoured the soul altar at ethereal god realm before. He understood that once he swallowed Tu Feng's soul altar and refined it, it would be a great help to him. However, he wasn't so sure if he could endure it or not. If it was greater than his endurance, the effect would perhaps be reversed. He was hesitant, struggling in his mind. We can't let his soul altar flee, or else all of us wouldn't be able to escape Blood Halberd's pursuit. Leona shouted with a cold, brutal face. Crush his soul altar. Fei Lan and not Xian had tried their best to break Tu Feng's soul altar. However, Tu Feng's realm was profound at ethereal god realm. After his soul altar had left his god body, it could temporarily get rid of rules of nature. If he tried his best to flee, not Xian wouldn't be able to blockade him completely. Seeing that Tu Feng's soul altar was about to get rid of not Xian's confinement, Shi Yin finally made up his mind begrudgingly. Touching his glabella, his three-tiered soul altar flew out. An evil aura emitted from the black hole in his soul altar while it was enlarging. It looked like a dark mouth, forcefully swallowing Tu Feng's soul altar. Under that evil aura, Tu Feng's spinning soul altar halted. Tu Feng's ethereal soul was so frightened, as if it could sense some danger. It hissed inaudibly, activating all kinds power. However, no matter how compelling his power Upanishad was, it couldn't help him flee away. The entire four-tiered soul altar was pulled into the black hole that was created by Shi Yin. The original soul on Shi Yan's soul altar suddenly projected a malicious blood light from the blood mark on its forehead. The evil energy that could affect people's mind rippled, engulfing Tu Feng's four-tiered soul altar. Tu Feng's aura disappeared completely right at the moment that the black hole devoured his soul altar. Fei Lan and Leona were also frightened because of the evil power Shi Yin had just performed. Tu Feng was dead. His soul altar and god body were gone. Shi Yin had taken in the essence qi from his god body and the soul energy from his soul altar. A disorderly energy emitted from Shi Yan's god body. Each of his acupuncture points was shivering. Negative energy diffused thickly. His skeleton resounded cracking sounds unceasingly, as if he had firecrackers installed in his body. Boom! The headband on Ka-Tuo's forehead suddenly exploded, revealing a blood mark. Boom! The same blood mark appeared on Leona's forehead. Phelan emerged right after her. The wrinkles on her forehead stretched as the identical blood mark emerged visibly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of blood light shot out from Shi Yan's 720 acupuncture points. They turned into pure energy, flowing to the blood mark on the forehead of Ka-Tuo, Leona, and Phelan. At the same time, bright light dots filled Shi Yan's soul altar. They were vigorous vitality. The crystal-clear soul altar also entered the blood marks on their forehead like fireflies. The three of them were worried as they didn't know what was happening. However, when the blood light and soul energy light dogs entered their blood mark, their eyes brightened up instantly. They were thrilled. From Shi Yan, as the fountain, blood light from his acupuncture points, and the soul energy from the black hole in his soul altar diverged into four beams. One flooded Shi Yan's body, and the other three poured into the other three's blood marks respectively. Phelan took most of the mysterious energy, and then Leona. Ka-Tuo and Shi Yan had received almost the same proportion. The four of them all had the same blood mark. However, the other three had their marks on their forehead, while Shi Yan had it on his original soul. Apparently, Shi Yan was the giver. He kept and gave away energy. Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tuo had received the excess energy that Shi Yan couldn't absorb. There were around 100 warriors on the Blood Halber battleship, and many of them were at King God Realm. They had around 10 original God Realm experts and one ethereal God Realm expert, which was Tu Feng. After they had been killed, Shi Yan had discreetly harvested their essence, chi, and soul altars. It seemed like he couldn't take in such an enormous amount of surging energy. Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tuo shared something in common with him. All of them had the identical blood mark, and this blood mark was able to receive Shi Yan's energy directly. At the moment his energy was emitted, they connected to him proactively. The battleship had many damages, floating silently in the galaxy. Shi Yan, Leona, Phelan, and Ka-Tuo stood in different corners of the battleship where Shi Yan was the core, releasing this mysterious energy. Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tuo used the blood mark to share his energy. Time seemed to stop moving. Shi Yan's god body and the black hole in his soul altar were still refining and filtering energy, releasing energy to the other three. A giant figure emerged from a gloomy area. It was not Xian. Frowning, Xian looked at the four people on the battleship, his face complicated. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his eyes were filled with fear. He told everybody to leave and to not come near the battleship. He asked them to wait in an area where they couldn't see the battleship. However, Xian had approached and watched in silence, and his observation lasted 3 days. 3 days later, Shi Yan, the fountain of energy, had stopped releasing the two mysterious kinds of energy. Phelan, Ka-Tuo, and Leona didn't say anything, closing their eyes and meditating on the battleship. After the three of them had quieted down, Shi Yan also sat down cross-legged. The energy around his body gradually ceased, but it still surged from time to time inside his god body. Xian came, standing by the battleship and watching them. He stared at the blood marks on their forehead. Several days later, Shi Yan woke up first, but he didn't move. He just observed the other three as if he was considering something. He finally knew why the owner of the blood vein ring would become the master of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. It wasn't simply because it was the great realm and power. Instead, it was because this person could help his 8 escorts increase their realm and power endlessly. Through the blood marks, that person could diverge the refined energy from essence chi and soul altars he has taken in. He could distribute the energy to each of them separately. The blood mark was the only thing that they used to receive the magical energy from this person. As long as the 8 escorts of bloodthirsty followed him in the same way, they would receive benefits from him after each bloody battle. Just like him, their realms would be enhanced tremendously. The bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 had supernatural power Upanishad, and they could receive energy and pure soul energy from the master to refine their soul altar. How could they not become even more powerful? He understood now. Also, Shuriyin could now confirm that Fei Lan, Ka Tuo, and Leona, the 3 warriors with the inheritance and the blood mark, would never leave him. Even if they didn't call him master, they would always act as his most loyal servants. They would honestly and dedicatedly serve him and protect him. They would even sell their lives to him, because he could bestow them everything. In any star area, power and realm were the most irresistible gifts, the best things that people had ever yearned for. After several days later, Leona, Fei Lan, and Ka Tuo gradually woke up. Ka Ta opened his eyes and spoke. I'm about to break through to second sky of original God realm. He looked at Shuriyin, his eyes showing his sincere gratitude. Leona chuckled, glancing at Fei Lan. Auntie, I think you don't want to leave Shuriyin anymore, right? Fei Lan nodded, squinting as she was smiling. Even if someone beats me up, only the 3 of them could know what benefits this harvest had given them after this experience. Hey guys, I've seen the mark on your forehead. Na Exine contemplated and then lowered his voice. It was around 1,000 years ago when I saw a man with the same mark. He was an intimidating expert. Shuriyin, Fei Lan, Leona, and Kata all looked at him. Chapter 923, Taboo Power. Chapter 923, Taboo Power, _ Na Exion's words shocked Shuriyin's team. There was about an 80% or 90% chance that a person with a blood mark belonged to one of the 8 lineages of the bloodthirsty's cortege. Fei Lan and Leona came here also to find those people. Leona's father and Fei Lan's man, the strongest of the dark sky, had followed the star map's direction to the agate star area. Fei Lan and Leona wanted to know whether they were alive or not. Na Xian gave them hope. Can you give us more details? Leona's voice trembled uneasily. She longed for it, but she was also afraid. She hoped that the person Na Xian mentioned was her father or her big uncle. However, she was afraid that it could be a negative answer. Fei Lan's eyes were dark and gloomy. The wrinkles on her face were like the bark of a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. They were dried, reflecting no light. At this moment, she felt tense. Na Xian pondered for a while, and then looked at Shuriyin and the other 3 with a little fear. Are you related to him? Something like that, Shuriyin smiled. I hope you can solve our doubts. It happened around 1,500 or 600 years ago. It has been a long time, so I can't give you the exact number of years. But the scene that year is like a nightmare that haunts me deep in my soul. It feels like it happened just yesterday. I can remember it clearly. I had only first sky of original God realm that year. I went with the soldiers of my tribe to Broken Star Field to try to find the rare cultivating materials for our tribe. We heard some news that they had found the original incipient grade material in Broken Star Field. We knew our capacity. We would never get it, but since we were curious, we went there to see. Many warriors gathered in a deep place inside the Broken Star Field. It was the most dangerous area. They were trying to take that original incipient grade material. The battle was inevitable. It was very harsh and fiery. Forces of the far west joined this battle, killing each other for that rare material. That battle was one of the most unique events that I've witnessed in my life. It gave me a deep impression that I have never forgotten. While the battle continued very furiously, a withered old man wearing a straw coat appeared. He had a blood mark like yours on his forehead. As soon as he appeared, he headed to the area where the original incipient grade material lay. He just kept walking, and the warriors in his way stopped fighting. Their eyes became empty. Their vitality was gone. They died like that, standing at their spots. No one could move while the old man walked. After he got to the center, several thousand warriors who joined the battle all fell. All of them. It looked like he just took a walk in his backyard. He didn't care about the dangers. deliberately taking the material and leaving to a deep place inside Broken Star Field. He disappeared shortly after. At that time, many weaker warriors were observing that battle. We were some of them. Because we stayed far from them, we weren't affected. We waited for some days after he left to send people there and check. We found that thousands of warriors who had joined that battle had their soul altars vanished. There was no one alive. They looked like dried mummies without a single beam of vitality. Reaching this part, Exion stopped, giving a forced smile. Many warriors joined that battle had the ethereal god realm. One of them was at the first sky of incipient god realm. They all died. Yin, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo had strange faces as they were stern inwardly. It's him. He used to appear in Raging Flame Star area, the one that cultivates dead power Upanishad. After a long time, Leona said weakly, "Seems like he wasn't killed in God-perishing land. Galu left the chaos power Upanishad and then died. But he's still alive. He's such an imposing existence." When that man appeared in Raging Flame Star area, he brought them a great disaster. He had taken lives on dozens of life stars, killing many experts of the Raging Flame Star area. The head of the Dark Sky family was the Imperial Master of the Divine Nation. After the short encounter with this man, he got the corrosion power Upanishad and a little explanation of the blood mark. He said that he wanted to go to God-perishing land to rescue one of his brothers, Galu, who cultivated chaos Upanishad. Galu is dead. His soul altar shattered, leaving only the inheritance to Ka Ta. His rescuer cultivated death power Upanishad, and that man was still alive under besiege of the God Clan. He drifted to the agate and showed himself once. You guys are related to him, right? The mark on your head is identical to his. Exion hesitated for a while and then said, "When we get to the Broken Star Field, you'd better not show that mark. Otherwise, we will fall into big trouble." Exion smiled begrudgingly and continued his talk. Many forces in the far west and the precursors of the experts here had buried themselves in that battle. If they know you guys are related to that man, they will not spare you. Yin and the others exchanged looks, falling into silence. Don't worry. We know how to behave. We won't expose the mark. If we aren't so begrudging, we won't show our weakness. After a long moment, Yin curled his lips. It will be like today. We will kill all the ones who may cause trouble. Exion felt chilled, his face more bitter. He had a little regret that that man was related to Yin now. This man was technically a thug with harsh and cold deeds. Since this young man was related to that man, Exion wondered if he would bring disaster to the giant tribe or not. "All right, I'll leave you guys here. Excuse me." Exion sighed, and then turned around and left. He headed to where the giants, Zi Yao, and Feng Rao gathered. "Did you harvest something?" After the giant left, Yin smiled, relaxing. "I have diverged the energy that I got this time and sent more than half of it to you guys, especially to Precursor Fei Lan. How do you feel now?" "Good, so good. I feel so good." Fei Lan nodded. "We can do it more." "Yeah, it is better to do it more. I'm not afraid to share your pressure." Pausing for a while, she smiled honestly. "Such extreme energy fluctuation has exceeded your endurance. It's also the help that we gave you by sharing the excess energy, right?" Leona and Ka too all brightened their eyes. Yin smiled. "Yeah, it is. I can't take too much energy like that. Absorbing it all is impossible. I felt better sharing it with you guys." They exchanged looks. Shortly after, they burst out laughing, their countenance relaxed and cheered. Today, Fei Lan, Ka Tuo, and Leona had finally found Yin's secret. They knew how special he was and how tremendous the support they could gain from him. The energy from essence chi and soul altars of the dead expert would be refined and converted to the energy in the warrior's body to nurture the soul altar, making his understanding of power more profound. This deed of benefiting oneself by harming the others was utterly a taboo. Once the others knew about this, that warrior would be eliminated at any cost. This was the taboo power, the power that shouldn't exist. However, to the ones who received benefits from it, They all knew how marvelous it was to them. I think I don't need to say much. You guys all know how magical it is. Yin smiled and nodded. We should arrange our people and continue our journey. Feng Ku and the pirates couldn't go the same way with Baitian to Broken Star Field. Indeed. Yin let Jester, Long Zhu, and Feng Rao took them back to the old Orchid Star. They knew that they should avoid the spear of Blood Halberd. Shortly after, they arranged everything. Jester, Long Zhu, and Feng Rao took the others, returning to the old Orchid Star. Yin, Fei Lan, Leona, Ka Ta, Carthu, and Ziyao continued to go with the giants to Broken Star Field. Broken Star Field. Deep under a sapphire lake lay a crystal palace. It was the headquarters of Blood Halberd. Inside a purple crystal hall were several gloomy lamps. The flames of those lamps had magical energy fluctuations. It rippled like water waves with life auras. All of a sudden, the flame of one of those lamps flickered and then extinguished. Clink, clank, clink, clank. A series of strange noises arose in the purple crystal hall. It sounded like some kind of sharp weapons had just broken. Swish, swish, swish. Silhouettes appeared from different corners. They stood in the hall, looking at that extinguished lamp, their eyes dark and gloomy. Tu Feng is dead, one of them shouted. He was in charge of transporting the mind slaves. He didn't have any combat engagement mission. Why did he get killed? Report to the master immediately. Inform him about this. Another man yelled ear-piercingly. Whoever that was, if he dares to trouble Blood Halberd and kill our brother, we must find him and skin him little by little. Where's Tu Feng's Dage? He's in the center of Broken Star Field. Inform him immediately. Let him investigate this. Tu Fei will do his best to take revenge for his brother. Okay. Warriors of Blood Halberd continued to spread the news everywhere from the crystal purple hall. Deep in a mine of Broken Star Field, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded in a massive hole. Many mine slaves were slaughtered at their spots. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere. Boom, boom, rumble, rumble. The cave suddenly collapsed, burying many mine slaves. A ferocious man dashed out, facing the sky and shouting crazily, "Brother, I swear I will make that one suffer from all of the torture in this world." While roaring, he left the place hastily, rising a tornado when he rocketed into the sky, heading to where the warriors gathering outside the Broken Star Field. Wherever his figure crossed by, explosions resounded from the place underneath. Many warriors shouted, yelling and cursing. OF*CK, what has enraged that lunatic Tu Fei? I wonder who has enraged that madman. He will receive big bad luck. Well, if you tease him, you won't have a decent ending. Now, let's not discuss this. If that lunatic hears you, you're in big trouble. Everybody lowered their voices in disgust. However, they were scared and they shivered. It was as if they were afraid that the one flying above their heads would notice them.